Evening, everybody. Even when I give myself that half-hour window, it turns out that I am late. But we are here. 3:40. I said I was going to be starting between 3:30 or 3:30. I thought probably 3:30 after I got a couple calls. But we're here, and very Merry Christmas to all of you. I'll probably be saying this a few times over. And I wanted to go live as early as I could, just so that people would know there was a presence. I have sort of what I'll consider sort of one big highline, like sort of a headliner Christmas story. And what I think I'm going to do for that is I'll do that a little bit later to give people a chance to come in, particularly because I was a few minutes later than I'd originally planned. Um, but here, I'll give just sort of a rough idea in terms of what I'd like to do for something resembling a Christmas stream, and then if we decide to do something different, that's fine. But I figured I can at least have something resembling a structure, and then if we just decide to toss that out because something else is fun, no harm, no foul. So I think probably one of the first things that I wanted to do is more than one bit of reading. And one of the things that's a nice problem to have is we've done this enough years now that I'm starting to run out of Christmas stories that I'm immediately familiar with. And that meant that this year I actually got to find one that I did not know it existed. It's an author that I really like, and I suspect some of you don't know that this author, in fact, wrote A Christmas Story, which is why I kind of want to hold back on starting with that just so everybody can have a chance to to see see something new or hear something new for the first time. Uh, and I've been a little reluctant to do repeat things, mostly because I really do value novelty. And I sort of think, I mean, obviously, in some cases, I've done the Orwell tea essay a few times. There's certainly some things that I like sort of doing and redoing. But particularly for Christmas, I think if I'm going to do, the same Christmas story over and over again, some people may like that, other people don't. But I also think we're at a point now where we've had enough of this stuff that maybe it's not so bad to redo. You redo a few of them. So I thought maybe what I would do, and I actually need to look these up. I thought I'd maybe redo some of the Orwell essays that deal with Christmas. There's some that formally deal with Christmas. There are some that bring it up in other contexts. I thought that would be a nice warm up. I think there's at least one that I haven't read, like even for myself, I haven't read yet. So that seems to be not a bad warm up. Olaf, still got fingers crossed for the Die Hard script. I mean, there is a side of me that thinks that might be kind of fun to do at some point. The funny thing is that I've never really. So how do I put this? Like, I don't want to be unkind in terms of this setup. I noticed that there is a tendency. Actually, you know what? Here's the best one for me. The Christmas movie thing strikes me a little bit like Monty Python. So Monty Python is very funny. It's a silly kind of funny. I think there's that idea of whether or not people like British humor or not, and I don't really think it's so much a British humor thing. But some people like Monty Python, other people don't. But I actually have a suspicion that there is a subset of people who say that they don't like Monty Python, but actually probably would, save for Monty Python fans. And there is a certain type of Monty Python fan, I'm probably one of them, who will quote the skits but don't have the delivery of Python. And so but are, in absolute hysterics over it, because of course they're thinking of the show, and usually that group of friends that it's being quoted to is also thinking of this funny thing. And so sometimes, people who just say knee on its own, like the knights who say knee. I actually never really found that funny of a bit in Holy Grail, but like you know, I'm you know, I think it's a very good movie. It's just that is a particular section that I've actually never found that funny personally. But you know, like the sequence with the Black Knight, I think is wonderful, and I think if anything, I should probably appreciate that sequence given the way that I play XCOM. But what I found is that there is sometimes a tendency on the internet to, you know, not let a good thing rest as a good thing, but it kind of needs to be ground into the earth. So, for instance, for whatever reason, as soon as you mention bacon, like a Twitch chat is just gonna go nuts, right? And like apparently the words epic and bacon will be attached to anything, and immediately that gets you internet points or something along those lines. I don't get it. Pineapple on pizza, right? Sometimes for at least a certain type of person, this is going to be a substitute for a personality and original ideas. And, you know, I'm probably just being a big old grump on Christmas about this stuff. But I think the thing that has always sort of troubled me about this, this sort of thing is I do value sort of independent thought or, you know, working things out for yourself. So I really like the essay on thinking for oneself by Schopenhauer. I think I've subjected the chat to it a couple of times. And like, I'm not going to suggest that this is very much one of those cases where sort of you read something and you're like, yeah, you know what, this puts together some ideas that I really, you know, I like and kind of agree with, or have sort of, I have an impression, you know, I've felt something like this before, but haven't really put in quite the same way. And so for me, these sort of shorthands can sometimes be quite, I don't want to say troubling to me, but like they can be a little grating because it's really clear in some cases that people are just saying things that I don't necessarily believe, but, you know, there's sort of a sense of fitting in. And so in some ways, the Die Hard Christmas thing gets me. So the best example I can give is that when Justin Trudeau weighs in on this issue on, you know, on Twitter, you know, maybe it's time that we retire this particular debate. And the funny thing about this is I'm raising this to make an actually positive point, but I realize like I'm just sounding like a 10-minute grouch for this. One of the things that I find very amusing is I have never actually heard a convincing positive case for Die Hard as a Christmas film, beyond, you know, there's Christmas decorations. Now this, you know, I'm also not really looking out for this debate because like I like movies and I dislike some of these memey opinions just because I don't really think it's so much of a stated or considered opinion as it is just sort of signaling that you're a member of a particular group. Also, you know, pineapple on pizza, I feel is just an excuse for people to pick on Canadians because that is actually a Canadian invention. But oh, interesting. I do actually really like Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. I've never really thought of it as a Christmas story, but that's a good. I actually also have a copy of my Norton anthology of English literature, so I think I might add that to the list, Jawzilla. Good choice. That one's actually a real favorite of mine. So I think I'm going to. I'll have to go off to the other room and get it, but I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to do that one tonight. Anyway, sorry, I do want to make the positive case on the Christmas movie thing. So, you know, again, and actually, if anybody does have a good considered opinion on Die Hard being a Christmas film, I'd be interested in hearing it. But the thing is that to me, everything that I've just sort of said before is a really good way to like turn people off, right? Nobody wants to hear some rando online complaining about things that people find fun. My issue very clearly is not with whether or not Die Hard is or isn't a Christmas movie. It's more with the discourse surrounding it and the fact that it's kind of the same thing that's recycled over and over again, which is why for a while, you know, I kept trying to promote, you know, when you're if in The Office, if you want to show yourself as someone mad, bad, and dangerous to know, um, why not recommend Eyes Wide Shut as your favorite Christmas film? And like the point of that one is that it's essentially sort of it's the I don't know, proof by contradiction almost, the crowbar of logic. It's essentially saying is like, well, it kind of seems to meet the same conditions, except although the weird part now is that there seems to be sort of like a revival for Eyes Wide Shut because of a certain disgraced financier and the release of a bunch of documents. And it's very funny because I remember like Stanley Kubrick is like my favorite director of all time. And I remember like going down, there was a point where I could really claim to have like read every single book about Stanley Kubrick. I can't say that anymore because there've been a few English book at least written about Stanley Kubrick. And there's definitely been a few released since then. But going down that rabbit hole, I did see, it was an essay, I think it was called like Eyes Forced Shut or something like that. It was basically this blog dedicated to the idea that Stanley Kubrick was killed because he got too close to the truth in Eyes Wide Shut. And it's exactly the kind of website you would expect it to be. It is definitely someone who is really high on this idea, I mean, maybe just really high in general, but really high on this particular idea that there's some deep truth that's communicated in Eyes Wide Shut, and that Kubrick was killed for revealing what really happens with the wealthy. But yeah, it's a shame because I actually think, like many Kubrick films, I feel that Eyes Wide Shut was poorly regarded relative to its merits. And in fact, no less than Christopher Nolan has actually kind of gone out saying that Eyes Wide Shut is sort of like an incomplete Kubrick film. I like Nolan's films, but I disagree with him on that point. I realize, of course, that I'm taking my life in my hands when the guy who can seemingly do no wrong in the box office or in Hollywood is talking about Kubrick. And I think he's been put in charge of a couple of like restoration projects for that. But I don't know. I feel like many of Kubrick's films, it was one that was maybe not as well regarded as it was over its history. And no less than 2001: A Space Odyssey suffered from this, right? Like it was one where it was like, this is boring and confusing. And its box office was sort of secured by a bunch of stoners, like lying down in the front row of the movie theater to watch the Stargate sequence. But of course is regarded as this, really important milestone in in science fiction movie history. And, it's as close as like Star Wars, right? You can see shots from Star Wars that are very clearly pulled out of 2001: A Space Odyssey. And overall, again, I think it's a really good movie. Just it's one that, I'd be a little reluctant to show. Like if it's someone I've never watched a movie with before, I would be a bit reluctant to, I'd be a little reluctant to show that as a first one. But anyways, in the Christmas spirit. So all of this to say, like I was trying to make the positive case here, which is I always think that sometimes you can have a little bit of fun with these to sit and consider the merits of the case or lack of a merit of a case, and then try and do something fun like do a spin on it. So the other one that I think, this is a movie that like, I don't know anyone who's seen this before, but I think this is the first movie by the screenwriter John August, and it was called Go, but you can make a sort of similar Christmas movie argument with Go. So not even necessarily going to recommend it. It's like a late 90s 2000 era, not exactly indie, but definitely sort of out of that sort of era of filmmaking kind of movie. But yeah, I was mostly, I knew about it because of John August. Anyway, sorry about that. And I hope that doesn't sound like I just put you on blast for mentioning Die Hard, Olaf. It just happened to remind me of my other, like I feel like the Eyes Wide Shut one's getting a little stale. So if I just keep doing that, I'm being as thoughtless as what I'm complaining about. So I always want to try and come up with an alternative. Although I'm curious if people have any fun candidates for Christmas movies. All right, I'm going to take a quick minute. I also made coffee, so this is the reason why I was late. Um, I'm going to take a minute here and find some of the Orwell stuff. So, I think what I'll break down here is we'll do a few Orwell essays. Some of these will be ones that we are already familiar with. I'm going to do the one that I had in mind, and I really like Josila's recommendation of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. So I am going to find my copy of that and read that as well. And then we can see where we're at for time and we can decide what we're doing next. But I'm just going to need to do a couple of searches for the... I'm just going to need to look for a couple of these texts. Okay. Actually, here's a question for you. How many of you have seen the Muppets Christmas Carol? One of my favorites. Yeah. All right. Excellent. Also, Jamie, I'm sorry if I didn't say hi and Merry Christmas to you. I feel like I did, but I'm actually starting to I'm starting to doubt myself. Okay, I got a couple of long ones here, but I definitely want to. So the next question I have. So one of the reasons I did this before, I'll maybe I'll try and explain a little bit about why I started doing these Christmas streams. So when I lived in Vancouver, my family's in another city. I tend to kind of keep to myself. I'm not like a recluse, or I don't avoid social gatherings. But it is not common for me to have like a regular outing in a city. It usually happens because I have an existing group of friends, and that is the thing that I go. That's usually the thing I go to. So in Vancouver, for instance, I had a group of friends. We'd kind of go to a regular Starbucks, and that would be sort of the thing that we would do. And my very, very good friend sort of realized that I'm sort of at loose ends for Christmas, which, to be clear, I am completely fine with. This is just my thing, right? But really wanted to make sure that I had something for Christmas, and so invited me over to her parents' place. Someone who eventually became her fiance, now her husband, would come over, and consistently for each year. Actually, just give me one quick second here. Sorry for the silence. I just need to reply to a text. I kind of tried to deal with all the family stuff, but every once in a while you're going to get a message anyway. But yes, so I spent multiple very nice Christmases. In fact, I can remember there was one Christmas where um, they bought there's like a video game console, and I think it was a Switch. Or no, not a Switch. It was a Wii. I don't recall if it was a Wii U. I'm pretty sure it was a Wii because of the nunchuck controllers, but I think the Wii U had been out. Anyways, um, she's got a wonderful like compact mother, this absolutely sweet lady, but like you can kind of imagine like the same amount of energy just in a smaller space. And so like there was like a wee boxing game, and I remember her and her husband, my friend's parents, were like busy just waving these things around with a level of energy that I don't think I could amass for myself. And like I know one of them was like almost running in place during it. It was like one of the most delightful things that I've ever seen. So that basically, the sort of things that you would normally put to me, I don't really feel that family necessarily has to be the source of those kinds of Christmas memories in that. And of course, I moved out to Ottawa a few years ago now. And I, am fine on my own, doing these sorts of things. But one of the things I've always wanted to do for streaming on Christmas, particularly when I found there would sometimes be a couple of viewers who, they're out of town, their parents had maybe moved or whatever, just found themselves sort of at loose ends. I don't really feel that this is a substitute for spending Christmas with people you like, but this at least is, a sufficiently inoffensive Canadian accent to serve as an auditory Yule log over Christmas, and people say that they want to hear me read stuff. So I started off with A Christmas Carol, and then have found excuses to do other Christmas stories over time. So one was The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle. There was The Adventure of the Blue Carbuncle was Arthur Conan Doyle. There was The Adventure of the Christmas Pudding, which is a Poirot mystery by Agatha Christie. I have a feeling that it does have definitely a certain homage to the Blue Carbuncle inside of it. And this has been just a nice little excuse for me to look up Christmas stories from authors that I like. And of course, this has also meant that I've read some of the Orwell Christmas essays because I really like George Orwell, and I'm going to subject all of you to that interest. Actually, there's all right, loading up my Orwell Foundation essays. So all of this is to say, this is definitely not going to be a substitute of spending some time with friends and family. It's very, very cold. Like it's in the high negative double digits, if such a thing works. High absolute value. It's getting close to minus 20 Celsius. So I'm not exactly wanting, or will be. Sorry, it's right now it's closer to minus 10. And windy though, so windy is definitely the tough one. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a. There's like a 24-hour diner that I occasionally go to. Good place to write, and I don't know. They do Christmas stuff, so I was like debating maybe I'd go there. But the thing is, if it takes me like an hour or 45 minutes to walk there, I know all the tricks. I know layering. I can put on a scarf, things like that. But I don't know. It's not the kind of weather I exactly want to be marching around in. But on the other hand, it would be the only source of turkey for my dinner. So we'll see. But in any case, this is my sort of approximation, particularly for people who may have found themselves in a spot similar to myself in Vancouver. And this has just turned into a nice little tradition for me to be able to put up the auditory Yule log and specifically find some more fun Christmas stories. And the reason I asked you all about the Muppets Christmas Carol is that on top of it just being a wonderful film, I actually think it is one of the best adaptations specifically of Charles Dickens' original. Because in that one, you do have a narrator who, much like me, tends to go off on these extended tangents. And that is present in the film, right? You've got, I think it's Gonzo and Rizzo as the narrators. And, they don't necessarily do the whole extended bits of, I don't know why nails are considered, why nails are considered to be sort of the deadest form of ironmongery, but I suppose we have to live with, the conventions of our time. They don't go like word for those bits, but I think in terms of the spirit, I do think it does a really wonderful job of showing that they paid attention to the source material, and they specifically thought of good filmed ways, and also, ones that'll be in support of the puppetry. I think they did a really good job of working out what made that story work and have a particular voice. And I think that came across in a way that doesn't always come across in other adaptations of A Christmas Carol. And it's something I respect. It's actually, I haven't seen a lot of it, but there's a couple of touches that I liked about The Man in the High Castle in terms of how they adapted it to a film. And they struck me as sort of ringing true with the book rather than trying to slavishly hold on to the adaptation. But I've also seen some clips on YouTube that suggest that they go in a really different direction from the book. So I don't know how I would feel about it overall. All right. So I have delayed long enough. Thank you all for your patience. We're going to start with some George Orwell. And I'll try not to spend too much time because a lot of these are going to be familiar texts. But let's see what we can do. This is from his column As I Please in the Tribune, 20th December 1946, so just after the Second World War. An advertisement in my Sunday paper sets forth in the form of a picture the 4 things that are needed for a successful Christmas. At the top of the picture is a roast turkey, below that a Christmas pudding, below that a dish of mince pies, and below that a tin of blank's liver salt. It is a simple recipe for happiness. First the meal, then the antidote, then another meal. The ancient Romans were great masters of this technique. However, having just looked up the word vomitorium in the Latin dictionary, I find that after all it does not mean a place where you went to be sick after dinner, so perhaps this was not a normal feature of every Roman home as is commonly believed. Implied in the above-mentioned advertisement is the notion that a good meal means a meal at which you overeat yourself. In principle, I agree. I only add in passing that when we gorge ourselves this Christmas, if we do get a chance to gorge ourselves, it is worth giving a thought to the 1,000 million human beings, or thereabouts, who will be doing no such thing. For in the long run, our Christmas dinners would be safer if we could make sure that everyone else had a Christmas dinner as well, but I will come back to that presently. The only reasonable motive for not overeating at Christmas would be that someone else needs the food more than you do. A deliberately austere Christmas would be an absurdity. The whole point of Christmas is that it is a debauch, as it was probably long before the birth of Christ was arbitrarily fixed at that date. Children know this very well. From their point of view, Christmas is not a day of temperate enjoyment, but of fierce pleasures which they are quite willing to pay with a certain amount of pain. The awakening at about 4 a.m. to inspect your stockings, the quarrels over toys all through the morning, and the exciting whiffs of mincemeat and sage and onions escaping from the kitchen door. The battle with enormous platefuls of turkey and the pulling of the wishbone, the darkening of the windows and the entry of the flaming plum pudding, the hurry to make sure that everyone has a piece on his plate while the brandy is still alight, the momentary panic when it is rumored that baby has swallowed the threepenny bit, the stupor all through the afternoon, the Christmas cake with almond icing an inch thick, the peevishness next morning, and the castor oil on December 27th. It is an up-and-down business, by no means all pleasant, but well worth a while for the sake of its more dramatic moments. Teetotalers and vegetarians are always scandalized by this attitude. As they see it, the only rational objective is to avoid pain and to stay alive as long as possible. If you refrain from drinking alcohol or eating meat, or whatever it is, you may expect to live an extra 5 years, while if you overeat or overdrink, you will pay for it in acute physical pain on the following day. Surely it follows that all excess, even a one-a-year outbreak such as Christmas, should be avoided as a matter of course. Actually, it doesn't follow at all. One may decide, with full knowledge of what one is doing, that an occasional good time is worth the damage it inflicts on one's liver, for health is not the only thing that matters. Friendship, hospitality, and the heightened spirits and change of outlook that one gets by eating and drinking in good company are also valuable. I doubt whether, on balance, even outright drunkenness does harm, provided it is infrequent. Twice a year, say. The whole experience, including the repentance afterwards, makes a sort of break in one's mental routine, comparable to a weekend in a foreign country, which is probably beneficial. In all ages, men have realized this. There is a wide consensus of opinion, stretching back to the days before the alphabet, that whereas habitual soaking is bad, conviviality is good, even if one does sometimes feel sorry for it the next morning. How enormous is the literature of eating and drinking, especially drinking, and how little that is worth that has been said on the other side. Offhand, I can't remember a single poem in praise of water, i.e., water regarded as a drink. It is hard to imagine what one could say about it. It quenches thirst. That is the end of the story. As for poems in praise of wine, on the other hand, even the surviving ones would fill a shelf of books. The poets started turning them out on the very day when the fermentation of the grape was first discovered. Whiskey, brandy, and other distilled liquors have been less eloquently praised, partly because they came later in time. But beer has had quite good press, starting well back in the Middle Ages, long before anyone had learned to put hops in it. Curiously enough, I can't remember a poem in praise of stout, not even draft stout, which is better than the bottled variety in my opinion. There's an extremely disgusting description in Ulysses of the stout vats in Dublin, but there's a sort of backhanded tribute to stout in the fact that this description, though widely known, has not done much towards putting the Irish off their favorite drink. The literature of eating is also large, though mostly in prose. But in all, the writers who have enjoyed describing food, from Rabelais to Dickens, and from Petronius to Mrs. Beeton, I cannot remember a single passage which puts dietetic considerations first. Always food is felt to be an end in itself. No one has written memorable prose about vitamins, or the dangers of excessive proteins, or the importance of masticating every 32 times. All in all, there seems to be a heavy weight of testimony on the side of overeating and overdrinking, provided that they always take place on recognized occasions and not too frequently. But ought we to overeat and overdrink this Christmas? We ought not to, nor will most of us get the opportunity. I am writing in praise of Christmas, but in praise of Christmas 1947, or perhaps 1948. The world as a whole is not exactly in a condition for festivities this year. Between the Rhine and the Pacific, there cannot be very many people who are not in need of Blank's liver salt. In India, there are, and have always been, about 10 million people who only get one square meal a day. In China, conditions are no doubt much the same. In Germany, Austria, Greece, and elsewhere, scores of millions of people are existing on a diet which keeps breath in the body but leaves no strength for work. All over the war-racked areas from Brussels to Stalingrad, other uncounted millions are living in the cellars of bombed houses, in hideouts in the forests, or in squalid huts behind barbed wire. It is not so pleasant to read almost simultaneously that a large proportion of our Christmas turkeys will come from Hungary, and that the Hungarian writers and journalists, presumably not the worst-paid section of the community, are in such desperate straits that they would gladly receive presents of saccharine and cast-off clothing from English sympathizers. In such circumstances, we could hardly have a proper Christmas, even if the materials for it existed. Hello, Algrins. But we will have one sooner or later, in 1947, or 1948, or maybe even in 1949. And when we do, may there be no gloomy voices of vegetarians or teetotalers to lecture us about the things that we were doing to the linings of our stomachs. One celebrates a feast for its own sake, and not for any supposed benefit to the lining of one's stomach. Meanwhile, Christmas is here, or nearly. Santa Claus is rounding up his reindeer, the postman staggers from door to door beneath his bulging stack of Christmas cards, the black markets are humming, and Britain has imported over 7,000 crates of mistletoe from France. So I wish everyone an old-fashioned Christmas in 1947, and meanwhile, half a turkey, 3 tangerines, and a bottle of whiskey at no more than double the legal price. We will be returning to the idea of Christmas excess for its own sake in just a moment. I also think this is kind of an interesting one to read again because we have since had the announcement of traveling at night by Weather Factory, which of course will have sort of the post-war continent, and so some of the environment that that Orwell's describing here is something that we may get to see sort of a Secret Histories version of in a future game rather. So Next one. This is from the Orwell. Actually, sorry, I should be sharing the links for these. So that's the one I just read, and this is the one I am about to read. Can socialists be happy? The thought of Christmas raises almost automatically the thought of Charles Dickens, and for two very good reasons. To begin with, Dickens is one of the few English writers who have actually written about Christmas. Christmas is the most popular of English festivals, and yet it has produced astonishingly little literature. There are carols, mostly medieval in origin. There is a tiny handful of poems by Robert Bridges, T.S. Eliot, and some others, and there is Dickens, but there is very little else. Secondly, Dickens is remarkable, indeed almost unique among modern writers, in being able to give a convincing picture of happiness. Dickens dealt successfully with Christmas twice in a chapter of The Pickwick Papers and in A Christmas Carol. The latter story was read to Lenin on his deathbed, and according to his wife, he found its bourgeois sentimentality completely intolerable. Now, in a sense, Lenin was right, but if he had been in better health, he would perhaps have noticed that the story has interesting sociological implications. To begin with, however thick Dickens may lay on the paint, however disgusting the pathos of Tiny Tim may be, the Cratchit family give the impression of enjoying themselves. They sound happy as, for instance, the citizens of William Morris's News from Nowhere don't sound happy. Moreover, and Dickens' understanding of this is one of the secrets of his power, their happiness derives mainly from contrast. They are in high spirits because, for once in a way, they have enough to eat. The wolf is at the door, but he is wagging his tail. The steam of the Christmas pudding drifts across a background of pawnshops and sweated labor, and in a double sense the ghost of Scrooge stands beside the dinner table. Bob Cratchit even wants to drink to Scrooge's health, which Mrs. Cratchit rightly refuses. The Cratchits are able to enjoy Christmas precisely because it only comes once a year. Their happiness is convincing just because Christmas only comes once a year. Their happiness is convincing just because it is described as incomplete. All efforts to describe permanent happiness, on the other hand, have been failures. Utopias, incidentally, the coined word utopia doesn't mean a good place, it means merely a non-existent place, have been common in literature for the past 300 or 400 years, but the favorable ones are invariably unappetizing and usually lacking in vitality as well. By far, the best-known modern utopias are those of H.G. Wells. Wells' vision of the future is almost fully expressed in two books written in the early 20s, The Dream and Men Like Gods. Here you have a picture of the world as Wells would like to see it, or thinks he would like to see it. It is a world whose keynotes and enlightened hedonism and scientific curiosity. All the evils and miseries we now suffer have vanished. Ignorance, war, poverty, dirt, disease, frustration, hunger, fear, overwork, superstition, all vanished. So expressed, it is impossible to deny that it is the kind of world we all hope for. We all want to abolish the things Wells wants to abolish. But is there anyone who actually wants to live in a Wellsian utopia? On the contrary, not to live in a world like that, not to wake up in a hygienic garden suburb infested by naked schoolmarms, has actually become a conscious political motive. A book like Brave New World is an expression of the actual fear that modern man feels of the rationalized hedonistic society which it is within his power to create. A Catholic writer said recently that utopias are now technically feasible, and that in consequence, how to avoid utopia has become a serious problem. We cannot write this off as merely a silly remark, for one of the sources of the fascist movement is the desire to avoid a too rational and too comfortable world. All unfavorable utopias seem to be alike in postulating perfection while being unable to suggest happiness. News from Nowhere is a sort of goody-goody version of the Wellsian utopia. Everyone is kindly and reasonable, all the upholstery comes from liberties, but the impression left behind is a sort of watery melancholy. But it is more impressive that Jonathan Swift, one of the greatest imaginative writers who have ever lived, is no more successful in constructing a favorable utopia than the others. The earlier parts of Gulliver's Travels are probably the most devastating attack on human society that has been ever written. Every word of them is relevant today. In places, they contain quite detailed prophecies of the political horrors of our own time. Where Swift fails, however, is in trying to describe a race of beings whom he admires. In the last part, in contrast with the disgusting yahoos, we are shown the noble Winhams, intelligent horses who are free from human failings. Now these horses, for all their high character and unfailing common sense, are remarkably dreary creatures. Like the inhabitants of various other utopias, they are chiefly concerned with avoiding fuss. They live uneventful, subdued, reasonable lives, free not only from quarrels, disorder, or insecurity of any kind, but also from passion, including physical love. They choose their mates on eugenic principles, avoid excesses of affection, and appear somewhat glad to die when their time comes. In the earlier parts of the book, Swift has shown where man's folly and scoundrelism lead him. But take away the folly and scoundrelism, and all you are left with, apparently, is a tepid sort of existence, hardly worth leading. Attempts at describing definitely otherworldly happiness have been no more successful. Heaven is as great a flop as utopia, though hell occupies a respectable place in literature and has often been described most minutely and convincingly. It is commonplace that Christian heaven, as usually portrayed, would attract nobody. Almost all Christian writers dealing with heaven either say frankly that it is indescribable or conjure up a vague picture of gold, precious stones, and endless singing of hymns. This has, it is true, inspired some of the best poems in the world. Thy walls are of chalcedony, thy bulwarks diamond square, thy gates are of right orient pearl, exceedingly rich and rare. But what it could not do was describe a condition in which the ordinary human being actively wanted to be. Many a revivalist minister, many a Jesuit priest, see for instance the terrific sermon in James Joyce's Portrait of the Artist, has frightened his congregation almost out of their skins with his word pictures of hell. But as soon as it comes to heaven, there is a prompt falling back on words like ecstasy and bliss, with little attempt to say what they consist in. Perhaps the most vital bit of writing on this subject is the famous passage in which Tertullian explains that one of the chief joys of heaven is watching the tortures of the damned. The pagan versions of paradise are little better, if at all. One has the feeling it is always twilight in the Elysian fields. Olympus, where the gods lived, with their nectar and ambrosia, and their nymphs and the Hebes, the immortal tarts, as D.H. Lawrence called them, might be a bit more home-like than the Christian heaven, but you would not want to spend a long time there. As for the Muslim paradise, with its 77 huri per man, all presumably clamoring for the attention at the same moment, it is just a nightmare. Nor are the spiritualists, though constantly assuring us that all is bright and beautiful, are able to describe any next-world activity which a thinking person would find endurable, let alone attractive. It is the same with attempted descriptions of perfect happiness, which are neither utopian nor otherworldly, but merely sensual. They always give an impression of emptiness or vulgarity, or both. At the beginning of Le Pucelle, Voltaire describes the life of Charles IX with his mistress, Agnes Sorel. They are always happy, he says. And what did their happiness consist in? An endless round of feasting, drinking, hunting, and love-making. Who would not sicken of such an existence after a few weeks? Rabelais describes the fortunate spirits who have a good time in the next world to console them for having a bad time in this one. They sing a song which can be roughly translated to leap, to dance, to play tricks, to drink wine both white and red, and to do nothing all day long except count gold crowns. How boring it sounds, after all! The emptiness of the whole notion of an everlasting good time is shown up in Bruegel's picture The Land of the Sluggard, where 3 great lumps of fat lie asleep, head to head, with the boiled eggs and roast legs of pork coming up to be eaten of their own accord. It would seem that human beings are not able to describe, nor perhaps to imagine, happiness except in terms of contrast. That is why the conception of heaven or utopia varies from age to age. In pre-industrial society, heaven was described as a place of endless rest, as being paved with gold, because the experience of the average human being was overwork and poverty. The huri of the Muslim paradise reflected a polygamous society where most of the women disappeared into the harems of the rich. But the pictures of eternal bliss always failed because, as the bliss became eternal, eternity being thought of as endless time, the contrast ceased to operate. Some of the conventions embedded in our literature first arose from physical conditions which have now ceased to exist. The cult of spring is an example. In the Middle Ages, spring did not primarily mean swallows and wild flowers. It meant green vegetables, milk, and fresh meat after several months of living on salt pork and smoky windowless huts. The spring songs were gay, do nothing but eat and make good cheer, and thank heaven for the merry year, when flesh is cheap and females dear, and lusty lads roam here and there, so merrily and ever among so merrily. Because that was something to be gay about. The winter was over, that was a great thing. Christmas itself, a pre-Christian festival, probably started because there had to be an occasional outburst of overeating and drinking to make a break in the unbearable northern winter. Olaf may be able to say something about that. At least unbearable northern winters. The inability of mankind to imagine happiness except in the form of relief, either from effort or pain, presents socialists with a serious problem. Dickens can describe a poverty-stricken family tucking into a roast goose and make them appear happy. On the other hand, the inhabitants of perfect universes seem to have no spontaneous gaiety and are usually somewhat repulsive into the bargain. But clearly we are not aiming at the kind of world Dickens described, nor probably at any world he was capable of imagining. The socialist objective is not a society where everything comes right in the end, because kind old gentlemen give away turkeys. What are we aiming at, if not a society in which charity would be unnecessary? We want a world where Scrooge with his dividends and Tiny Tim with his tuberculous leg would both be unthinkable. But does that mean we are aiming at some painless, effortless utopia? At the risk of saying something with which the editors of the Tribune may not endorse, I suggest that the real objective of socialism is not happiness. Happiness, hitherto, has been a byproduct, and for all we know, it may always remain so. Though it is not usually said, or not said loudly, it may always remain so. The real objective of socialism is human brotherhood. This is widely felt to be the case, though it is not usually said, or said loudly enough. Men use up their lives in heartbreaking political struggles, or get themselves killed in civil wars, or tortured in secret prisons of the Gestapo, not in order to establish some central heated, air-conditioned, strip-lighted paradise, but because they want a world in which human beings love one another instead of swindling and murdering one another. And what they want is they want that world as a first step. Where they go from there is not so certain, and the attempt to foresee it in detail merely confuses the issue. Socialist thought has to deal in prediction, but only in broad terms. One often has to aim at objectives which one can only very dimly see. At this moment, for instance, the world is at war and wants peace. Yet the world has no experience of peace and never has had, unless the noble savage once existed. The world wants something which it is dimly aware could exist but cannot accurately define. This Christmas Day, thousands of men will be bleeding to death in the Russian snows, or drowning in the icy waters, or blowing one another to pieces on swampy islands of the Pacific. Homeless children will be scrabbling for food among the wreckage of German cities. To make that kind of thing impossible is a good objective, but to say in detail what a peaceful world would be like is a different matter. Nearly all creators of utopia have resembled the man who has a toothache and therefore thinks happiness consists in not having a toothache. They wanted to produce a perfect society by an endless continuation of something that had only been valuable because it was temporary. The wider course would be to say that there are certain lines along which humanity must move. The grand strategy is mapped out, but detailed prophecy is not our business. Whoever tries to imagine perfection simply reveals his own emptiness. This is the case even with a great writer like Swift, who can flay a bishop or a politician so neatly, but who, when he tries to create a Superman, merely leaves one with the impression the very last he can have intended. Merely leaves one with the impression, the very last he can have intended, that the stinking yahoos had in them more possibility of development than the enlightened Wyndhams. And I should actually note that this one published 20th December 1943, so 3 years before the previous one, but was not actually published under his name, as it says here, John Freeman. All right. Now, this is the one I haven't read before. You'll see it is actually quite long, but apparently this contains his recipe for Christmas pudding. So I feel like I need to, do the essay British Cookery. I am going to take a quick minute. By the way, I should, while I get some, and by the way, thank you for the comments inside of here. I definitely think of The Matrix every time I read Can Socialists Be Happy? Algrins. I am going to ask, though, for those of you from the first essay, are any of you familiar with the word vomitorium? I know Orwell does mention the common belief that it's a room where you'd throw up after dinner, and I know, like, I think most people understand that that is not what that actually is. But I'm curious if anybody has actually encountered the word vomitorium before, or what it is. I also don't know how long I should hold out for an answer. I've run into the word, but it was years ago, and I don't remember what it was when you looked it up. Olaf has stumbled upon it more than once. Okay. I'm going to preempt everyone there. I'm sure, I'm going to guess from the people who've run into it that you also know the definition, but it is basically, this is one of these things that always impresses. I've had a chance to talk to a couple of architects, and again, I'm a big old complainer, as a lot of you, particularly those of you who came in at the start, know. But one of the things that drives me kind of crazy about the design of a lot of like cafes or similar stores are that, yeah, definitely a Roman idea. So one of the things that drives me a little crazy about sort of a lot of modern cafe design is that it is not. There you go. Olaf's got it. Yeah. But one of the things that drives me crazy is that there is no. The design is such that there is no clear like design in terms of where you are supposed to line up. Some places do add, kind of those kind of cloth barriers, and then that sort of gives you a place to queue. But there are places that I've gone and I like going to where you just sort of have these people meandering in the front. You have no idea who's like waiting for an order. You have no idea who's waiting to order. And the one that drives me absolutely insane is like people just make a second line rather than going to the existing line, as if it's like some sort of a zipper. It's obviously an easy way to cut the line, but like that's why that's so frustrating. And like to a certain extent, this is not necessarily just on the people. This is, a highly questionable design, particularly when it's like a chain, which is, making a very standard kind of cafe or something like that. And this happened to be like, so I just generally get interested when people are deeply studying a given subject, and I sort of understand that there is an appreciation of architecture in the sense that it's really hard not to see, like the Pantheon or something, and not be impressed by it, or, looking at certain cathedrals, right? I think we all have a really good idea of what sort of these great forms are. But on the other hand, the building I work in is really smartly designed. And there's that idea of contrast, a little bit like the essay we were talking about, right? Some buildings work, others don't. And there is very clearly some thought that's more than just utilitarian in terms of making sure that the thing doesn't like fall on top of you. So, and that was actually one of the reasons I really like going to Highgate, because the worker at the coffee shop wanted to talk about sort of, there's sort of this idea of the outside and the inside, and a lot of the work that she was working on was trying to play with that idea, make the boundary a little bit more porous. It's not just, you have like a big leafy area inside of it. Obviously that already exists, but rather to I don't know, have that coexist. Again, I'm not the one writing the work, so I probably couldn't do a good defense of her ideas. But I when I visited Highgate and they sort of talked about the preservation efforts, where they are trying to make sure that they allow, like the cemetery is overrun because the business behind it effectively failed at a certain point. So they want to be able to preserve the cemetery, but at this point they are preserving the cemetery as it is, and that means that there are trees, there's growth that they don't necessarily want. Like, I think there would be an objection if people went into Highgate and like cut down all the trees. But on the other hand, the roots sucking up moisture, or going into certain tombs, like nature's going to win out on that one. And so a lot of the efforts in terms of preserving Highgate are to ensure as much of that natural growth remains while still sort of protecting the integrity of the cemetery itself. I thought that was really interesting in light of the fact, the most interesting stuff to me was definitely the iconography of death and what you could see. So I didn't realize that sort of a cut column, it's not just that people like, Grecian columns, although, we do like that. But specifically it's not that it's trying to create some sort of like ruin effect or something like that, but it's a life cut short, which I thought was really interesting. And then sort of, inverted horseshoes, inverted cannons, the symbol of respect for the dead. But yeah, one of the other things I found really interesting was because I had talked with this architecture student, and I learned about this preservation effort, which was to try and find that sort of balance between, allowing a certain amount of natural activity to continue on in the cemetery while also preserving the structures that were placed. That definitely brought that student's work in mind for me. So, and again, it's just one of these ones. But yeah, oddly enough, the point where I got to at least find common cause with them was to say, it's like, you know what, I really cannot stand, like I said, the one example I get of like bad architecture is the number of coffee shops I go to where it is not at all clear where you're supposed to line up, and you can tell because it is an absolute nightmare to try and get anybody to like form a line in these places. And she was in hearty agreement. So I know at least one thing about architecture. Anyways, so practical problem, right? You got the Roman Empire, and yes, you've all got your man cards updated for the week. You've got amphitheaters, you've got these big, you've got the Colosseum, you've got a big place with a lot of people to entertain them. And this creates a very practical problem, right? How do you get all these people out of the, like everybody's going to go and see whatever performance is on. The nature of performances are that they end, and the whole purpose of the the spectacle, to have all of these people gathered at one point, means that they are all going to want to leave at the same time. And so how do you handle that? Well, the vomitorium is the part of the Colosseum where everybody goes out, right? And it's specifically designed to handle a large crush of people who are all trying to go in one place all at the same time. So, obviously where everyone is expelled. Yes. I'm sure probably Olaf may be able to clarify a little bit more, but like you can sort of see, right? Like obviously you can probably go into the etymology and see exactly why it works, but we have the word vomit, which, implies a certain idea, but you can also see why that is the word that we have for it, because in the end, the purpose of the vomitorium is to make sure that you get people out, or at least move people from one place to the other. Because I think, in theory, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Algrins can answer. I don't remember if there was a vomitorium for like going into the staging area or not. I know basically it's a form of crowd control, basically, but I don't recall if you would have a vomitorium to like get on the grounds of the Colosseum. Anyways, hopefully that is not doing too much violence to the old one. I can obviously look it up on Wikipedia, but I'm trying to go by memory here. Okay, I'm going to have one more sip of coffee, and then we are going to read British Cookery, which this is a brand new one for me. I've not read it before. So, British Cookery. When Voltaire made his often quoted statement that the country of Britain has 100 religions and only one sauce, He was saying something which was untrue and which is equally untrue today, but which might still be echoed in good faith by a foreign visitor who made only a brief stay and drew his impressions from hotels and restaurants. For the first thing to be noticed about British cookery is that it is best studied in private houses, and more particularly in the homes of the middle class and working class masses who have not become Europeanized in their tastes. Cheap restaurants in Britain are almost invariably bad, while in the expensive restaurants, the cookery is almost always French or imitation French. In the kind of food eaten, and even in the hours at which meals are taken and the names by which they are called, there is a definite cultural division between the upper-class minority and the big mass who have preserved the habits of their ancestors. Generalizing further, one may say that the characteristic British diet is a simple, rather heavy, perhaps slightly barbarous diet, drawing much of its virtue from the excellence of the local materials and with its main emphasis on sugar and animal fats. It is the diet of a wet northern country where butter is plentiful and vegetable oils are scarce, where hot drinks are acceptable at most hours of the day, and where all the spices and some of the stronger tasting herbs are exotic products. Garlic, for instance, is unknown in British cookery proper. On the other hand, mint, which is commonly neglected in some European countries, figures largely. In general, British people prefer sweet things to spicy things, and they combine sugar with meat in a way that is seldom seen elsewhere. Finally, it must be remembered that in talking about British cookery, one is referring to the characteristic native diet of the British Isles, and not necessarily to the food that the average British citizen eats at this moment. Quite apart from the economic difference between the various blocks of the population, there is the stringent food rationing which has now been in operation for 6 years. In talking of British cookery, therefore, one is talking of the past or the future, of dishes that the British people now see somewhat rarely, but which they would gladly eat if they had the chance, and which they did eat fairly frequently up to 1939. First of all, then, breakfast. Ideally, for nearly all British people, and in practice for most of them even now, this is not a snack but a serious meal. The hour at which people have their breakfast is of course governed by the time at which they go to work, but if they were free to choose, most people would like to have breakfast at 9 o'clock. In principle, the meal consists of 3 courses, one of which is a meat course. Traditionally, it starts with porridge, which is made of coarse oatmeal, sodden, then boiled into a spongy mess. It is always eaten hot, with cold milk, better still cream, poured over it, and sugar. Breakfast cereals, which are ready-cooked preparations of wheat or rice taken cold with milk and sugar, are often eaten instead of porridge. After this comes either fish, usually salt fish, or meat in some form, or eggs in some form. The best and most characteristically British form of salt fish is the kipper, which is a herring split open and cured in wood smoke until it is deep brown. Kippers are either grilled or fried. The usual breakfast meat dishes are either fried bacon, or with or without fried eggs, grilled kidneys, fried pork sausages, or cold ham. British people favor a lean, mild type of bacon or ham, cured with sugar and niter rather than with salt. At normal time, it is not unusual to eat grilled beefsteaks or mutton chops at breakfast, but there are still old-fashioned people who like the start of the day with cold roast beef. In some parts of the country, for instance in East Anglia, it is usual to eat cheese at breakfast. By the way, I'm relying on a few of you locals to keep me honest as to whether or not Orwell is fairly representing the cuisine of the Sceptred Isle. After the meat course comes bread, or more often toast, with butter and orange marmalade. It must be orange marmalade, though honey is a possible substitute. Other kinds of jam are seldom eaten at breakfast, and marmalade does not often appear at other times of the day. For the great bulk of British people, the inevitable breakfast drink is tea. Coffee in Britain is almost always nasty, either in restaurants or in private houses. The majority of people, though they drink it fairly freely, are uninterested in it and do not know good coffee from bad. Of tea, on the other hand, they are extremely critical, and everyone has his favorite brand and his pet theory as to how it should be made. Tea is always drunk with milk, and it is usual to brew it very strong, about 1 spoonful of dry leaves being allowed for each cup. Most people prefer Indian to Chinese tea, and they like to put sugar in it. Here, however, one comes upon a class distinction, or more exactly, a cultural distinction. Virtually all British working people put sugar in their tea, and indeed will not drink tea without it. Unsweetened tea is an upper class or middle class habit, and even in those classes it tends to be associated with a Europeanized palate. If one made a list of the people in Britain who prefer wine to beer, one would probably find that it included most of the people who prefer tea without sugar. After this solid breakfast, and even now in a time of rationing, it is usual to eat a fairly large bulk of food, chiefly bread at breakfast. It is natural that the midday meal should be somewhat lighter than in other countries. Before one can discuss the midday meal, however, it is necessary to explain away the mysteries of lunch, dinner, and high tea. The actual diet of the richer and poorer classes in Britain does not vary very greatly, but they use a different nomenclature at times and time their meals differently, because certain habits adopted from France during the past 100 years have not yet reached the great masses. The richer classes have their midday meal at 1:30 in the afternoon and call it luncheon. At about 4:30 in the afternoon, they have a cup of tea and perhaps a piece of bread and butter or a slice of cake, which they call afternoon tea, and they have their evening meal at 7:30 or 8 and call it dinner. The others, perhaps 90% of the population, have their midday meal somewhat earlier, usually about 12:30, and call it dinner. They have their main evening meal at about 6:30 and call it tea. Before going to bed, they have a light snack, for instance, cocoa and bread and jam, which they call supper. The distinction is regional as well as social. In the north of England, Scotland, and Ireland, many well-to-do people prefer to follow the working class time scheme, partly because it fits better with the working day, and partly perhaps from motives of conservation, for our ancestors of a century ago also had their meals at approximately these hours. But though the name and the hour may differ, every British person's idea of a midday meal is approximately the same. We are not here concerned with the quasi-French meals that are served in hotels, but solely with British cookery, and therefore can leave both soups and hors d'oeuvres out of the account. Most British people are inclined to despise both and do not care for them in the middle of the day. British soups are seldom good, and there is hardly a single one that is peculiar to the British Isles, while even the word hors d'oeuvre has no equivalent in the British language. The British midday meal consists essentially of meat, preferably roast meat, a heavy pudding, and cheese. And here one comes upon the central institution of British life, the joint. That is a large piece of meat, a round of beef or leg of pork or mutton, roasted whole with its potatoes round it, and preserving a flavor and a juiciness which meat cooked in smaller quantities never seems to attain. Most characteristic of all is roast beef, and of all the cuts of beef, the sirloin is the best. It is always roasted lightly enough to be red in the middle. Pork and mutton are roasted more thoroughly. Beef is carved in wafer-thin slices, mutton in thick slices. With beef, there nearly always goes Yorkshire pudding, which is a sort of crisp pancake made from milk, flour, and eggs, and which is delicious when sodden with gravy. I really should have eaten before I did this. In some parts of the country, suet pudding, see below, is eaten with roast beef instead of Yorkshire pudding. Sometimes, instead of roasted fresh beef, there is boiled salt beef, which is always eaten with suet dumplings and carrots or turnips. It is necessary here to say something about the specifically British ways of cooking potatoes. Roast meat is always served with potatoes cooked under the joint, which is probably the best of all ways of cooking them. The potatoes are peeled and placed in the pan all around the roasting meat so that they absorb its juices and then become delightfully browned and crisp all over. Another method is to bake them whole in their jackets, after which they are cut open and a dab of butter is placed in the middle. In the north of England, delicious potato cakes are made of mashed potatoes and flour. These are rolled out into small round pancakes, which are baked on a griddle and then spread with butter. New potatoes are generally boiled in water containing a few leaves of mint and served with melted butter poured over them. Here also we may mention special sauces, which are so regularly served with each kind of roast meat as to be an almost integral part of the dish. Hot roast beef is almost invariably served with horseradish sauce, a very hot, rather sweet sauce made of grated horseradish, sugar vinegar, and cream. With roast pork goes apple sauce, which is made of apples stewed with sugar and beaten up into a froth. With mutton or lamb, there usually goes mint sauce, which is made of chopped mint, sugar, and vinegar. Mutton is frequently eaten with red currant jelly, which is also served with hare and venison. A roast fowl is always accompanied by bread sauce, which is made of the crumb of white bread and milk flavored with onions, and is always served hot. It will be seen that British sauces have a tendency to be sweet, and some of the pickles that are eaten with cold meat are as almost sweet as jam. The British are great eaters of pickles, partly because of the predilection for large joints means that in a British household, there is a good deal of cold meat to finish up. In using up scraps of food, they are not so imaginative as the peoples of some other countries, and British stews and made-up dishes, rissoles and the like, are not particularly distinguished. There are, however, 2 or 3 kinds of pie or meat pudding which are peculiar to Britain and are good enough to be worth mentioning. One is steak and kidney pudding, which is made of chopped beef steak and sheep's kidney, encased in suet crust and steamed in a basin. Another is toad in the hole, which is made of sausage embedded in a batter of milk, flour, and eggs. I think it's baked in the oven, but it says here basked in the oven. There's also the humble cottage pie, which is simply minced beef or mutton, flavored with onions, covered with a layer of mashed potatoes, and baked until the potatoes are a nice brown. And finally, there's the famous Scottish haggis, in which liver, oatmeal, onions, and other ingredients are minced up and cooked inside the stomach of a sheep. I had haggis for the first time in Scotland when I visited the UK, by the way. Quite liked it. Olaf here is highly endorsing potato cakes. I'm pretty sure I've had something like them before. Oh man, no, it's fine. It didn't blow me away in terms of taste, but it was fine. It was like my friend insists. Sorry to interrupt the essay, but my friend insisted that we have like a proper Scottish fry up. So in the spirit of Orwell's Christmas essay, I'm pretty sure I guillotined like 2 years of my life because I had like a full English breakfast for like 2 or 3 weeks in London and thereabouts. And yeah, he really insisted on a proper Scottish fry up. So it was like the usual sort of eggs and hey, Masuabi, good to see you. The scrambled eggs and such that you normally see there. But for the Scottish one, definitely like blood pudding, haggis. It was fun. Like I liked it. Like it wasn't the blood pudding and the haggis were not like absolute standouts for the meal, but like that was a good breakfast. I'm glad I had it, and I think anybody who is nervous about haggis definitely like I don't know. It's like worrying about stuff is not a way to live your life, right? Like just give it a try once. I mean, if you're uncomfortable, don't do it. But like yeah, definitely. Like my friend was nice and sensitive about it. He's like, it's got some haggis in it. It's like, nah, come on, I've never had haggis. I'll give it a try. Definitely worth trying stuff if you get an opportunity. I could have not gone to Scotland. I could have not gone to Hastings. There's a lot of things I could have not done, and my trip to the UK would have been lesser for it. So in generally, I think unless it's like immoral or something that's making you feel genuinely uncomfortable, I think probably it's worth giving something a shot. Well, make sure you do a proper bird supper for yourself, Algrins. All right, back to British cookery. There are not many methods of cooking birds which are peculiar to Britain. The British regard as inedible many birds, for instance, thrushes, larks, sparrows, curlews, green plovers, and various kinds of duck, which are valued in other countries. They are also inclined to despise rabbits, and rabbit rearing for the table has never been extensively practiced in Britain. On the other hand, they will eat young rooks, which are shot in May and baked in pies. They are especially attached to geese and turkeys, which, at normal times, are eaten in immense quantities at Christmas, always roasted whole, with chestnut stuffing in the case of turkeys, and sage and onion stuffing and applesauce in the case of geese. Fish in Britain is seldom well cooked. The sea all round Britain yields a variety of excellent fishes, but as a rule they are unimaginatively boiled or fried, and the art of seasoning them in cooking is not understood. The fish fried in oil, which the British working classes are especially addicted, is definitely nasty and has been an enemy of home cookery since it can be bought everywhere in the big towns, ready cooked and at low prices. Except for trout, salmon, and eels, British people will not eat freshwater fish. As for vegetables, it must be admitted that potatoes apart, they seldom get the treatment they deserve. Thanks to the rain-soaked soil, British vegetables are nearly all of excellent flavor, but they are commonly spoiled in the cooking. Cabbage is simply boiled, a method which renders it almost uneatable, while cauliflowers, leeks, and marrows are usually smothered in a tasteless white sauce, which is probably the one sauce scornfully referred to by Voltaire. The British are not great eaters of salads, though they have grown somewhat fonder of raw vegetables during the war years, thanks to the educational campaigns of the Ministry of Food. Except for salads, vegetables are always eaten with meat, not separately. In the second half of the midday meal, we come upon one of the greatest glories of British cookery, its puddings. The number of these is so enormous that it would be impossible to give an exhaustive list, but, putting aside stewed fruits, British puddings can be classified under three main heads: suet puddings, pies and tarts, and milk puddings. Suet crust, which appears in innumerable combinations and enters into savory dishes as well as sweet ones, is simply ordinary pastry crust chopped beef suet substituted for the butter or lard. It can be baked, but is more often boiled in a cloth or steamed in a basin covered with a cloth. Far and away, the best of all suet puddings is plum pudding, which is an extremely rich, elaborate, and expensive dish, and is eaten by everyone in Britain at Christmas time, though not often at other times of the year. In simpler kinds of pudding, the suet crust is sweetened with sugar or stuck full of figs, dates, currants, or raisins, or it is flavored with ginger or orange marmalade, or it is used as a casing for stewed apples or gooseberries, or it is rolled around successive layers of jam into a cylindrical shape, which is called roly-poly pudding, or is eaten in plain slices with treacle poured over it. One of the best forms of suet pudding is the boiled apple dumpling. The core is removed from the large apple, the cavity is filled up with brown sugar, and the apple is covered all over with a thin layer of suet crust, tied tightly into a cloth and boiled. British pastry is not outstandingly good, but there are certain fillings for pies and tarts which are excellent and which are hardly to be found in other countries. Treacle tart is a delicious dish, and the large or small mince pies, which are eaten especially at Christmas, but else fairly frequently at other times, are almost equally good. The mincemeat with which they are filled is a mixture of various kinds of dried fruits, chopped fine, mixed up with sugar and raw beef suet, and flavored with brandy. Other favorite fillings are jams of various kinds, lemon curd, a preparation of lemon juice, yolk, and egg and sugar, and stewed apples flavored with lemon juice or cloves. An apple pie is often given an exceptionally fine flavor by including 1 quince among about a half dozen apples. The other main category of puddings, milk puddings, is the kind of thing that one would prefer to pass over in silence, but it must be mentioned since these dishes are unfortunately characteristic of Britain. They are preparations of rice, semolina, barley, sago, or even macaroni, mixed with milk and sugar and baked in the oven. The one made with barley is somewhat less bad than the others. The one made with macaroni is intolerable to any civilized palate. As all of these puddings are easy to make, they tend to be a standby in cheap hotels, restaurants, and apartment houses, and they are one of the chief reasons why British cookery has a bad name among foreign visitors. There are, of course, XXX countless other sweet dishes, including the whole range of jellies, blancmanges, custards, soufflés, ice puddings, meringues, and whatnot, which are much the same in all European countries. A few oddments which do not fit into any of the above categories are pancakes. British pancakes are thinner than those of most countries and are always eaten with lemon juice. Batter pudding, which is made of much the same ingredients as Yorkshire pudding, but is steamed instead of being baked and is eaten with treacle and baked apples. The apples are cored but not peeled, filled up with butter and sugar, and cooked in the oven. It is important that they should be served in the dish in which they are cooked. With cooked fruit of any kind, British people always eat cream if they can get it. In the west of England, a particularly delicious kind of clotted cream is made by slowly simmering large pans of milk and skimming off the cream as it comes to the surface. The midday meal ends with cheese. That cheese will probably be foreign. Some of the cheeses native to Britain are very good, but they are not produced in large quantities and are mostly consumed locally. The best of them is Stilton, a cheese rather the same kind as Roquefort or Gorgonzola, but stronger tasting and closer to the grain. Wensleydale, a similar but milder cheese, is also very good. When one has described the midday meal, one has also described, in its broadest outlines, the evening meal of the minority who call that meal dinner. Of course, luncheon and dinner are not quite the same. Dinner is a more elaborate meal and would always consist of at least 3 courses, since it would start with either soup or hors d'oeuvre. But there is no luncheon dish that is definitely not a dinner dish, or vice versa, and the enormously long dinner menus, which were fashionable in the 19th century, have been obsolete for 2 decades or thereabouts. Even before the war, a fairly elaborate dinner would normally consist of 4 or at the most 5 courses. Very few meals included more than 1 meat course, and the practice of eating a savory, usually a preparation of cheese or saltfish rather than the sweet, was rapidly going out. On the other hand, it is usual to drink more alcohol with the evening meal. Few British people drink much in the middle of the day. For those who drink at all, half a pint of beer would probably be the average, and still fewer drink wine, even if they can afford it. Port wine, traditionally associated with Britain and still imported in considerable quantities, is almost purely an after-dinner drink. Gin is drunk before meals, whiskey afterwards. After dinner, it is usual to drink 1 or 2 small cups of coffee. Coffee is drunk after lunch as well, but probably a great majority of British people prefer to end the meal with a cup of tea. As has been pointed out already, the bulk of the British people call their main evening meal tea, not dinner, and have it at about 6:30. At any rate, they have it as soon as the breadwinner of the family returns from work. So far as food values go, tea is not necessarily very different from dinner, but the layout of the meal is different. Tea, also commonly called high tea, is a large, comfortable, informal meal designed for people who are tired from work and had nothing to eat for 6 or 7 hours. It has to consist, therefore, of something that can be got ready quickly, and it is usual to place all the dishes on the table at once. High tea, if it is a good specimen of its kinds, consists of 1 hot dish, bread and butter and jam, cakes, salad or watercress if they are in season, and, at normal times when such things are easily procurable, tinned fruit. Sometimes the main dish is cold ham, tinned salmon, or shellfish, but usually it is something hot. It may be some kind of toasted cheese, such as the delicious Welsh rarebit, or fried bacon or sausages, or kippers, or perhaps stewed beef or cottage pie. No tea would be considered a good one if it did not include at least 1 kind of cake. Cakes are one of the specialties of British, more particularly Scottish, cooking, and like puddings, they are too numerous to be listed exhaustively. One can merely indicate a few are outstandingly good. The best and most characteristic of Britain is the rich, heavy plum cake, which is so impregnated with spices and chopped fruits as to be almost black in color. In their fullest glory, those cakes are studded all over with blanched almonds, and at Christmas time they are even richer by being covered in a layer of almond paste and then coated all over in icing sugar. There are, of course, many other varieties of plum cake. A plum cake simply means one that has currants or sultanas in it, ranging down to quite plain and inexpensive ones. The richest plum cake, which contain rum or brandy, improve with keeping, and it is usual to make them some weeks or months before it is intended to eat them. Another rich variety of cake contains crystallized cherries instead of currants, and a much plainer kind, which is always better than homemade, is flavored with caraway seeds. British gingerbread, very dark in color and containing black treacle, is also nearly better when made at home. Shortbread, a sort of very rich biscuit containing a great deal of butter, is seen at its best in Scotland. There are countless varieties of small cake, sponge cake, macaroons, donuts, different from the better-known American variety that have a dab of jam in the middle. Jam tarts, which are commonly eaten hot, and buns of various kinds, which are only slightly sweetened and intended to be split open, toasted, and eaten with butter. Scones, which are tiny round cakes made of flour, milk, and cooking fat, are commonly baked just before tea time and eaten so hot that the butter melts when it is spread on them. A particularly delicious kind of tea cake, also made to be toasted and buttered, is the crumpet, which is unsweetened and eaten with salt. Crumpets, which are of a very strange appearance, they are all white and full of holes like a Gruyere cheese. So I'm really bad at pronouncing most food items. Are made by a process that is known to very few people. As well as cakes, biscuits are much eaten at tea time. British biscuits are exceptionally good, but they are seldom successfully made at home since they need very carefully regulated temperatures, which are only possible under factory conditions. For the overwhelming majority of people, tea is the inevitable drink at the evening meal. It is very unusual to drink any alcohol at this meal. British working people, in any case, do not often drink alcohol in their own homes. They like to bring home a few bottles of beer for midday dinner on Sundays, but for the most part their drinking is done in the public house, which serve as a kind of club. Many people drink yet another cup of tea with this final snack, which is taken just before going to bed. This snack probably consists of cake, biscuits, or bread and jam, though in the big towns, where the fried fish stops stay open until a late hour, it is common to end the day with fried fish and chipped potatoes. It will be seen that British cookery displays more variety than and more originality than foreign visitors are usually ready to allow, and that the average restaurant or hotel, whether cheap or expensive, is not a trustworthy guide to the diet of the great mass of the people. Every style of cookery has its particular faults, and the two great shortcomings of British cookery are a failure to treat vegetables with due seriousness and an excessive use of sugar. At normal times, the average consumption of sugar per head is very much higher than in most countries, and all British children and a large proportion of adults are overmuch given to eating sweets between meals. It is, of course, true that sweet dishes and confectionery, cakes, puddings, jams, biscuits, and sweet sauces, are especially glory of British cookery, but the national addiction to sugar has not done the British palate any good. Too often it leads to people to concentrate their main attention on subsidiary foods and to tolerate bad and unimaginative cookery in the main dishes. Part of the trouble is that alcohol, even beer, is fantastically expensive and therefore come to be looked on as a luxury to be drunk in moments of relaxation, not as an integral part to the meal. The majority of people drink sweetened teas with at least two of their daily meals, and it is therefore only natural that they should want the food itself to taste excessively sweet. The innumerable bottled sauces and pickles which are on sale in Britain are also enemies of good cookery. There is reason to think, however, that the standard of British cookery, that is, cookery inside the home, has gone up during the war years, owing to the drastic rationing of tea, sugar, meats, and fats. The average housewife has been compelled to be more economical than she used to be, to pay more attention to the seasoning of soups and stews, and to treat vegetables as a serious foodstuff and less a neglected sideline. At the end, there will be found a half-dozen recipes of characteristic British dishes which have already been shortly mentioned. In addition, it is worth listing the foodstuffs, natural or prepared, which are especially good in Britain and which any foreign visitor should make sure of sampling. First of all, British apples, one or other variety which is obtainable for about 7 months of the year. Nearly all British fruits and vegetables have a good natural flavor, but the apples are outstanding. The best are those that ripen late, from September onwards, and one should not be put off by the feat that most British varieties are dull in color and irregular in size. The best are the Cox's Orange Pippin, the Blenheim Orange, the Charles Haas, the James Grieve, and the Russet. These are all eaten raw. The Bramley seedling is a superlative cooking apple. Secondly, salt fish, especially kippers and Scottish haddocks. Thirdly, oysters, very large and good, although artificially expensive. Fourthly, biscuits, both sweetened and unsweetened, especially those that come from the 4 or 5 great firms whose names are a trademark. Fifthly, jams and jellies of all kinds. These are usually best when homemade, with the exception of strawberry jam, which is nearly always better as a manufactured product. Some varieties, not often seen outside Britain, are blackcurrant jelly, bramble jelly, made of blackberries, narrow jam with ginger, and damson cheese, an especially stiff kind of jelly which can be cut in slabs. In addition, no one who has not sampled Devonshire cream, Stilton cheese, crumpets, potato cakes, saffron buns, Dublin prawns, apple dumplings, pickled walnuts, steak and kidney pudding, and of course roast sirloin of beef with Yorkshire pudding, roast potatoes and horseradish sauce, can be said to have given British cookery a fair trial. The only alcoholic drinks which are native to Britain and are widely drunk are beer, cider, and whiskey. The cider is fairly good. That brewed in Herefordshire is the best. The beer, very good. It is somewhat more alcoholic and very much bitterer than the beers in most other countries, all save the mildest and cheapest kinds being strongly flavored with hop. Its flavor varies greatly from one part of the country to the other. The whiskey exported from Britain is mostly Scottish, but the Irish kind, which is sweeter in taste and contains more rye, is also popular in Britain itself. One excellent liquor, sloe gin, is widely made in Britain, though not often exported. It is always better when homemade. It is of a beautiful purplish red color and rather resembles cherry brandy, but is of a more delicate flavor. Finally, a word in praise of British bread. In general, it is close-grained rather than sweet-flavored bread, which remains good for 3 or 4 days after being baked. It is seen at its best in the kind of double loaf. Rye bread and barley bread are hardly eaten in Britain, but the wholemeal wheat bread is extremely good. The great virtue of British bread is that it is baked in small batches in a rather primitive way, and therefore is not at all standardized. The bread from one baker may be quite different from another down the street, and one can range about from shop to shop until one is suited. It is a good general rule that small old-fashioned shops make the best flavored bread, though a great deal of the north of England the women prefer to bake their bread for themselves. And finally, the recipes. Welsh rabbit. Ingredients: 1 ounce butter, 4 ounces cheese, coarsely grated, 1 tablespoonful of milk or beer, half a tablespoon made of mustard, pepper and salt. Method: melt the butter into a saucepan, add the milk, salt, mustard, and cheese, heat and stir until the cheese is melted, pour onto slices of hot buttered toast which have been prepared beforehand. Serve immediately. Sorry, I think I said rabbit, said rarebit. Yorkshire pudding. Ingredients: 4 ounces flour, 1 or 2 eggs, half a teaspoon of salt, half a pint of milk, or milk and water. Method: put the flour into a basin with salt, make a well in the center, break the eggs, beat well, adding the milk to make a thick batter. Allow this to stand for 2 hours. Melt some dripping in a baking tin, and when quite hot, pour in the batter. Make for half an hour in a hot oven. Treacle tart. Ingredients: 12 ounces of short crust pastry, golden syrup, 2 ounces breadcrumbs, a pinch of ginger or a little lemon juice. Method: bake the pastry crust in proportion of 8 ounces of flour to 5 ounces of butter with a pinch of salt and mix in with cold water. Lie a flat metal dish with the pastry, cover the layer of breadcrumbs, then pour in the golden syrup. Sprinkle lemon juice or ginger over the syrup, and then cover for the remainder of the crumbs. Bake for 30 minutes in a hot oven. Orange marmalade. Handwritten note: bad recipe, too much sugar and water. Ingredients: 2 Seville oranges, 2 sweet oranges, no, 2 lemons, no! 8 pounds of preserving sugar, 8 pints water. Method: wash and dry the fruit, halve them and squeeze out the juice, remove some of the pith, and then shred the fruit finely. Tie the pips in a muslin bag. Put the strained juice, rind and pips into water and soak for 48 hours. Place in a large pan and simmer for 1.5 hours until the rind is tender. Leave to stand overnight and then add the sugar and let it dissolve before bringing to the boil. Boil rapidly until a little of the mixture will set into a jelly when placed on a cold plate. Pour into jars which have been heated beforehand and cover with paper covers. Plum cake. Ingredients: 3/4 of a pound of butter, half a pound of sugar, 4 eggs, 3/4 of a pound of flour, pound of crystallized cherries, 1/4 pound of raisins, 1/4 pound sultanas, 1/4 pound of chopped almonds, 1/4 pound of mixed candied peel, the grated rind of 1 lemon and 1 orange, half a teaspoon of mixed spice, a pinch of salt, 1 glass of brandy. Method: beat the batter and sugar to a cream, add each egg separately and beat until the mixture is stiff and uniform. Sift the flour with the mixed spice and salt, stir well into the creamed mixture, Add the raisins, stoned beforehand, the cherries cut in half, and the sultanas, candied peel cut into small pieces, the grated lemon and orange rind. Add the brandy. Mix thoroughly, put into a round tin lined with greased paper, put into a hot oven for 10 to 15 minutes, then reduce heat and bake slowly for 3.5 hours. And the reason we were reading this, the Christmas pudding ingredients: 1 pound each of currant, sultanas, and raisins, 2 ounces of sweet almonds, 1 ounce of sweet almonds, 1 ounce bitter almonds, 4 ounces mixed peel, half a pound of brown sugar, half a pound of flour, 1/4 of a pound of breadcrumbs, half a teaspoon of salt, half a teaspoon of grated nutmeg, quarter teaspoonful of powdered cinnamon, 6 ounces suet, the rind and juice of 1 lemon, 5 eggs, a little milk, 1/8 a pint of brandy or a little beer. Method: wash the fruit, chop the suet, shred and chop the peel, stone and chop the raisins, blanch and chop the almonds. Prepare the breadcrumbs, sift the spices and salt into the flour, mix all the dry ingredients into a basin, heat the eggs, mix them with lemon juice and the other liquids, add to the dry ingredients and stir well. If the mixture is too stiff, add a little more milk. Allow the mixture to stand for a few hours in a covered basin. Then mix well again and placed in well-greased basins about 8 inches in diameter. Cover with rounds of greased paper. Then tie the tops of the basins over the floured cloths if the puddings are to be boiled, or with thick grease paper if they are to be steamed. Boil or steam for 5 to 6 hours. On the day when the pudding is to be eaten, reheat it by steaming it for 3 hours. When serving, pour a large spoonful of warm brandy over it and set fire to it. In Britain, it is usual to mix into each pudding 1 or 2 small coins, tiny china dolls, or silver charms, which are supposed to bring luck. Commissioned by the British Council in 1946, unpublished. Many thanks to Marie McParton for the transcription. All right. So Master Abby says, not much, just woke up from a nap and about to play some Expeditions Rome. Sounds good. I've never tried it, but it seems like one I would enjoy. And Algren says, so future chalk stream, cooking with chalk, overhead camera showing the hands like the original Binging with Bavish. I am not very good at cooking, but I did get I know most of you have been subjected to this. I did get the Harold McGee book. And it's a sufficiently nerdy way for me to become interested in the preparation of food. So I would be interested in, so like, for instance, when I contrast this, I'm curious what people thought of this essay, by the way. I would say that one of the things that interests me on this is I can definitely see the stamp of British cuisine on Canadian cuisine. I can actually also see some very specific ways in which Canadian food has diverged. And I think one of the things that comes to mind, of course, is the French influence. So, for instance, it would not be fair to say that soup isn't a thing for Canadian cuisine. I mean, I also suspect, too, that British cuisine has changed since 1946. But like pea soup is definitely a big thing in Quebec. And of course, this is the combination of both the French and English heritage. And then, of course, there would be the indigenous population as well. I feel that probably less salted fish. I feel that, like definitely salmon is a thing, but I can't really imagine something like, kippers. Poutine's probably one of the best known, but that's actually such an interesting one because like definitely it is one that is recognized as a French dish. But if you think of it, right, like the chips or fries, cheese curds and gravy, like that one you could definitely see, some kind of, at the very least, the chips, right? And some of the cheeses being described here. Like, I could definitely see that being something you could see connected to the essay. So, again, I'm not really one for fine dining. Like, it's largely wasted on me. Although I think it's hard for anyone to complain about good food. But, I'm going to be like Jack in that scene in Titanic when he's able to he's invited to dinner with the upper classes, right? It's like what fork do you use? Like, and the unsinkable Molly Brown is like, just start from the outside and work your way in. But yeah, it's like most things. I think being being really interested in it, like I think kind of passion and fascination with certain topics is most interesting to me. So I know it can sometimes be sort of fun to make fun of foodies. Like, I'm not one of these people who would take a photo of a dinner, but I did a little bit, like I was saying to Algrins about haggis. Like, where you can, it's good to try it's good to try new things, and it's good to try and gain. Like, I guess I put it to you this way. There are very, very specific distinctions that people make in terms of like what is good and what isn't. And sure, any distinction like that can easily be waved away with, a hand gesture. It's like, oh, you're just worried about a bunch of nonsense. But I don't really feel that's quite the way to handle it, right? Like, I always kind of want to know. For me, I never really got an understanding of wine. But when I got into whiskey, and I really appreciated that there was 100% distinctions between various single malts that I tried, and how I had a really clear preference. So like, I really like the island malts, and of course nowadays, like, Lagavulin is basically a meme on its own. But yeah, like, I happen to like that, very strong kind of taste. There was this place called the Irish Heather, and they sort of had this like place in the back called Shebeen, and like they had a bunch of different whiskeys there, and if you wanted, you could get a masterclass in the differences in terms of whiskeys. And being able to understand that, being able to sort of appreciate that and find out that yes, in fact, there were meaningful differences, not just in the look or the smell, but the taste, and that there is not even necessary, like, there'll be a preference that you may have in terms of like what you like, but the idea that there doesn't necessarily have to be a preference that you have all the time, but rather one that you think would be good to match with. So for me, actually, I think it's also true that for coffee, like I worked at Starbucks for a while, and this did give me an appreciation for different coffees, different growing regions, as well as roasts. So for the most part, I do quite like sort of Pacific region coffees. But I do actually also like African coffees as well. And there's some really interesting ones. I actually also know that Stanley Kubrick really liked African coffees. So I, maybe I'm slightly biased there. Latin American ones, less so. They're a little bit lighter for me than I would normally go for. I know usually people are like, these would be, a good breakfast coffee or whatever. But then there's also some Arabic coffees. And again, like, I generally like coffee. I'm going to like any given coffee that's put in front of me. But I have definitely learned to express certain preferences. I've had Turkish coffee. I actually had Turkish coffee in London. I really liked it. It actually came with a bit of Turkish delight as well. But like, one of the things I really like about Turkish coffee is just hearing about like all of the sort of ritual behind it, which I also think is kind of interesting. I did kind of want to get some of the paraphernalia for making Turkish coffee, but I'm sort of like, I already struggle enough with the French press. Like, I probably don't need anything that will create more difficulty for me. But again, like, it's, what is my preference? Well, roughly the preference that you might expect based on, my my preferred whiskey. Like, kind of the darker, sort of heavier, earthy stuff seems to be where I go more for. Although weirdly enough, if it comes to beers, I tend to like, like an amber ale more than a stout. So I guess I still have some. I'm not like fully a one note person, but the idea of pairings, and trying like different kinds of chocolate with different kinds of coffees or whatnot. Like, I don't sit down, like, I live on my own, so like I don't. If I make too much stuff, it's going to be very difficult for me to eat all of it, or I'm going to be completely wired. But it's definitely kind of fun, and it's one of these things that I kind of gained a greater appreciation of. And I also need to recognize that a lot of the coffee that I enjoy has already been the product of a lot of different selections, right? So somebody's picked a certain type of bean, somebody's done a certain kind of roast. If you go for a chain, so if you go for a Starbucks, there is an entire division about selecting providers, selecting certain roasts. Like, there's a bunch of selections that have already been made to give you the options that you have. And even if you aren't going for like a major chain like that, you still have there's still a number of things that are are going between the full universe of possibilities and the ones that you'll sort of have in front of you. Which is also why it's kind of fun to have like a local place that you go. Like, in general, I'm going to be happy with I'm going to be pretty happy with any like local place that I can sort of sit down and read or write. But it is also nice to kind of like have your place and, a couple of people who are maybe a little too obsessed with coffee to come off as normal. But to just be able to, to try a few different things and see what they recommend. I also don't know that much about the different forms. So apparently pour over was like a big thing that people were really into. I still go with a French press. It definitely feels decent to have. I don't know. It seems very straightforward, right? Grind up the bean, have it, connected directly with the water for a sufficient period of time. I don't know. All right. Can you all endure one more Orwell essay? Just going to have a little more coffee and then we can move on. And then after that, I think I'll move on to the Christmas story I had in mind, and then we'll do Sir Gawain and the Green Knight after the recommendation of Jazilla, which I really like. Okay. This one is definitely a favorite of mine, and I actually feel that this is a little bit more appropriate to read a bit later, but it sort of follows the spirit of some of these Christmas essays that we've seen before. Some thoughts on the common toad. Before the swallow, before the daffodil, and not much later than the snowdrop, the common toad salutes the coming of spring after his own fashion, which is to emerge from a hole in the ground where he has lain buried since the previous autumn, and crawl as rapidly as possible towards the nearest suitable patch of water. Something, some kind of shudder in the earth, or perhaps merely a rise of a few degrees in the temperature, has told him that it is time to wake up, though a few toads appear to sleep around the clock and miss out a year from time to time. At any rate, I have more than once dug them up alive and apparently well in the middle of the summer. At this period, after his long fast, the toad has a very spiritual look, like a strict Anglo-Catholic towards the end of Lent. His movements are languid but purposeful, his body is shrunken, and by contrast his eyes look abnormally large. This allows one to notice, what one might not at another time, that a toad has about the most beautiful eye in any living creature. It is like gold, or more exactly, it is like the golden-colored semi-precious stone which one sometimes sees in signet rings, and which I think is called chrysoberyl. For a few days after getting into the water, the toad concentrates on building up his strength by eating small insects. Presently, he is swollen to his normal size again, and then he goes through a phase of intense sexiness. All he knows, at least if he is a male toad, is that he wants to get his arms around something, and if you offer him a stick or even your finger, he will cling to it with surprising strength and take a long time to discover that it is not a female toad. Frequently, one comes upon shapeless masses of 10 or 20 toads rolling over and over in water, one clinging to another without distinction of sex. By degrees, however, they sort themselves out into couples, with the male duly sitting on the female's back. You can now distinguish males from females because the male is smaller, darker, and sits on top, with his arms tightly clasped around the female's neck. After a day or two, the spawn is laid in long strings, which wind themselves in and out of the reeds and soon become invisible. A few more weeks, and the water is alive with masses of tiny tadpoles, which rapidly grow larger, sprout hind legs, then forelegs, then shed their tails, and finally, about the middle of summer, a new generation of toads, smaller than one's thumbnail, but perfect in every particular, crawl out of the water and begin the game anew. I mention the spawning of the toads because it is one of the phenomena of spring which most deeply appeal to me, and because the toad, unlike the skylark and the primrose, has never had much of a boost from poets. But I am aware that many people do not like reptiles or amphibians, and I am not suggesting that in order to enjoy the spring you have to take an interest in toads. There is also the crocus, the missel thrush, the cuckoo, the blackthorn, etc. The point is that the pleasures of spring are available to everybody and cost nothing. Even in the most sordid street, the coming of spring will register itself by some sign or other, if only a brighter blue between the chimney pots or the vivid green of an elder sprouting on a blitzed site. Indeed, it is remarkable how nature goes on existing, unofficially as it were, in the very heart of London. I have seen a kestrel flying over the Deptford gasworks, and I have heard a first-rate performance by a blackbird in Euston Road. There must be hundreds of thousands, if not millions of birds living inside the 4-mile radius, and it is a rather pleasing thought that none of them pays a halfpenny for rent. As for spring, not even the narrow and gloomy streets around the Bank of England are quite able to exclude it. It comes seeping in everywhere, like one of those new poison gases which pass through all filters. The spring is commonly referred to as a miracle, and during the past 5 or 6 years this worn-out figure of speech has taken on a new lease on life. After the sort of winters we've had to endure recently, the spring does seem miraculous, because it has become gradually harder and harder to believe that it is actually going to happen. Every February since 1940, I have found myself thinking that this time winter is going to be permanent. But Persephone, like the toads, always rises from the dead at about the same moment. Suddenly, towards the end of March, the miracle happens and the decaying slum which I live is transfigured. Down in the square, the sooty privets have turned bright green. The leaves are thickening on the chestnut trees. The daffodils are out. The wallflowers are budding. The policeman's tunic looks positively a pleasant shade of blue. The fishmonger greets his customers with a smile, and even the sparrows are quite a different color, having left the balminess of the air and nerved themselves to take a bath since their first since last September. Is it wicked to take pleasure in spring and other seasonal changes? To put it more precisely, is it politically reprehensible, while we are all groaning, or at any rate ought to be groaning, under the shackles of the capitalist system, to point out that life is frequently more worth living because of a blackbird's song, a yellow elm tree in October, or some other natural phenomenon which does not cost money and does not have what the editors of left-wing newspapers call a class angle? There is no doubt that many people think so. I know by experience that a favorable reference to nature in one of my articles is liable to bring me some abusive letters, and though the key word in these letters is usually sentimental, 2 ideas seem to be mixed up in them. One is that any pleasure in the actual process of life encourages a sort of political quietism. People, so the thought runs, ought to be discontented, and it is our job to multiply our wants and not simply to increase our enjoyment of the things we have already. The other idea is that the age of machines, and that to dislike, the other idea is that this is the age of machines, and that to dislike the machine, or even to want to limit its domination, is backward-looking, reactionary, and slightly ridiculous. This is often backed up by the statement that a love of nature is a foible of urbanized people who have no notion what nature is really like. Those who really have to deal with the soil, so it is argued, do not love the soil and do not take the faintest interest in birds, flowers, birds or flowers, except from a strictly utilitarian point of view. To love the country, one must live in the town, merely taking an occasional weekend ramble at the warmer times of year. This last idea is demonstrably false. Medieval literature, for instance, including popular ballads, is full of an almost Georgian enthusiasm for nature. And the art of agricultural peoples, such as the Chinese and Japanese, center around trees, birds, flowers, rivers, mountains. The other idea seems to me to be wrong in the subtler way. Certainly we ought to be discontented. We ought not simply to find out ways of making the best of a bad job. And yet, if we kill all pleasure in the actual process of life, what sort of future are we preparing for ourselves? If a man cannot enjoy the return of spring, why should he be happy in a labor-saving utopia? What will he do with the leisure that the machine will give him? I have always suspected that if our economic and political problems are ever really solved, life will become simpler instead of more complex, and that the sort of pleasure one gets from finding the first primrose will loom larger than the sort of pleasure that one gets from eating an ice to the tune of a Wurlitzer. I think that by restraining one's childhood love of such things as trees, fishes, butterflies, and, to return to my first instance, toads, one makes a peaceful and decent future a little more probable, and that by preaching the doctrine that nothing is to be admired except steel and concrete, one merely makes it a little surer that human beings will have no outlet for their surplus energy except in hatred and leader worship. At any rate, spring is here, even in London N1, and they can't stop you enjoying it. This is a satisfying reflection. How many times have I stood watching the toads mating, or a pair of hares having a boxing match in the young corn, and thought of all the important persons who would stop me enjoying this if they could. But luckily they can't. So long as you are not actually ill, hungry, frightened, or immured in prison or a holiday camp, spring is still spring. The atom bombs are piling up in the factories, the police are prowling through the cities, the lies are streaming from the loudspeakers, but the earth is still going around the sun, and neither the dictators nor the bureaucrats, deeply as they disapprove of the process, will be able to prevent it. First published the 12th of April, 1946, in the Tribune. So, a little early. I definitely intend to read this when spring is here, because definitely in Ottawa, the winters feel like they last forever, particularly around the end of March. But I also like this one just because of the... I do feel that it's quite relevant. There's definitely a certain type of Twitter poster who Orwell is talking to, and maybe there's some reassurance to know that even in the 1940s there was a that kind of reaction to whenever he was writing about nature, which he very obviously loved throughout all of his writings. All right, now I have the book that I want to share. We are going to be reading. I'm actually curious about this. I'm going to take a minute to step away and just get my other book, and maybe I will make myself some tea. But I am kind of curious. How many of you know that Kurt Vonnegut wrote A Christmas Story? Because that is what we're going to be reading tonight. And then on top of that, how many of you have read any Kurt Vonnegut? And do you have any opinions? So I'm going to leave you with those questions. I'm going to put the break sign up just so that I can give myself a little bit of time to make the tea as well. But I don't expect to be gone too long. And at least while I can, for those of you that have, have been sticking with me for this period of time, I'd love to know your thoughts on the Vonnegut questions. But while I am getting myself set up, I will leave you to ponder it and maybe watch some advertising. So see you all in a little bit. All right, thank you everybody for your patience. Let's bring this up here. So, oh, wonderful. I actually don't have any of those in my library. So right now I have player piano, um, Sirens of Titan, and Slaughterhouse 5, I believe. Um, Definitely, I feel like I need more Vonnegut in my in my library, but I feel like those are some default. Excellent. Yes, I would definitely. Cat's Cradle is definitely one that I want to pick up. Actually, the funny thing is that I found it easier to find. I found it easier to find more Kurt Vonnegut books when I was visiting the States. So I definitely bought myself a couple, but then like they basically had every single one on the shelf, and I was like, I'd like to like just buy one of everything, but like, am I seriously gonna bring a small library with me through? I didn't have like a checked bag or anything like that. It's like there's gonna be a point where I may have to decide like what am I leaving um, back at back in the hotel. Now, so this is, I believe this is a Penguin book that I took the photo of. I think a number of you probably know that Vonnegut did do some illustrations for, for his work. So there is actually an accompanying illustration with While Mortals. Sorry, it says Delacorte Press, New York, is the one that I have here. The one thing I'm not so sure about, though, is it does say here unpublished short fiction. And as far as I can tell, this was in fact published. Now, as a different version was published, so maybe this version had previously been unpublished. But so far as I can tell, this is a story that was published in somewhere around the 50s, I think. Anything declared, just a small library. Anyways, this is While Mortals Sleep, which I am calling the Kurt Vonnegut Christmas story. While Mortals Sleep. If Fred Hackelman and Christmas could have avoided each other, they would have. He was a bachelor, a city editor, and a newspaper genius, and I worked for him as a reporter for 3 insufferable years. As nearly as I could tell, he and the spirit of Christmas had as little in common as a farm cat and the Audubon Society. He was like a farm cat in a lot of ways. He was solitary, deceptively complacent and lazy, and quick with the sharp claws of his authority and wit. He was in his middle 40s when I worked for him, and he had seemingly lost respect not just for Christmas, but for government, matrimony, business, patriotism, and just about any other important institution you could name. The only ideals I ever heard him mention were terse leads, good spelling, accuracy, and speed in reporting the stupidity of mankind. I can remember only one Christmas during which he radiated faintly anything like joy and goodwill, but that was a coincidence. A jailbreak happened to take place on December 25th. I can remember another Christmas when he badgered a rewrite girl until she cried because she'd said in a story that a man had passed on after being hit by a freight train. Did he get up, dust himself off, giggle, and pass on to wherever he was headed before his little misunderstanding with the locomotive? Hackelman wanted to know. No, she bit her lip. He died, and why didn't you say so in the first place? He died. After the locomotive, the tender, 58 loaded freight cars, and the caboose rolled over him, he died. That we can tell our readers without fear of contradiction. First-rate reporting. He died. Did he go to heaven? Is that what he passed on to? I don't know. Well, your story says we know. Did the reporter say that he had definite information that the dead man is now in heaven or en route? Did you check with the man's minister to see if he had a ghost of a chance of getting in? She burst into tears. I hope he did, she said furiously. I tried to say I hoped he did, and I'm not sorry. She walked away, blowing her nose, and paused by the door to glare at Hackelman. Because it's Christmas, she cried, and she left the newspaper world forever. Christmas, said Hackelman. He seemed baffled and looked around the room as though hoping that someone would translate the strange word for him. Christmas. He walked over to the calendar on the wall and ran his finger along the dates until it came to the 25th. Oh, that's the one with the red numbers. Huh. But the Christmas season I remember best is the last one I spent with Hackelman, the season in which the great crime was committed, the robbery proclaimed by Hackelman gleefully as the most infamous crime in the history of the city. It must have been on about the 1st of December that I heard him say, as he went over his morning mail, "God damn it, how much glory can come to one man in one short lifetime?" He called me over to his desk. "It isn't right that all the honors that pour into these offices every day should be shared only by management," he said. "It's to you, the working stiffs, that the honors really belong." "That's very kind of you," I said uneasily. "So, in lieu of the raise which you richly deserve, I am going to make you my assistant." "Assistant city editor?" "Bigger than that, my boy. You are now assistant publicity director of the annual Christmas outdoor lighting contest. Bet you thought I wasn't even aware of the brilliant, selfless job that you've been doing for the paper, eh?" He shook my hand. "Well, here's your answer. Congratulations." "Thanks. What do I do?" "The reason executives die young is that they don't know how to delegate authority," said Hackelman. "This should add 20 years to my life because I hereby delegate to you my full authority as publicity director, just tendered me by the Chamber of Commerce. The door of opportunity is wide open. If your publicity makes this year's annual Christmas outdoor lighting contest the biggest, brightest one yet, there'll be no ceiling on how high you can rise in the world of journalism. Who's to say you won't be the next publicity director of National Raisin Week?" "I'm afraid I'm not very familiar with the particular art form," I said. "Nothing to it," said Hackelman. "The contestants dangle colored electric lights over all the fronts of their houses, and the man whose meter goes around the fastest wins. That's Christmas for you." As a dutiful assistant publicity director, I boned up on the history of the event and learned that the contest had been held every year except for the war years since 1938. The first winner won with a two-story Santa Claus outlined in lights on the front of his house. The next winner had a great pair of plywood bells outlined in lights that hung from the eaves, which swung back and forth while a loudspeaker concealed in the shrubbery went ding-dong. And so it went. Each winner bettered the winner of the year before until no entrant had a prayer of winning without the help of an electrical engineer, and the power and light company had every bit of its equipment dangerously overloaded on the night of the judging, Christmas Eve. As I said, Hackelman wanted nothing to do with it, but unfortunately for Hackelman, the publisher of the paper had just been elected president of the Chamber of Commerce, and he was annoyed to learn that one of his employees was squirming out of a civic duty. The publisher rarely appeared in the city room, but his visits were always memorable, particularly the visit he made 2 weeks before Christmas to educate Hackelman on his twofold role in the community. "Hackelman," he said, "every man on this staff is not only a newspaper man, he is an active citizen." "I vote," said Hackelman. "I pay my taxes." "And there it stops," said the publisher reproachfully. "For 10 years you've been city editor, and for 10 years you've been ducking the civic duties that come to a man in such a position, foisting them off on the nearest reporter." He pointed at me. "It's a slap in the face to the community, sending out kids like that to do the work that most citizens would consider a great honor." "I haven't got time," said Hackelman sullenly. "Make the time. Nobody asks you to spend 18 hours a day in the office. That's your idea. It isn't necessary. Get out with your fellow men once in a while, Hackelman, especially now. It's the Christmas season, man. Get behind the contest and—" "What's Christmas to me?" said Hackelman. "I'm not a religious man, and I'm not a family man, and eggnog gives me gastritis, so the hell with Christmas." The publisher was stunned. "The hell with Christmas," he said hollowly, hoarsely. "Certainly," said Hackelman. "Hackelman," said the publisher evenly, "I order you to take part in the running of the contest, to get into the swing of Christmas. It'll do you good." "I quit," said Hackelman, "and I don't think that you will do you much good." And Hackelman was right. His quitting did the paper no good. It was a disaster, for in many ways he was the paper. However, there was no wailing or gnashing of teeth in the paper's executive offices, only a calm, patient wistfulness. Hackelman had quit before, but had never managed to stay away from the paper for more than 24 hours. His whole life was the paper, and his talking of quitting was like a trout's talking of quitting a mountain stream to get a job clerking in a 5 and 10. Setting a new record for an absence from the paper, Hackelman returned to his desk 27 hours after quitting. He was slightly drunk and surly, and looked no one in the eye. As I passed his desk, quietly and respectfully, he mumbled something to me. "Beg your pardon?" I said. "I said Merry Christmas," said Hackleman. "And a Merry Christmas to you." "Well, sir," he said, "it won't be long now, will it, until old Soup for Brains, with the long white beard, will come a-jingling over our housetops with goodies for us all." "No, I guess not." "A man who whips little reindeer is capable of anything," said Hackleman. "Yes, I suppose. Bring me up to date, will you, kid? What's this goddamn contest all about?" The committee that was supposed to be running the contest was top-heavy with local celebrities who were too busy and important to do a lick of work on the contest. The mayor, the president of a big manufacturing company, and the chairman of the real estate board. Hackleman kept me on as assistant, and it was up to us and some small fry from the Chamber of Commerce to do the spade work. Every night we went out to look for entries, and there were thousands of them. We were trying to make a list of the 20 best displays from which the committee would choose a winner on Christmas Eve. The Chamber of Commerce underlings scouted the south side of town, while Hackleman and I scouted the north. It should have been pleasant. The weather was crisp, not bitter. The stars were out every night, bright, hard, and cold against the black velvet sky. Snow, while cleared from the streets, lay on yards and rooftops, making all the world seem soft and clean, and our car radio sang Christmas carols. But it wasn't pleasant, because Hackleman talked most of the time, making a bitter indictment against Christmas. One time I was listening to a broadcast of a children's choir singing Silent Night, and was as close to heaven as I could get without being pure and dead. Hackleman suddenly changed stations to fill the car with the clangor of a jazz band. "What'd you do that for?" I said. "Running it into the ground," said Hackleman peevishly. "We've heard it 8 times tonight. They sell Christmas the way they sell cigarettes. Just keep hammering away at the same old line over and over again. I've got Christmas coming out of my ears." "They're not selling it," I said. "They're just happy about it." "Just another form of department store advertising." I twisted the dial back to the station, carrying the children's choir. "If you don't mind, I'd enjoy hearing this to the end," I said, "and then you can change it again." "Sleep in heavenly peace," piped the small, sweet voices, and then the announcer broke in. "The 15-minute interlude of Christmas favorites," he said, "has been brought to you by the Bullard Brothers Department Store, which is open until 10 o'clock every evening except Sunday. Don't wait until the last minute to do your Christmas shopping. Avoid the rush." "There!" said Hackleman triumphantly. "That's a side issue," I said. "The main thing is that the Savior was born on Christmas." "Wrong again," said Hackleman. "Nobody knows when he was born. There's nothing in the Bible to tell you. Not a word." "You're the last man I'd come to for an expert opinion on the Bible," I said heatedly. "Memorized it when I was a kid," said Hackleman. "Every night I had to learn a new verse. If I missed a word, by God, the old man knocked my block off." "Oh?" This was an unexpected turn of events. Unexpected because part of Hackleman's impressiveness lay in his keeping to himself, in his never talking about his past or about what he did or thought when he wasn't at work. Now he was talking about his childhood and showing me for the first time an emotion more profound than impatience and cynicism. "I didn't miss a single Sunday school session for 10 years, said Hackleman. "Rain or shine, sick or well, I was there." "Devout, eh? Scared stiff of my old man's belt." "Is he still alive, your father?" "I don't know," said Hackleman without interest. "I ran away when I was 15 and never went back." "And your mother?" "Died when I was a year old." "Sorry." "Who the hell asked you to be sorry?" We were pulling up before the last house we planned to look at that night. It was a salmon-pink mansion with a spike fence, iron flamingos, and 5 television aerials, combining in one monster the worst features of Spanish architecture, electronics, and sudden wealth. There was no Christmas lighting display that we could see, only ordinary lights inside the house. We knocked on the door to make sure we'd found the right place, and were told by the butler that there was indeed a lighting display on the other side of the house, and that he would have to ask the master for permission to turn it on. A moment later, the master appeared, fat and hairy, and with 2 prominent upper front teeth, looking like a groundhog in a crimson dressing gown. "Mr. Fleetwood, sir," the butler said to his master, "these gentlemen here—" The master waved his man to silence. "How have you been, Hackleman?" he said. "It's rather late to be calling, but my door's always open to old friends." Gribbin? Said Hackleman incredulously. Lou Gribbin, how long have you been living here? Name's Fleetwood now, Hackleman. J. Spragg Fleetwood, and I'm strictly legitimate. There was a story the last time we met, but there isn't one tonight. I've been out for a year, living quietly and decently. Mad Dog Gribbin has been out for a year, and I didn't know it, said Hackleman. Don't look at me, I said. I give her the school board and the fire department. I've paid my debt to society, said Gribbin. Hackleman toyed with the visor of a suit of armor guarding the entrance into the baronial living room. Looks to me like you paid your debt to society 2 cents on the dollar, he said. Investments, said Gribbin. Legitimate investments in the stock market. How'd your broker get the bloodstains out of your money to find out what the denominations were, said Hackleman. If you're going to abuse my hospitality with rudeness, Hackleman, I'll have you thrown out, said Gribbin. Now, what do you want? They wish to see the lighting display, sir, said the butler. Hackleman looked very sheepish when this mission was announced. Yeah, he mumbled. We're on a damn fool committee. I thought the judging was to take place on Christmas Eve, said Gribbin. I didn't plan to turn it on until then, as a pleasant surprise for the community. Mustard gas generator, said Hackleman. All right, wise guy, said Gribbin haughtily. Tonight you're going to see what kind of citizen J. Spragg Fleetwood is. It was a world of vague forms and shades of blue in the snowy yard of J. Spragg Fleetwood, alias Mad Dog Gribbin. It was midnight and Hackleman and I stamped our feet and blew on our hands to keep warm, while Gribbin and 3 servants hurried about the yard, tightening electrical connections and working over what seemed to be statues with screwdrivers and oil cans. Gribbin insisted that we stand far away from the display in order to get the impact of the whole whenever it was ready to be turned on. We couldn't tell what it was that we were about to see, and we were particularly tantalized by what the butler was doing, filling an enormous weather balloon from a tank of gas. The balloon rose majestically, captive at the end of a cable, as the butler turned the crank of a winch. What's that for? I whispered to Hackleman. Sending for final instructions from God, said Hackleman. What do you get sent to prison for? Ran the numbers in town for a while, so they had about 20 people killed so they could keep his franchise. So they put him away for 5 years for not paying his income taxes. Lights ready, bawled Gribbin, standing on a porch, his arms upraised, commanding a miracle. Lights ready, said a voice in the shrubbery. Sound ready. Sound ready, sir. Balloon ready. Balloon aloft, sir. Let her go, cried Gribbin. Demons shrieked from the treetops. Suns exploded. Hackleman and I cowered and instinctively threw our arms across our faces. We uncovered our eyes slowly, fearfully, and saw stretching before us, in blinding, garish light, a life-size nativity scene. Loudspeakers on every side blared ear-splitting carols. Plaster cattle and sheep were everywhere, wagging their heads, while shepherds raised and lowered their right arms like railroad crossing gates, jerkily pointing to the sky. The Virgin Mary and Joseph looked down sweetly on a child in a manger, while mechanical angels flapped their wings, and mechanical wise men bobbed up and down like pistons. Look! Cried Hackleman above the din, pointing where the shepherds pointed, where the balloon had disappeared into the sky. There, over the salmon-pink palace of Mad Dog Gribbin, hung in the Christmas heavens from a bag of gas shone an imitation star of Bethlehem. Suddenly all was black and still again. My mind was numb. Hackleman stared blankly at the place where the star had been, speechless. Gribbin trotted towards us. Anything in town that can touch that? He panted proudly. Nope, said Hackleman bleakly. Think it'll win? Yep, murmured Hackleman. Unless somebody's got an atomic explosion in the form of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. People will come from miles around to see it, said Gribbin. Just tell 'em in the newspaper story to follow the star. Listen, Gribbin, said Hackleman. You know there isn't any money that goes with the first prize, don't you? Nothing but a lousy little scroll, maybe worth $1. Gribbin looked offended. Of course. This is a public service, Hackleman. Hackleman grunted. Come on, kid, let's call it a night, eh? It was a real break, our finding a certain winner for the contest a week before the judging was to take place. It meant that the judges and assistants like myself could spend most of Christmas Eve with our families instead of riding around town for hours trying to decide what was best of 20 or so equally good entries. All we had to do now was drive to Gribben's mansion, be blinded and deafened, shake his hand and give him the scroll, and return home in time to trim the tree, fill the stocking, and put away several rounds of eggnog. As thoughts of Christmas made Hackelmann's neurotic staff gentle and sentimental, and the preposterous rumor that he had a heart of gold gained wide circulation, Hackelmann behaved in typical holiday fashion, declaring that heads were going to roll because Mad Dog Gribben had been out of prison and back in town for a year without a single reporter's finding out about it. "By God," he said, "I'm going to have you go out on the street again, or the paper will fold up for want of news." And during the next 2 days, the paper would have done just that if it hadn't been for news from the wire services, because Hackelmann sent out almost everybody to find out what Gribben was up to. Desperate as Hackelmann made us, we couldn't find a hint of skullduggery in Gribben's life since he'd left prison. The only conclusion to draw was that crime paid so well that Gribben could retire in his early 40s and live luxuriously and lawfully for the rest of his days. "His money really does come from stocks and bonds," I told Hackelmann wearily at the end of the second day, "and he pays his taxes like a good boy and never sees his old friends anymore." All right, said Hackelmann irritably. "Forget it, never mind." He was more nervous than I'd ever seen him before. He drummed on his desk with his fingers and jumped at the unexpected sounds. "Is something special against him?" I asked. It wasn't like Hackelmann to go after anyone with such zeal. Ordinarily, he never seemed to care whether justice or crime won out. What interested him were the good news stories that came out of the conflict. After all, the guy really is going straight. "Forget it," said Hackelmann. Suddenly, he broke his pencil in two, stood up, and strode out, hours before his usual departure time. The next day was my day off. I would have slept till noon, but a paper boy was selling extras under my bedroom window. The headline was huge and black and spelled one terrible word: kidnapped. The story below said that the plaster images of Jesus, Mary, and Joseph had been stolen from Mr. J. Spragg Fleetwood, and that he offered a reward of $1,000 for information leading to their return before the judging of the annual Christmas outdoor lighting contest on Christmas Eve. Hackelmann called a few minutes later. I was to come to the office at once to help him trace down the clues that were pouring in. The police complained that, if there were any clues, hordes of amateur detectives had spoiled them, but there was no pressure at all on the police to solve the robbery. By evening, the search had become a joyful craze that no one escaped, that no one wanted to escape, and the search was for the people to make, not for the police. Throngs went from door to door asking if anyone had seen the infant Jesus. Movie theaters played to empty houses, and a local radio giveaway program said mournfully that nobody seemed to be home in the evenings to answer the telephones. Thousands insisted on searching the only stable in the city, and the owner made a small fortune selling them hot chocolate and donuts. An enterprising hotel bought a full-page ad declaring that if anyone found Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, here was an inn that would make room for them. The lead story in every edition of the paper dealt with the search, and every edition was a sellout. Hackelmann remained as sarcastic and cynical and efficient as ever. "It's a miracle," I told him. "By taking this little story and blowing it up big, you've made Christmas live." Hackelmann shrugged apathetically. "Just happened to come along when the news was slow. If something better comes along, and I hope it will, I'll drop this one right out of sight. It's about time somebody was running berserk with an automatic shotgun in a kindergarten, isn't it?" Sorry I opened my mouth. "Have I remembered to wish you a Merry Saturnalia?" "Saturnalia?" "Yeah, nasty old pagan holiday near the end of December. The Romans used to close the schools, eat and drink themselves silly, and say they loved everybody and give each other gifts." He answered the phone. "No, ma'am, we haven't found him yet." "Yes, ma'am, there'll be an extra if he turns up." "Yes, ma'am, the stable's already been checked pretty carefully." "Thank you. Goodbye." The search was more a spontaneous, playful pageant than an earnest hunt for the missing figures. Realistically, the searchers didn't have much of a chance. They made a lot of noise and went only where they thought it would be pleasant or interesting to go. The thief, who was apparently a nut, should have had little trouble in keeping this particular loot out of sight. But the searchers were so caught up in the allegory of what they were doing that a powerful expectation grew of its own accord, with no help from the paper. Everyone was convinced that the Holy Family would be found on Christmas Eve. But on that eve, no new stars shone over the city, save the 500-watt lamp hung from a balloon over the mansion of J. Sprague Fleetwood, alias Mad Dog Gribben, the victim of the theft. The mayor, the president of the big manufacturing company, and the chairman of the real estate board rode in the back seat of the mayor's limousine, while Hackelman and I sat on the jump seats in front of them. We were on our way to award the first prize scroll to Gribben, who had replaced the missing figures with new ones. "Turn down the street here," said the chauffeur. "Just follow the star," I said. "It's a light, a goddamn electric light that anybody can hang over his house if he's got the money," said Hackelman. "Follow the goddamn electric light," I said. Gribben was waiting for us, wearing a tuxedo, and he opened the car door himself. "Gentlemen, Merry Christmas." His eyes down, his hands folded piously across his round belly, he led us down a path, bounded by ropes, that led around a display and back to the street again. He passed by the corner of the mansion, just short of a point where he would be able to see the display. "I like to think of it as a shrine," he said, "with people coming from miles around, following the stars." He stepped aside, motioning us to go ahead. And the dumbfounding panorama dazzled us again, looking like an outdoor class in calisthenics, with expressionless figures bobbing, waving their arms, and flapping their wings. "Gangster heaven," whispered Hackelman. "Oh my," said the mayor. The chairman of the real estate board looked appalled, but cleared his throat and recovered gamely. "Now there's a display," he said, clinging doggedly to his integrity. "Where do you get the new figures?" said Hackelman. "Wholesale from a department store supply house," said Gribben. "What an engineering feat," said the manufacturer. "Took 4 engineers to do it," said Gribben proudly. "Whoever swiped the figures left the neon halos behind, thank God. They're rigged so I can make 'em blink if you think that'd look better." No, said the mayor. "Mustn't gild the lily." "Do I win?" said Gribben politely. Said the mayor. "Oh, do you win? Well, we have to deliberate, of course. We'll let you know this evening." No one seemed to think of anything more to say, and we shuffled back to the limousine. 32 electric motors, 2 miles of wire, 76 light bulbs, not counting neon, said Gribben as we pulled away. "I thought we were just going to hand him the scroll then and there," said the real estate man. "That was a plan, wasn't it?" "I just couldn't bring myself to do it then," sighed the mayor. "Suppose we could stop somewhere for a stirrup cup?" "He obviously won," said the manufacturer. "We wouldn't dare give the prize to anyone else. He won by brute force, brute dollars, brute kilowatts, no matter how terrible his taste is." "There's one more stop," said Hackelman. "I thought this was a one-stop expedition," said the manufacturer. "I thought we'd agreed on that." Hackelman held up a card. "Well, it's a technicality. The official deadline for entries was noon today. This thing came in special delivery about 2 seconds ahead of the deadline, and we haven't had a chance to check it." "Certainly can't match this Fleetwood thing," said the mayor. "What could? What's the address?" Hackelman told him. "Shabby neighborhood on the edge of town," said the real estate man. "No competition for our friend Fleetwood." "Let's forget it," said the manufacturer. "I've got guests coming in." "Bad public relations," said Hackelman gravely. It was startling to hear the words coming from him, enunciated with respect. He'd once said that the 3 most repellent forms of life were rats, leeches, and public relations men, in descending order. To the 3 important men in the back seat, though, these words were impressive and troubling. They mumbled and fidgeted, but didn't have the courage to fight. "Let's make it quick," said the mayor, and Hackelman gave the driver a card. Stopped by the traffic signal, we came abreast of a group of cheerful searchers who called to us, asking if we knew where the Holy Family was hidden. Impulsively, the mayor leaned out the window. "You won't find them under that," he said, wagging his finger at the light, over Gribben's house. Another group crossed the street before us, singing, "For Christ is born of Mary, and gathered all above. While mortals sleep, the angels keep their watch of wondering love." The light changed, and we drove on, saying little as we left the fine homes behind, and the electric lamp over Gribben's mansion was lost behind the black factory chimneys. "You sure the address is right?" said the chauffeur uncertainly. "I guess the guy knows his own address," said Hackelman. "This was a bad idea," said the manufacturing. A manufacturer looking at his watch. Let's call up Gribben or Fleetwood or whatever his name is and tell him he's the big winner. The hell with this. I agree, said the mayor. But as long as we're this far along, let's see it through. The limousine turned down a dark street, banged over a chuck hole, and stopped. This is it, gentlemen, said the chauffeur. We were parked before an empty, leaning, roofless house, whose soundest part was its splintered siding, a sign declaring it to be unfit for human habitation. Are rats and termites eligible for this contest? Said the mayor. The address checks, said the chauffeur defensively. Turn around and go home, said the mayor. Hold it, said the real estate man. There's a light in the barn in the back. My God, I came all this way to judge, and I'm going to judge. Go see who's in the barn, said the mayor to the chauffeur. The chauffeur shrugged, got out, walked through the snow-covered rubbish to the barn. He knocked. The door swung open under the impact of his fist. Silhouetted by a frail, wavering light from within, he sank to his knees. Drunk? Said Hackelman. I don't think so, murmured the mayor. He licked his lips. I think he's praying for the first time in his life. He got out of the car, and we followed him silently to the barn. When we reached the chauffeur, we went to our knees beside him. Before us were the three missing figures, Joseph and Mary sheltered against 1,000 drafts, the sleeping infant Jesus in his bed of straw. The only illumination came from a single oil lantern, and its wavering light made them live, alive with awe and adoration. On Christmas morning, the paper told the people where the Holy Family could be found. All Christmas Day, people streamed to the cold, lonely barn to worship. A small story announced that Mr. Spragg Fleetwood had won the annual Christmas outdoor lighting contest with 32 electric motors, 2 miles of wire, and 976 light bulbs, not counting neon, and an army surplus weather balloon. Hackelman was on the job at his desk, critical and disillusioned as ever. It's a great, great story, I said. I'm good and sick of it, said Hackelman. He rubbed his hands. What I'm looking forward to is January, when the Christmas bills come in. A great month for homicides. Well, there's still got to be a follow-up on the Christmas story. We still don't know who did it. How are you going to find out who did it? The name on the entry blank was a phony, and the guy who owns the barn hasn't been in town for 10 years. Fingerprints, I said. We could go over the figures for fingerprints. One more suggestion like that and you're fired. Fired, I said. What for? Sacrilege, said Hackelman grandly, and the subject was closed. His mind, as he said, was on stories in the future. He never looked back. Hackelman's last act, with respect to the theft, the search, and the Christmas, was to send me out to the barn with a photographer on Christmas night. The mission was routine and trite, and it bored him. Get a crowd shot from the back with the figures facing the camera, said Hackelman. They must be pretty damn dusty by now, with all the sinners tramping through. Better go over 'em with a damp cloth before you make the shot. And that was While Mortals Sleep. What did you all think of that? So I'm just trying to see if I can find any images for the next one. It's interesting. I definitely feel that it's one. It definitely seems to me to be a very Vonnegut story, but it's not. It's maybe not one of the ones which has some of the, I don't know, like the pyrotechnics of the better known stories. Like I think it's very well crafted. Excuse me. I've actually heard from some that it's a good demonstration that he very clearly knew the conventions that he would flout in his best known works. And I think that's a very fair assessment of it. Yeah, I like that. So I was definitely looking for Christmas stories, for was definitely looking for Christmas stories to do for this year. And at this point, I was just kind of, I was going through all of the potential potential choices, and I was really charmed by this when I first read it. Apparently, the original version of the story was a bit more explicit in Hackelman being the one responsible for the theft. And I did actually hear an interesting bit of feedback from someone that, if anything, they felt that this version was too on the nose about it, which was very interesting. But I actually always find those kinds of differences to be really interesting. I think they reveal a lot about storytelling and what makes stories work, particularly when you've got a real master like Vonnegut, because being able to see, it's like there's I don't think anybody really thinks that anyone but Hackelman did it. But it is definitely interesting to have evidence that this is very clearly what Vonnegut is thinking in his original published version of the story. And then to just sort of see how he dials back a bit and makes it so that the same point is made, but it is made a little bit more subtly. To me, I tend to find that stuff a bit more interesting. It's also like when you see... sometimes there's old manuscripts of poems in progress, and you get to see how the poet adjusts the work that they're, the famous work, right? The one that's regarded as a classic or sort of foundational to the Western canon. It's always interesting to see those in progress, because it is very easy to... it's very easy to just kind of assume that these things come out fully formed. And of course they never do. I mean, sometimes, you're in the zone and you do an awesome first draft, but for the most part, you need to be able to learn that taste, to find out when something isn't working, to work it into that form that you want. And definitely when it comes to stuff that is just objectively good, it's encouraging to see that really good thing was not that way in the first form, that it actually took the same kind of refinement that even maybe some of your mediocrities take. And if anything else, right, certainly in my case, usually it's my first drafts that are the mediocrities. And so there's sometimes that encouraging feeling that Vonnegut didn't, hit it out of the park first draft every single time. I'm sure his first drafts are better than even my revised stuff. But there is something really encouraging to see an author at work in terms of being able to achieve a certain effect. And I tend to find those to be some of the more instructive cases. Now, I think probably this is going to push us over the usual runtime. I don't mind doing that, but I think this will also mean that we probably don't do any games tonight. So I am okay doing Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. But I should just caution that this is a pretty long one by the standards of what I've been reading this evening, which I'm happy to do. But I may have to end it on that. And I will also say it has been a while since I've read this, so it's also going to be one that I probably stumble over the most in terms of the delivery. But as long as you are willing to deal with my imperfect rendition of a really good poem, I'm definitely happy to share. So everybody good with one more Sir Gawain and the Green Knight? All right. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. I should mention here, so this is the modern English translation is by Marie Boroff, 1967, who has reproduced the alliterative meter of the original as well as the bob and wheel, the 5-line rhyming group that concludes the end of the long irregular stanzas. Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, Part 1. Oh, let me put up, I think this is from the original manuscript. Part 1. Since the siege and the assault was ceased at Troy, the walls breached and burnt down to bands and ashes. The knight that had knotted the nets of deceit was impeached for his perfidy, proven most true. It was high-born Aeneas and his haughty race that since prevailed over provinces and proudly reigned over well nigh all the wealth of the West Isles. Great Romulus to Rome repairs in haste. With boast and with bravery builds he that city, and names it with his own name that now it bears. Tychius to Tuscany, and towers raises. Langobard to Lombardy lays out homes. And far over the French sea, Felix Brutus, on many broad hills and high Britain he sets most fair. Where war and wrack and wonder by shifts have sojourned there, and bliss by turns with blunder in that land's lot had share. And since this Britain was built by this baron great, bold boys bred there in broils delighting, that did in their day many a deed most dire. More marvels have happened in this merry land than in any other I know since that olden time. But of those there built, of British kings, King Arthur was counted most courteous of all. Wherefore an adventure I aim to unfold, that marvel of might some men think it, and one unmatched among Arthur's wonders. If you will listen to my lay but a little while, as I heard it in hall, I shall hasten to tell anew, as it was fashioned featly in tale of daring do, and linked in measures meetly by letters tried and true. This king lay at Camelot, and at Christmastide many good knights and gay guests were there, arrayed of the Round Table, rightful brothers with feasting and fellowship and carefree mirth. There true men contended in tournaments many, joined there in jousting these gentle knights. Then came to the court for carol dancing, for the feast was in force full 15 days, with all the meat and the mirth that men could devise, such gaiety and glee, glorious to hear, braved in by day, dancing by night. High were their hearts in halls and chambers. These lords and these ladies for life were sweet, in peerless pleasures passed they their days, the most noble knights known under Christ, and the loveliest ladies that lived on earth ever. For he, the comeliest king, that court holds, for all this fair folk in their first age were still. Happiest of mortal kind, king noblest famed of will, you would now go far to find, so hardy a host on hill. While the new year was new, but yesternight come, this fair folk at feast twofold was served. When the king and his company were come in together, the chanting in chapel achieved and ended. Clerics and all the court acclaimed the glad season, cried Noel anew, good news to men. Then gallants gathered gaily, hand gifts to make, called them out clearly, claimed them by hand, bickered long and busily about those gifts. Ladies laughed loud, though losers they were, and he that won was not angered, as well you know. All this mirth they made until meat was served. When they had washed them worthily, they went to their seats. The best seated above, the best it beseemed, Guinevere, the goodly queen, gay in the midst, on the dais well decked and duly arrayed, with costly silk curtains, a canopy over, of Toulouse and Turkestan tapestries rich, all broidered and bordered with the best gems, ever brought into Britain with bright pennies to pay. Fair queen without a flaw, she glanced with eyes of grey, a seemlier than once he saw, in truth no man could say. But Arthur would not eat till all were served, So light his lordly heart, and a little boyish, his life he liked lively, the less he cared to be lying for long or long to sit. So busy his young blood, his brain so wild. And also a point of pride pricked him in heart, for he nobly had willed he would never eat on so high a holiday until he had heard first of some fair feat or fray, some far-borne tale, of some marvel of might that he might trust by champions of chivalry achieved in arms, or some suppliant came seeking some single knight to join with him in jousting, in jeopardy each, to lay life for life and leave it to fortune, to afford him on field fair hap or other. Such is the king's custom, when his court he holds, at each fair-famed feast, amid his fair host so dear. The stout king stands in state, till a wonder shall appear. He leads with heart elate high mirth in the new year. So he stands there in state, the stout young king, talking before the high table of trifles fair. There Gawain, the good knight, by Guinevere sits, with Argivain a la dure main on the other side. Both knights of renown, and nephews of the king. Bishop Baldwin above begins the table, and Yvain, son of Urien, ate with him there. These few with the fair queen were fittingly served. At the side tables sat many stalwart knights, and then the first course comes, with clamour of trumpets, that were bravely bedecked with banners bright, with noise of new drums and noble pipes. Wild were the warbles that wakened that day, in strains that stirred many strong men's hearts. There dainties were dealt out, dishes rare, choice fare to choose, on charges so many, that scarce was there space to set before the people the service of silver with sundry meats on cloth. Each fair guest freely there partakes with nothing loath, 12 dishes before each pair, good beer and bright wine both. Of the service itself I need say no more, for well you will know no tittle was wanting. Another noise and new was well nigh at hand, that the lord might leave his life to nourish, for scarce were the sweet strains still in the hall, and the first course come to that company fair. There hurtles in the hall door an unknown rider, on the greatest of grounds and growth of his frame, from broad neck to buttocks so bulky and thick, and his loins and his legs so long and so great. Half a giant on earth I hold him to be, but believe him no less than the largest of men, and that the seemliest in his stature to see he rides. For in back and in breast, though his body was grim, his waist was in width was worthily small, and formed with every feature in fair accord was he. Great wonder grew in hall, at his hue most strange to see, for man and gear and all were green as green could be. And in guise of all green, the gear and the man, a coat cut close that clung to his sides, and a mantle to match, made with a lining of furs cut and fitted. The fabric was noble, embellished all with ermine, and his hood beside, that it was loosed from his locks, and laid on his shoulders. With trim horse and tight the same tint of green, his calves were girt, then gold spurs under. He bore on silk bands that embellished his heels, and footgear well fashioned for riding most fit. And all his vesture verily was verdant green, both the bosses on his belt and other bright gems that were richly ranged on his raiment noble. About himself and his saddle set upon silk, that to tell half the trifles would tax my wits. The butterflies and birds embroidered thereon in green of the gayest, with many a gold thread, the pendants of the breastband and princely crupper, and the bars of the bit were brightly enameled. The stout stirrups were green that steadied his feet, and the bows of the saddle and the side panels both, that gleamed all and glinted with green gems about. The steed he sat bestrides of that same green so bright, a green horse great and thick, a headstrong steed of might, embroidered bridle quick, mount matched to men aright. Gay was this goodly man in guise of green, and his hair on his head to his horse suited. Fair flowing tresses enfold his shoulders, a beard big as a bush on his breast hangs. That with his heavy hair that from his head falls was evened all about above both his elbows, that half his arms thereunder were hid in the fashion of a king's cappeau that covers his throat. The mane of that mighty horse, much to it like, well curled and becombed, and cunningly knotted, with filaments of fine gold amid the fair green. Here a strand of the hair, here one of gold. His tail and his foretop twin in their hue, and bound both with a band of bright green, that was decked adown the dock with dazzling stones, and tied tight with the top of a purple knot, where many bells well burnished rang bright and clear. Such a mount in his might, nor man on him riding, none had seen, I dare swear, with sight in that hall so grand. As lightning quick and light, he looked to all at hand. It seemed that no man might his deadly dints withstand. Yet he had no helm, nor hauberk neither, nor plate, nor appurtenance appending to arms, nor shaft pointed sharp, nor shield for defence. But in his one hand he had a holly bob, and in this that is this goodliest in green when groves are bare, and an axe in the other, huge and immense, a wicked piece of work in words to expound. The head on its haft was an ell long, the spike of green steel, resplendent with gold, that blade burnished bright with broad edge, as well shaped to shear as a sharp razor. Stout was the stave in the strong man's grip, that was wound all with iron to the weapon's end, with engravings in green of goodliest work. A lace lightly about that led to a knot was loosed by lengths along the fair haft, and tassels thereto attached in row. With buttons of bright green, brave to behold, this horseman hurtles in, and the hall enters. Riding to the high dais, recked he no danger. Not a greeting he gave as the guests overlooked, nor wasted his words, but "Where is," he said, "the captain of this crowd? Keenly I wish to see that sire with sight, and to himself say my say." He swaggered all about to scan the host so gay. He haltered as if in doubt who in that hall held sway. There were stares on all sides, the stranger spoke. For much did they marvel what it might mean, that a horseman and a horse should have such a hue, glow green as the grass, and greener, it seemed, than green fused on gold, more glorious by far. All the onlookers eyed him and edged nearer, and awaited in wonder what he would do. For many sights had they seen, but in such a one never, so that phantom and fairy folk there deemed it. Therefore a chary of an answer was many a champion bold, and stunned at his strong words, stone still as they sat in a swooning silence in that stately hall. As all were slipped into sleep, so slackened their speech apace. Not all, I think, for dread, but some of courteous grace. Let him who was their head be spokesman in that place. Then Arthur before the high dais that entrance beholds, all hailed him, as behooved, for he had no fear, and said, "Fellow, in faith you have found fair welcome. The head of this hostelry, Arthur, am I. Leap lightly down, and linger, I pray, and the tale of your intent you shall tell us after." "Nay, so help me," said the other, "he that on high sits, to tarry here any time, 'twas not mine errand. But as the praise of you, Prince, is puffed up so high, and your court and your company are counted the best, stoutest, under steel gear on steeds to ride, worthiest of their works the wide world over, and peerless to prove in passages of arms, and courtesy here is carried to its height. And so at this season I have sought you out. You may be certain by the branch I bear in my hand that I shall pass here in peace, and would part friends. For, had I come to this court on combat bent, I have a hauberk at home, and a helm beside, a shield and a sharp spear shining bright, and other weapons to wield, I ween well to boot. But, as I willed no war, I wore no metal. But, if you be so bold as all men believe, you will graciously grant the game that I ask by right." Arthur answer gave, said, "Sir courteous knight, if contest bear you crave, you shall not fail to fight." "Nay, to fight in good faith is far from my thought. There are about on these benches but beardless children. Were I here in full arms on haughty steed, for measured against mine, their might is puny. And so I call to this court for a Christmas game, for 'tis Yule and New Year, and many young bloods about. If any in this house such hardihood claims, be so bold as his blood, his brain so wild, as stoutly to strike one stroke for another, I shall give him as my gift this gisarm noble, this axe that is heavy enough to handle as he likes, and I shall bide the first blow as bare I sit. If there be one so wilful my words to assay, let him leap hither lightly to lay hold of this weapon. I quit claim it forever, keep it as it is his own, and I shall stand him a stroke steady on this floor. So you grant me this guerdon to give him another sans blame. In a 12th month and a day he shall have of me the same. Now be it seen straight away who dares take up the game. If he admonished them at first, stiller were then all that household in hall, the high and the low. The stranger on his green steed stirred in the saddle, and roisterously his red eyes rolled all about, bent his bristling brows, that were bright green, wagged his beard as he watched who would arise. When the court kept its counsel, he coughed aloud, and cleared his throat coolly, clearer to speak. What, is this Arthur's house? Said the horseman then, whose fame is so far in far realms and wide? Where is now your arrogance and your awesome deeds, your valor and your victories and your vaunting words? Now are the revel and renown of the Round Table overwhelmed with a word of one man's speech, for all cower and quake, and no cut felt. With this he laughed so loud that the lord grieved. The blood of sheer shame shot to his face and pride. With rage his face flushed red, and so did all beside. Then the king, as bold man bred, toward the stranger took a stride, and said, Sir, now we see you will say but folly, which whoso has sought it suits that he find. No guest here is aghast at your great words. Give to me your gisarm. Sorry, I don't know what this how to pronounce this. In God's own name, and the boon you have begged shall straight be granted. He leaps to him lightly, lays hold of his weapon. The green fellow on foot fiercely alights. Now has Arthur an axe, and the haft grips, and sternly stirs it about, on striking bent. The stranger before him stood there erect, higher than any in the house by a head or more. With stern look as he stood, he stroked his beard, and with undaunted countenance drew down his coat, no more moved nor dismayed before his mighty dents than any bold man on bench had brought him a drink of wine. Gawain by Guinevere toward the king doth now incline. I beseech before all here that this melee may be mine. Would you grant me the grace, said Gawain to the king, to be gone from this bench and stand by you there, if I without discourtesy might quit this board, and if my liege lady misliked it not, I would come to your counsel before your court noble. For I find it not fit, as in faith it is known, when such a boon is begged before all these knights, though you be tempted thereto to take it on yourself, while so bold men about upon benches sit, that no host under heaven is hardier of will, nor better brothers in arms where battle is joined. I am the weakest, well I know, and of wit feeblest, and that the loss of my life would be the least of any, that if I have you for uncle is my only praise. My body, but for your blood, is barren of worth, and for that this folly befits not a king, and 'tis I that have asked it. It ought to be mine. And if my claim be not comely, let all this court judge in sight. The court assays the claim, and in council all unite, to give Gawain the name, and release the king outright. Then the king called the knight to come to his side, and he rose up readily, and reached him with speed. Bows low to the lord, lays hold of the weapon, and releases it lightly, and lifts up his hand, and gives him God's blessing, and graciously prays. Take his heart, that his hand may be hardy both. Keep, cousin, said the king, what you cut with this day, and if you rule it aright, then readily, I know, you shall stand the stroke it will strike after. Gawain goes to the desk with his arm in hand, and boldly he bides there, abashed not a whit. Then hails he Sir Gawain, the horseman in green. Recount we our contract, ere you come further. First I ask and adjure you how you are called, that you tell me true, so that trusted I may. In good faith, said the good knight, Gawain am I, whose buffet befalls you, whate'er betide after. And at this time 12-month take from you another, with what weapon you will, and with no man else alive. The other nods in assent. Sir Gawain, as I may thrive, I am wondrous well content, that you this dint shall drive. Sir Gawain, said the Green Knight, by God I rejoice that your fist shall fetch this favour I seek. And you have readily rehearsed, and in right terms, each clause of my covenant with the king your lord, save that you shall assure me, sir, upon oath, that you shall seek me yourself, wheresoever you deem my lodgings may lie, and look for such wages as you have offered me here before all this host. What is the way there? Said Gawain. Where do you dwell? I heard never of your house, by him you that made me, nor I know you not, knight, your name nor the court. But tell me truly thereof, and teach me your name, and I shall fare forth to find you, so far as I may, and this I say in good certain, and swear upon oath. That is enough in New Year, you need say no more, said the knight in green to Gawain the noble. If I tell you true, when I have taken your knock, and if you handily have hit, you shall hear straightway of my house and my home and my own name. Then follow in my footsteps by faithful accord. And if I spend no speech, you shall speed the better. You can feast with your friends, and not further trace my tracks. Now hold your grim tool steadily, and show us how it hacks. Gladly, sir, already, says Gawain. He strokes the axe. The Green Knight upon ground girds him with care, bows a bit with his head, and bares his flesh. His long lovely locks he laid over his crown. Let the naked nape for the need be shown. Gawain grips to his axe and gathers it aloft. The left foot of the floor before him he set, brought it down deftly upon the bare neck, that the shock of the sharp blow shivered the bones, and cut the flesh cleanly, and clove it in twain, that the blade bright steel bit into the ground. The head was hewn off, and fell to the floor. Many found it at their feet, and forth it rolled. The blood gushed from the body, bright on the green. Yet fell not the fellow, nor faltered a whit, but stoutly he starts forth upon stiff shanks. And as all stood staring, he stretched forth his hand, laid hold his head, and heaved it aloft. Then goes to the green steed, grasps the bridle, steps into the stirrup, bestrides his mount, and his head by the hair in his hand holds, as steady as he sits in the stately saddle. As he had met with no mishap, nor missing were his head. His bulk about he hailed, that fearsome body that bled, and there were many in the court that quailed before all his say was said. For the head in his hand he holds right up, towards the first on the dais he directs his face, and it lifted its lids, and looked with wide eyes, and said as much with its mouth as you now may hear. Sir Gawain, forget not to go as agreed, and cease not to seek me, sir, till me, sir, you find. As you promised in the presence of these proud knights, to the Green Chapel come, I charge you, to take such a dint as you have dealt. You have well deserved that your neck should have a knock on New Year's morn. The Knight of the Green Chapel I am well known to many, wherefore you cannot fail to find me at last. Wherefore come, or be counted a recreant knight. With a riotous rush he flings round the reins, hurtles out the hall door, his head in his hand, that the flint fire flew from the flashing hooves. Which way he went, not one of them knew, nor whence he has come in the wide world. So fair. The king and Gawain may make game of the Green Knight there, yet all who saw it say 'twas a wonder past compare. Though high-born Arthur at heart had wonder, he let no sign be seen, but said aloud to the comely queen with courteous speech, Dear dame, on this day dismay you no whit. Such crafts are becoming at Christmas-tide, laughing at interludes, light songs and mirth, amid dancing of damsels with doughty knights. Nevertheless, of my meat now let me partake, for I have met with a marvel I may not deny. He glanced at Sir Gawain, and gaily he said, Now, sir, hang up your axe, which is hewn enough. And o'er the high dais it was hung on the wall, that men in amazement might on it look, and tell in true terms of the tale of the wonder. Then they turned toward the table, these two together, the good king and Gawain, and made great feast, with all the dainties double, dishes rare, and with all manner of meat and minstrelsy both. Such happiness wholly had their day and hold. Now take care, Sir Gawain, that your courage wax not cold, when you must turn again to your enterprise foretold. So that's the end of part 1. I'm just going to have a bit of tea. Part 2. This adventure had Arthur of Hansel's first, when young was the year, for he yearned to hear tales, though they wanted for words when they went to sup. Now are fierce deeds to follow, their fists stuffed full. Gawain was glad to begin those games in hall, but if the end be harsher, hold it no wonder. For though men are merry in mind after much drink, a year passes apace and proves ever new. First things and final conform but seldom. And so this Yule to the young year yielded place, and each season ensued at its set time. After Christmas there came the cold cheer of Lent, when the fish and plainer fare our flesh we reprove. But then the world's weather with winter contends, the keen cold lessens, the low clouds lift, fresh falls the rain and fostering showers. On the face of the fields flowers appear. The ground and the groves wear gowns of green. Birds build their nests and blithely sing, that solace of all sorrow with summer songs come ere long. And blossoms day by day bloom rich and rife in throng. Then every grove so gay of the greenwood rings with song. And then the season of summer with the soft winds, when zephyrs sighs low over seeds and shoots, glad is the green plant growing abroad, when the dew at dawn drops from the leaves, to get a gracious glance from the golden sun. But harvest with harsher winds follows hard after, warns him to ripen well ere winter comes, drives forth the dust in the droughty season. From there the face of the fields to fly high in air. Wroth winds in the welkin wrestle with the sun. The leaves launch from linden to light on the ground, and the green turns to gray that once grew green. Then all ripens and rots that rose up first, so that the year moves on and yesterdays many, and winter once more by the world's law draws nigh. At Michaelmas the moon hangs wintry pale in sky. Sir Gawain girds him soon for travels yet to try. Till All-Hallows Day with Arthur he dwells, and he held a high feast to honor that night, with great revels and rich of the Round Table. The ladies lovely and the lords debonair, with sorrows for Sir Gawain, were sore at heart. Yet they covered their care with countenance glad. Many a mournful man made mirth for his sake. So after supper, soberly he speaks to his uncle of the hard hour at hand, and openly says, Now, liege lord of my life, my leave I take. The terms of this task too well you know, to count the cost over concerns me nothing. But I am bound forth betimes to bear a stroke from the grim man in green, as God may direct. Then the first and foremost came forth in throng, Yvain and Eric, and others of note. Sir Dondonald le Sauvage, the Duke of Clarence, Lionel and Lancelot, and Lucan the Good, Sir Bors and Sir Belvedere, big men both, and many manly knights more, with Mador de la Porte, and this courtly company comes to the king, to counsel their comrade with care in their hearts. There was much secret sorrow suffered that day, that one so good as Gawain must go in such wise to bear a bitter blow, and his bright sword lay by. He said, "Why should I tarry?" and smiled with tranquil eye. In destiny sad or merry, true men can but try. He dwelt there all that day, and dressed in the morning, asked early for arms, and all were brought. First a carpet of rare cost was cast on the floor, where much goodly gear gleamed golden bright. He takes his place promptly, and tucks up the steel, attired in a tightly coat of Turkestan silk, and a knightly capadot, closed at a throat, that was lavishly lined with lustrous fur. Then they set the steel shoes of his sturdy feet, and clad his calves about with comely greaves, and plate well polished protected his knees, affixed with fastenings of the finest gold. Fair cuisses enclosed that were cunningly wrought, his thick-thewed thighs and thongs bound fast, his massy chainmail many a steel ring, he bore on his body above his best cloth, with brace burnished bright upon his arms. Good counters and gay, and gloves of plate, and all the goodly gear to grace him well that tide. His surcoat blazoned bold, sharp spurs to prick with pride, and brave silk band to hold, the broadsword at his side. When he had on his arms, his harness was rich, the least latchet or loop laden with gold. So armored as he was, he heard a mass, honored God humbly at the high altar. Then he comes to the king and his comrades in arms, takes his leave of at last of lords and ladies, and they clasped and kissed him, commending him to Christ. And then Gringolet was girt with great saddle, that was gaily agleam with fine gilt fringe, new furbished for the need with nail-heads bright. The bridle and bars bedecked all with gold, the breastplate, the saddle bow, the side panels both, the caparison and the crupper accorded in hue, and all ranged on the red and resplendent studs that glittered and glowed like glorious sun. His helm now he holds up and hastily kisses, well closed with iron clinches and cushioned within. It was high on his head, with hasp behind, and a covering of cloth to encase the visor, all bound and embroidered with the best gems, on broad bands of silk and bordered with birds, parrots and popinjays preening their wings, lovebirds and love-knots as lavishly wrought, as many women had worked 7 winters thereon entire. The diadem costlier yet, with crowned that comely sire, with diamonds richly set, that flashed as if on fire. Then they showed forth the shield that shone all red, with the pentacle portrayed in purest gold, about the broad neck by the baldric he casts it. That was meet for the man that matched him well, and why the pentangle is proper to that peerless prince, I intend now to tell, though detain me it must. It is a sign by Solomon sagely devised, to be a token of truth by its title of old, for it is a figure formed of 5 points, and each line is linked and locked with the next. For ever and ever, and hence it is called, in all England, as I hear, the endless knot, and well may he wear it on worthy arms. Forever faithful, 5-fold and 5-fold fashion, was Gawain in good works, as gold unalloyed, devoid of all villainy, with virtues adorned in sight. On shield and coat in view he bore that emblem bright, as to his word most true, and in speech most courteous knight. In my edition here, it does actually have an image of the shield, but in this case, you can imagine a kind of a pentagram, but specifically one designed in such a way that it sort of has this optical illusion of being sort of eternally winding. And first he was faultless in his 5 senses, nor found ever to fail in his 5 fingers, and all his fealty was fixed upon the 5 wounds that Christ got on the cross, as the creed tells, And wherever this man in melee took part, his one thought was of this past all things else, that all his force was founded on the five joys that the High Queen of Heaven had in her child, and therefore, as I find, he fittingly had on the inner part of his shield her image portrayed, that, when his look on it lighted, he never lost heart. The fifth of the five fives followed by this knight were beneficence boundless and brotherly love, and pure mind and manners, that none might impeach with compassion most precious. These peerless five were forged and made fast in him, foremost of men. Now all these five fives were confirmed in this knight, and each linked in other, that end there was none, and fixed to 5 points, whose force never failed, nor assembled all on a side, nor asunder either, nor anywhere at an end, but whole and entire, however the pattern proceeded or played out its course. And so on this shining shield shaped was the knot, royally in red gold against red gulls, that in the peerless pentangle prized of old in lore. Now armed is Gawain gay, and bears his lance before, and soberly said good day, his thought forevermore. He struck his steed with the spurs and sped on his way, so fast that the flint fire flashed from the stones. When they saw him set forth, they were sorely aggrieved, and sighed softly, and said to each other, fearing for their fellow, ill fortune it is that you, man, must be marred that are most worthy. His equal on this earth can hardly be found to have dealt more discreetly than had done less harm, and have dubbed him a duke with all due honor. A great leader of lords he was like to become, and better to have been than battered to bits, beheaded by an elf-man for empty pride. Who would credit that a king be counselled so, and caught in cavil in a Christmas game? Many were the warm tears they wept from their eyes when goodly Sir Gawain was gone from the court that day. No longer he abode, but speedily went his way, over many a wandering road, as I heard my author say. Now he rides his array through the realm of Logores. Sir Gawain, God knows, though it gave him small joy. All alone he must lodge through many a long night, where the food he fancied was far from his plate. He had no mate but his mount over mountain and plain, nor man to say his mind but Almighty God, till he had wandered well nigh into North Wales. All the islands of Anglesey he holds on his left, and follows, as he fares, the fords of the coast, comes over the holy head, and enters next the wilderness of Wirral. Few were within that had great good will toward God or man. And earnestly he asked of each mortal he met if he had heard aught of a knight of all green, or at Green Chapel, on ground thereabouts. And all said the same, and solemnly swore they saw no such knight, all solely green in hue. Over country wild and strange the knight sets off anew. Often his course must change ere the chapel comes in view. Many a cliff he must climb in country wild, far off from all his friends, forlorn he must ride. At each strand or stream where the stalwart passed, there was 'twere a marvel if he met not some monstrous foe, and that so fierce and forbidding that fight he must. So many were the wonders he wandered among, that to tell but a 10th part would tax my wits. Now with serpents he wars, now with savage wolves, now with wild men of the woods that watch from the rocks, both with bulls and with bears, and with boars besides, and giants that came gibbering from the jagged steeps. Had he not borne himself bravely and been on God's side, he had met with many mishaps and mortal harms. And if the wars were unwelcome, the winter was worse, when the cold clear rains rushed from the clouds and froze before they could fall to the frosty earth. Near slain by the sleet he sleeps in his irons. More nights than enough among naked rocks were clattering from the crest the cold stream ran, and hung in hard icicles high overhead. Thus in peril and pain and predicaments dire he rides across country till Christmas Eve our night. And in that holy tide he prays with all his might that Mary may be his guide till a dwelling comes in sight. By a mountain next morning he makes his way into a forest fastness fearsome and wild, high hills on either hand with hoar woods below, oaks old and huge by the hundred together. The hazel and the hawthorn were all entwined, with rough ravelled moss that raggedly hung, with many birds unblithe upon bare twigs, that peeped most piteously for pain of the cold. The good knight on Gringaleg guides thereunder. Though through many a marsh and mire, a man all alone, he feared for his default, should he fail to see the service of that sire that on that same night was born of a bright maid to bring us his peace. And therefore, sighing, he said, I beseech thee, Lord and Mary, thou mildest mother so dear, some harborage where haply I might hear mass, and thy matins tomorrow, meekly I ask it, and thereto proffer and pray my pater and ave and creed, or pater and ave and creed. He said his prayer with sighs, lamenting his misdeed. He crosses himself and cries on Christ in his great need. No sooner had Sir Gawain signed himself thrice, than he was ware in the wood of a wondrous dwelling, within a moat on a mound, bright amid boughs, of many a tree great of girth that grew by the water. A castle as comely as a knight could own, on grounds fair and green, in a goodly park, with a palisade of palings planted about. For 2 miles and more, round many a fair tree, the stout knight stared at the stronghold great, and it shimmered and shone amid shining leaves. Then, with helmet in hand, he offers his thanks to Jesus and St. Julian, that are gentle both, that in courteous accord had inclined to his prayer. Now, fair harbour, said he, I humbly beseech. Then he pricks his proud steed with plated spurs, and by chance he has chosen the chief path that brought the bold knight to the bridge's end in haste. The bridge hung high in air, the gates were bolted fast, the walls well framed to bear the fury of the blast. The man on his mount remained on the bank of the deep double moat that defended the place. The wall went in the water wondrous deep, and a long way aloft it loomed overhead. It was built of stone blocks to the battlement's height, with corbels and under cornices the comeliest style. Watchtowers trusty protected the gate. With many a lean loophole to look from within, a better made barbican the knight beheld never, and behind there hoved a great hall fair, turrets rising in tiers with tines at their tops, spires set beside them, splendidly long, with finials well fashioned as filigree fine. Chalk-white chimneys over chambers high gleamed in gay array upon gables and roofs. The pinnacles and panoply pointing in air, so vied there for his view that verily it seemed a castle cut of paper for a king's feast. The good knight on Gringaleg thought it great luck, but if he could but contrive to come there within, to keep the Christmas feast in that castle fair and bright. There answered to his call a porter most polite. From his station on the wall he greets the errant knight. Good sir, said Gawain, wouldst go to inquire if your lord would allow me to lodge here a space? Peter, said the porter, for my part I think so noble a knight will not want for a welcome. Then he bustles off briskly and comes back straight, and many servants beside to receive him the better. They let down the drawbridge and duly went forth, and kneeled down on their knees to the naked earth, to welcome this warrior as best they were able. They proffered him passage, the portals stood wide, and he beckoned them to rise and rode over the bridge. Men steadied his saddle as he stepped to the ground, and there stabled his steed many stalwart folk. Now come the knights and the noble squires to bring him with bliss into the bright hall. When his high helm was off, there hied forth a throng of attendants to take it and see to its care. They bore away his brand and his blazoned shield. Then graciously he greeted those gallants each other. And many a noble drew near to do the knight honor. All in his armor into the hall he was led, where fire on the hearth fiercely blazed. And soon the lord himself descends from the chamber to meet with good manners the man on his floor. He said, To this house you are heartily welcome. What is here is wholly yours to have in your power and sway. Many thanks, said Sir Gawain. May Christ your pains repay. The two embrace amain, as men well met that day. Gawain gazed on the host that greeted him there, and lusty fellow he looked, the lord of that place. A man of massive mould and of middle age, broad bright was his beard, of a beaver's hue, strong steady his stance upon stalwart thanks. His face fierce as fire, fair spoken withal, and well suited he seemed in Sir Gawain's sight to be a master of men in a mighty keep. They pass into a parlour where promptly the host has a servant assigned him to see to his needs, and there came upon his call many courteous folk that brought him to a bower where bedding was noble, with heavy silk hangings hemmed all in gold, coverlets and counterpanes curiously wrought, a canopy over the couch clad all with fur, curtains running on cords caught to gold rings, woven rugs on the wall of eastern work, and the floor underfoot well furnished with the same. Amid light talk and laughter they loosed from him then his war-dress of weight and his worthy clothes. Robes richly wrought they brought him right soon. To change there in the chamber and choose what he would. When he had found one he fancied, and flung it about, well fashioned for his frame, with flowing skirts, his face fair and flesh as the flowers of spring. All the good folk agreed that gazed on him then, his limbs arrayed royally in radiant hues, that so comely a mortal never Christ made as he. Whatever his place of birth, it seemed he well might be, without a peer on earth in martial rivalry. A couch before the fire, where fresh coals burned, they spread for Sir Gawain splendidly now, with quilts quaintly stitched and cushions beside, and then a costly cloak they cast on his shoulders, of bright silk, embroidered on borders and hems, with furs of the finest well furnished within, and bound about with ermine, both mantle and hood. And he sat at that fireside in sumptuous estate, and warmed himself well, and soon he waxed merry. The attendants set a table upon trestles abroad, and lustrous white linen they laid thereupon, a salt cellar of silver, spoons of the same. He washed himself well, and went to his place. Men set his fare before him in fashion most fit. There were soups of all sorts, seasoned with skill, double-sized servings, and sundry fish, some baked, some breaded, some broiled on the coals, some simmered, some in stews, steaming with spice, and with sauces to sup that suited his taste. He confesses it a feast with free words and fair. They requite him as kindly with courteous jests well sped. Tonight you fast and pray, tomorrow we'll see you fed. The knight grows wondrous gay as the wine goes to his head. Then at times and by turns, as at the table he sat, they questioned him quietly with queries discreet. As he courteously confessed, he comes from the court and owns him of the brotherhood of high-famed Arthur, the right royal ruler of the Round Table, and the guests by the fireside is Gawain himself, who happened on their house at the holy feast. When the name of the knight was made known to the lord, then loudly he laughed, so elated he was, and the men in that household made haste with joy to appear in his presence promptly that day, that of courage ever constance and customs pure is pattern and paragon and praised without end. Of all knights on the earth most honored is he. Each said solemnly aside to his brother, Now displays of deportment shall dazzle our eyes, and the polished pearls of impeccable speech. The high art of eloquence is ours to pursue, since the father of fine manners is found in our midst. Great is God's grace, and goodly indeed, that a guest such as Gawain he guides to us here, when men sit and sing of their Saviour's birth in view. With command of manners pure he shall each heart imbue. Who shares his converse sure shall learn love's language true. When the night had done dining and duly arose, the dark was drawing on, the day nigh ended. Chaplains and chapels and churches about rang the bells aright, reminding all men of the holy evensong of the high feast. The Lord attends alone. His fair lady sits in comely closet, secluded from sight. Gawain in gay attire goes thither soon. The Lord catches his coat and calls him by name, and has him sit beside him, and says in good faith, no guest on God's earth would he gladlier greet. For that Gawain thanked him. Then the two embraced, and sat together soberly through the service through. Then the lady that longed to look on the knight came forth from her closet with her comely maids. The fair hues of her flesh, her face and hair, and her body and her bearing were beyond praise, and excelled the queen herself, as Sir Gawain thought. He goes forth to greet her with gracious intent. Another lady led her by the left hand, that was older than she, and ancient it seemed, and held in high honour by all men about. But unlike to look upon, those ladies were, for if the one was fresh, the other was faded. Bedecked in bright red was the body of one, flesh hung in folds on the face of the other. On one a high headdress hung all with pearls, her bright throat and bosom fair to behold, fresh as the first fallen snow upon hills. A wimple the other one wore round her throat. Her swart chin, well swaddled, swathed all in white, her forehead enfolded in flounces of silk, that framed her fair fillet, of fashion ornate, and nothing bare beneath save the black brows, the two eyes and the nose, the naked lips, and they unsightly to see, and sorely bleared, a beldam by God, she may well be deemed of pride. She was short and thick of waist, her buttocks round and wide, more toothsome to his taste was the beauty by her side. When Gawain has gazed on the gay lady, with leave of her lord, he politely approached. To the elder in homage he humbly bows. The lovelier he salutes with a light embrace. He claims a comely kiss, and courteously he speaks. They welcome him warmly, and straightway he asks to be received as their servant, if they so desire. They take him between them. With talking they bring him beside a bright fire. Bade then that spices be freely fetched forth to refresh them the better, and the good wine therewith to warm their hearts. The lord leaps about in light-hearted mood, contrives entanglements and timely sports, takes his hood from his head and hangs it on a spear, and offers him openly the honour thereof, who should promote the most mirth at that Christmas feast. And I shall try for it, trust me, contend with the best, ere I go without my headgear by grace of my friends. Thus with light talk and laughter the Lord makes merry, to gladden the guest he had greeted in the hall that day. At the last he called for light, the company to convey. Merry Christmas, Vanguard Master. Gawain says good night, and retires to bed straightway. On the morn, when each man is mindful in heart that God's Son was sent down to suffer our death, no household is blithe for his blessed sake. So was it there on that day, with many delights, both at larger meals and less they were lavishly served, by doughty lads on dais, and with delicate fare. The old ancient lady, highest she sits, the lord at her left hand leaned, as I hear, Sir Gawain in the centre, beside the gay lady, where the food was brought first to the festive board, and thence throughout the hall, as they held most fit. To each man was offered in order of rank. There was meat, there was mirth, there was much joy. That to tell the tale would tax my wits, though I pained me, perchance, to paint it with care. But yet I know that our knight and the noble lady were accorded so closely in company there, with the seemly solace of their secret words, with speeches well sped, spotless and pure, that each prince's pastime their pleasures far outshone. Sweet pipes beguile their cares, and the trumpets of martial tone. Each tends to his affairs, and those who tend their own. That day, and all the next, their disport was noble, and the third day, I think, pleased them no less. The joys of St. John's Day were justly praised, and were the last of their like for their lords and ladies. The guests were to go in the grey morning, wherefore they whiled the night away with wine and with mirth, moved to the measures of many blithe carol. At last, when it was late, took leave of each other. Each one of those worthies, to wend his way, Gawain bids good-bye to his goodly host, who brings him to his chamber, the chimney beside, and detains him in talk, and tenders his thanks, and holds it an honour to him and his people that he is harboured in his house at that holy time, and embellished his abode with his inborn grace. As long as I may live, my luck is the better that Gawain was my guest at God's own feast. Noble sir, said the knight, I cannot but think all the honour is your own, may heaven requite it, and your men to command. I account myself here, as I am bound and beholden, and shall be come what may. The lord with all his might entreats his guest to stay, but answer makes the night, next morning he must away. Then the lord of that land politely inquired what dire affair forced him at that festive time so far from the king's court to fare forth alone, ere the holidays wholly had ended in hall. In good faith, says Gawain, you have guessed the truth. On a high errand and urgent I hastened away, for I am summoned by myself to seek a place I would know whither or where it might be. Far rather would I find it before the new year than my own land of Logres, so help me our Lord. Wherefore, sir, in friendship this favour I ask, that you say in sober earnest if something you know of the Green Chapel on ground far or near, or the lone knight that lives there of like hue of green. A certain day was set by assent of us both to meet at that landmark if I might last, and from now to the new year is nothing too long. And I would greet the Green Knight there, would God but allow, more gladly by God's Son than gain the world's wealth. And I must set forth to search as soon as I may, to be about the business I have but 3 days, and would soon sink down dead as desist from my errand. Then smiling said the Lord, your search, sir, is done, for we shall see you to that sight by the set time. Let Gawain grieve no more over the Green Chapel. You shall be in your own bed in blissful ease all the forenoon, and fare forth the first of the year, and make the goal by mid-morn to mind your affairs no fear. Tarry till the 4th day, and ride on the first of the year. We shall set you on your way. It is not 2 miles from here. Then Gawain was glad, and gleefully he laughed. Now I thank you for this past all things else. Now my goal is here at hand. With glad heart I shall both tarry and undertake any task you devise. Then the host seized his arm and seated him there. Let the ladies be brought to delight them the better, and in fellowship fair by the fireside sit. So gay they waxed, the good host, so giddy his words, all waited in wonder what next he would say. Then he stares on the stout knight, and sternly he speaks. You have bound yourself boldly my bidding to do. Will you stand by that boast, and obey me this once? I shall do so indeed, said the doughty knight. While I lie in your lodging, your laws I will follow. As you have had, said the host, many hardships abroad, and little sleep of late, you are lacking, I judge, both in nourishment needful and nightly rest. You shall lie abed late in your lofty chamber, tomorrow until mass, and meet then to dine. And you will, with my wife, who will sit by your side, and talk with you at table, the better to cheer our guest. A-hunting I will go, while you lie late and rest. The knight, inclining low, assents to each behest. And Gawain, said the good host, agree now to this, whatever I win in the woods, I give you at eve, and all you have earned you must offer to me. Swear now, sweet friend, to swap as I say, whether hands in the end be empty or better. By God, said Sir Gawain, I grant it forthwith. If you find the same good, I shall gladly take part. Let the bright wine be brought, and our bargain is done, said the lord of that land. And the two laughed together, and they drank and dallied and doffed all constraint. These lords and these ladies as late as they choose, and then with gaiety and gallantries and graceful adieu, they talked in low tones, and tarried at parting. With compliments comely they kiss at last. There were brisk lads with blazing torches to see them safe to bed, for soft repose long due. Their covenants yet awhile they repeat and pledge anew, that Lord could well beguile men's hearts with mirth in view. So that's the end of part 2. I'm just going to have some tea. Part 3. Long before delight they left their beds. Guests that wished to go gave their word to their grooms, and they set about briskly to bind on saddles, tend to their tackle, tie up trunks. The proud lords appear, apparelled to ride, leap lightly astride, lay hold of their bridles, each one on his way to his worthy house. The liege lord of the land was not the last, arrayed there to ride, with retainers many. He had a bite to eat when he heard mass. With horn to the hills he hastens amain. By the dawn of that day over the dim earth, master and men were mounted and ready, and they harnessed in couples keen-scented hounds, cast wide the kennel door, and called them forth, blew upon their bugles, hold blasts 3. The dogs began to bay with a deafening din, and they quieted them quickly and called them to heel. 100 brave huntsmen, as I have heard tell, together, men at stations meet, from hounds they slip the tether, the echoing horns repeat, clear in the merry weather. Excuse me. At the clamor of the quest, the quarry trembled. Deer dashed through the dale, dazed with dread, hastened to the high ground, only to be turned back by the beaters, who boldly shouted, "They harm not the hearts with their high heads. Let the bucks go by with their broad antlers, for it was counted a crime in the close season if a man of that demesne should molest the male deer. The hinds were headed up with hay and ware. The does with great din were driven to the valleys, where then you were ware, as they want, of the whistling of arrows. At each bend under the boughs the bright shafts flew, that tore the tawny hide with their tapered heads. Ah, they bray and they bleed, on the banks they die, and ever the pack pell-mell comes panting behind, hunters with shrill horns hot on their heels, like the crackling of cliffs their cries resounded. What game got away from their gallant archers was promptly picked off at the posts below. When they were harried on the heights and herded to the streams, the watchers were so wary at the waiting stations, and the greyhounds so huge they eagerly snatched and finished them off as fast as they could see with sight. The Lord now here, now there, spurs forth in sheer delight, and drives with pleasures rare the day to the dark night. So the Lord in the linden wood leads the hunt, and Gawain, the good knight, in gay bed lies, lingered late alone, till daylight gleamed under coverlet costly, curtained about. And as he slips into slumber, slyly there comes a little din at his door, and the latch lifted, and he holds up his heavy head out of the clothes. A corner of the curtain he caught back a little, and waited there warily to see what befell. Lo! It was the lady, loveliest to behold, that drew the door behind her deftly and still, and was bound for his bed. Abashed was the knight, and he laid his head low again in likeness of sleep, and she stepped stealthily and stole to his bed, cast aside the curtain and came within, and set herself softly on the bedside there, and lingered at her leisure to look upon his waking. The fair knight lay feigning for a long while, conning in his conscience what his case might mean or amount to. A marvel he thought it. But, he said within himself, more seemly it were to try her intent by talking a little. So he started and stretched, and startled from sleep, lifts wide his lids in likeness of wonder, and signs himself swiftly as safer to be with art. Sweetly does she speak, and kindling glances dart, blent white and red on cheek, and laughing lips depart. "Good morning, Sir Gawain," says the gay lady. "A slack sleeper you are to let one slip in. Now you are taken in a trice. A truce we must make, or I shall bind you in your bed, of that be assured." Thus laughing lightly the lady jested. "Good morning, good lady," said Gawain the blithe. "Be it with me as you will, I am well content. For I surrender myself and sue for your grace, and that is best, I believe, and behooves me now." Thus jested in answer that gentle knight. "But if, lovely lady, you misliked it not, and were pleased to permit your prisoner to rise, I should quitch this couch and accoutre me better, and be clad in more comfort for conversing here." "Nay, not so, sweet sir," said the smiling lady. "You shall not rise from your bed. I direct you better. I shall hem and hold you on either hand, and keep company a while with my captive knight. For as certain as I sit here, Sir Gawain, you are, whom all the world worships, whereso you ride. Your honor, your courtesy are highest acclaimed by lords and ladies, by all living men. And lo, we are alone here, and left to ourselves. My lord and his liegemen are long departed, the household asleep, my handmaids too, the door drawn and held by a well-driven bolt. And since I have this house, him who all love, I shall while the time away with mirthful speech at will. My body here at hand, your each wish to fulfill, your servant to command, I am, and shall be still. In good faith, said Gawain, my gain is the greater, though I am not he of whom you have heard, to arrive at such reverence as you recount here. I am one all unworthy, and well do I know it. By heaven, I would hold me the happiest of men, if by word or by work... If by word or by work I once might aspire to the prize of your praise, 'twere a pure joy. In good faith, Sir Gawain, says the gay lady, the well-proven prowess that pleases all others, did I scant or scout it, 'twere scarce becoming. But there are ladies, believe me, that had liefer fear far have thee here in their hold as I have today, to pass an hour in pastime with pleasant words, assuage all their sorrows and solace their hearts, than much of the goodly gems and gold they possess. But laud be to the Lord of the lofty skies, for here in my hands all heart's desire doth lie. Great welcome got he there from the lady who sat him by. With fitting speech and fair the good knight makes reply. Madame, said the merry man, Mary reward you, for in good faith I find your beneficence noble, and the fame of fair deeds runs far and wide, but the praise you report pertains not to me, but comes of your courtesy and kindness of heart. By the high queen of heaven, said she, I count it not so, for I worth all the women in this world alive, and all wealth and all worship were in my hands, I should hunt high and low a husband to take, for the nurture I have noted in thee, knight, here, the comeliness and courtesies and courtly mirth, and so I had ever heard, and now hold it true, no other on this earth should have me for a wife. You are bound to a better man, the bold knight said, yet I prize the praise you have proffered me here, and soberly your servant, my sovereign, I hold you, and acknowledge me your knight in the name of Christ. So they talked of this and that until it was high noon, and ever the lady languishing in likeness of love, with feet words and fair he framed his defence, for were she never so winsome, the warrior had the less will to woo, for the wound that his bane must be. He must bear the blinding blow, for such is fate's decree. The lady asks leave to go, and he grants it full and free. Then she gaily said good-bye, and glanced at him, laughing, and she astonished him with stern speech. Now may the giver of all good words these glad hours repay, but our guest is not Gawain, forgot is that thought. How so? Said the other, and asks in some haste, for he feared he had been at fault in his forms of speech. But she held up her hand, and made answer thus. So good a knight as Gawain is given out to be, and the model of fair demeanour and manners pure, he has lain so long at a lady's side, would have claimed a kiss by his courtesy, through some touch or trick of phrase at the tale's end, said Gawain. Good lady, I grant it at once. I shall kiss at your command, as becomes a knight, and more, lest you mislike, so let be, I pray. With that she turns towards him, and takes him in her arms, leans down her lovely head, and lo, he is kissed. They commend each other to Christ with comely words. He sees her forth safely, in silence they part, and then he lies no later in his lofty bed, but calls to his chamberlain, chooses his clothes, goes in those garments gladly to mass, and then takes his way to table, where attendants wait, and made merry all day till the moon rose in view. Was never knight beset twixt worthier ladies two, the crone and the coquette, fair pastimes they pursue. And the lord of the land rides late and long, hunting the barren hind over the broad hearth. He had slain such a sum, when the sun sank low, of does and other deer as would dizzy one's wits. Then they trooped together in triumph at last, and the count of their quarry quickly they take. The lords lent a hand with their liegemen many, packed out the plumpest and put them together, and duly dressed the deer as deed requires. Some were assigned the assay of the fat, 2 fingers' width fully they found on the leanest. Then they slit the slot open and searched out the paunch, trimmed it with trencher knives, and tied it up tight. They flayed the fair hide from the legs and trunk, broke open the belly and laid bare the bowels, deftly detaching and drawing them forth. And next the neck they neatly parted, and weazened from the windpipe, and cast away the guts. At the shoulders and the sharp blades they showed their skill, boning them from beneath, lest the sides be marred. They breached the broad breast and broke it in twain, and again at the gullet they began with their knives, cleave down the carcass clear to the breach. 2 tender morsels they take from the throat, then round the inner ribs they rid off a layer, and carve out the kidney fat close to the spine, hewing down the haunch that all hung together, and held it up whole, and hacked it free. And this they named the numbers. And this they named the numbers that knew such terms of art. They divide the crotch in two, and straightway then they start to cut the backbone through, and cleave the trunk apart. With hard strokes they hewed off the head and the neck, then swiftly from the sides they severed the chin, and Corbine's bone they cast off a branch. Then they had pierced the plump sides, impaled either one, with the hock of the hind foot, and hung it aloft. To each person his portion most proper and fit. On a hide of a hind the hounds they fed. With the liver and the lights, the leathery paunches, and bread soaked in blood, well blended therewith. High horns and shrill sounds, shrill set hounds a-baying. Then merrily with their meat they make their way home, blowing out on their bugles many a brave blast. Ere dark had descended, that doughty band was come within the walls where Gawain waits at leisure. Bliss and hearth-fire bright await their master's pleasure. When 2 men met that night, joy surpassed all measure. Then the host in the hall his household assembles, with the dames of high degree and their damsels fair. In the presence of the people a party he sends, to convey him the venison in view of the night. And in high good humour he hails him then, counts over the kill, the cuts on the tallies, holds high the hewn ribs, heavy with fat. What think you, sir, of this? Have I thriven well? Have I won with my woodcraft a worthy prize? In good earnest, said Gawain, this game is the finest I have seen in 7 years in the season of winter. And I give it to you, Gawain, said the goodly host, for accounting to our covenant, you claim it as your own. That is so, said Sir Gawain. The same say I. What I worthily have won within these fair walls, herewith I as willingly award it to you. He embraces the broad neck with both arms, and confers on him a kiss in the comeliest style. Have here my profit. It proved no better, ungrudging do I grant it, were it greater far. Such a gift, said the good host, I gladly accept. Yet it might be all the better, would you but say where you won this same award by your wits alone. That was no part of the pact. Press me no further, for you have had what behooves, all other claims forbear. With jest and compliment they conversed, and cast off care. To the table soon they went, fresh dainties wait them there. And then by the chimney side they chat at their ease. The best wine was brought them, and bounteously served, and after in their jesting they jointly accord, to do on the second day the deeds of the first. That the 2 men should trade, betide as it may, what each had taken in at eve when they met. They sealed the pact solemnly in sight of the court. Their cups were filled afresh to confirm the jest. And at last they took their leave, for late was the hour, each to his own bed hastening away. Before the barnyard cock crowed but thrice, the lord had leapt from his rest, his liegemen as well. Both of mass and their meal they made their short work. By the dim light of dawn they were deep in the woods, away. With huntsmen and with horns over plains they pass that day. They release amid the thorns swift hounds that run and bay. Soon some were on scent by side of a marsh. When the hounds opened cry, the head of the hunt rallied them with rough words, raised a great noise. The hounds that had heard it came hurrying straight, and followed along with their fellows, 40 together. Then such a clamour and cry of coursing hounds arose that the rocks resounded again. Hunters exhorted them with horn and with voice. Then all in a body bore off together, between a mere in the marsh and a menacing crag, to rise where the rock stood rugged and steep, and boulders lay about that blocked their approach. Then the company and consort closed in on their prey. They surrounded the rise and the rocks both, for well they were aware that it waited within, the beast that the bloodhounds boldly proclaimed. Then they beat on the bushes and bade him appear. And he made a murderous rush in the midst of them all. The best of the boars broke from his cover, that had raged long unrivaled, a renegade old. For tough brawn boars he was the biggest far, most grim when he grunted. Then grieved were many, for three at first thrust he threw to the earth, and dashed away once without more damage. With hi, hi, hey, hey, the others followed. Had horns at their lips, blew high and clear. Merry was the music of men and hounds that were bound after this boar, his bloodthirsty heart to quell. Often he stands at bay, then scatters the pack pell-mell. He hurts the hounds, they say, most dolefully yowl and yell. Men with mighty bows moved in to shoot, aimed at him with their arrows and often hit, but the points had no power to pierce through his hide, and the barbs were brushed aside with his bristly brow. Though through the shank of the shaft shivered in pieces, the head hopped away, wheresoever it struck. But when their stubborn strokes had stung him at last, then foaming in his frenzy, fiercely he charges, hies at them headlong, that hindered his flight. And many feared for their lives, and fell back a little. But the Lord on a lively horse leads the chase. As a high-mettled huntsman his horn blows, he sounds the assembly, and sweeps through the brush, pursuing the wild swine till the sunlight slanted. All day this deed they drive forth the time, while our lone knight so lovesome lies in his bed, Sir Gawain safe at home, in silken bower so gay. The lady, with guile in her heart, came early where he laid. She was at him with all her art, to turn his mind her way. She comes to the curtain and coyly peeps in. Gawain thought it good to greet her at once, and she richly repays him with ready words, settles softly at his side, and suddenly she laughs, and with gracious glance she begins on him thus: Sir, if you be Gawain, it seems a great wonder a man so well-meaning and mannerly disposed cannot act in company as courtesy bids, and if one takes trouble to teach him, 'tis all vain. That lesson learned lately is lightly forgot, though I painted it as plain as my poor wit allowed. What lesson, dear lady? He asked, all but alarmed. I have been much to blame, if your story be true. Yet my counsel was of kissing, she came to answer then. Where favor has been found freely to claim, my accords with the conduct of courteous knights. My dear, said the doughty man, dismiss that thought. Such freedom, I fear, might offend you much. It were rude to request if right were denied. But none can deny you, said the noble dame. You are stout enough to constrain with strength, if you choose, or any so ungracious as to grudge you aught. By heaven, said he, you have answered well, but threats never throve among those of my land, nor any gift not freely given, good though it may be. I am yours to command, to kiss when you please. You may lay on as you like, and leave off at will. With this, the lady lightly bends and graciously gives him a kiss. The two converse as friends of true love's trials and bliss. I should like, by your leave, said the lovely lady, if it did not annoy you, to know for what cause so brisk and so bold a young blood as you, and acclaimed for all courtesies becoming a knight, and name what knight you will, they are noblest esteemed, for loyal faith and love, in life as in story. For to tell the tribulations of these true hearts, why 'tis the very title and text of their deeds, how bold knights for beauty have braved many a foe, suffered heavy sorrows out of secret love, and then valorously avenged them on villainous churls, and made happy ever after the hearts of their ladies. And you are the noblest knight known in your time. No household under heaven but has heard your fame, and here by your side I have sat 2 days. Yet never has a fair phrase fallen from your lips of the language of love, not one little word. And you, that with sweet vows sway women's hearts, should know your winsome ways, and woo a young thing, and teach by some tokens the craft of true love. How, are you artless, whom all men praise? Or do you deem me so dull or deaf to such words? Fie, fie! I hope in pastimes new I have come where none can spy, and struck me a little dew, while my husband is not near by. God love you, gracious lady, said Gawain then. It is a pleasure surpassing and a peerless joy that one so worthy as you would willingly come and take time and trouble to talk with your knight, and content you with his company. It comforts my heart. But to take to myself the task of telling of love, and touch upon its texts, and treat its themes, to one that I know well wields more power in that art by a half than 100 such as I am where I live, or am like to become, it were folly, fair dame, in the first degree. In all that I am able, my aim is to please, as in honor it behooves me, and am evermore your servant, heart and soul, to save me our Lord. Thus she tested his temper, and tried many a time, whatever her true intent, to entice him to sin, but so fair was his defence that no fault appeared, nor evil on either hand, but only bliss they knew. They linger and laugh a while. She kisses the knight so true, takes leave in comeliest style, and departs without more ado. Then he rose from his rest, and made ready for mass, and then a meal was set and served in sumptuous style. He dallied at home all day with the dear ladies, but the lord lingered late in his lusty sport, pursued his sorry swine, and swerved as he fled, and bit asunder the backs of the best of his hounds. When they brought him to bay, till bowsmen appeared, and soon forced him forth, though he fought for dear life, so sharp were the shafts they shot him there. But yet the boldest drew back from his battering head, till last he was so tired he could travel no more. But in as much haste as he might, he makes his retreat, to arise on rocky ground by a rushing stream. With the bank at his back he scrapes the bare earth. The froth foams at his jaws, frightful to see. He whets his white tusks. Then, weary were all, those hunters so hardy that hoved round about, of aiming from afar, but ever they mistrust his mood. He had hurt so many by then, that none but hardihood, to be torn by his tusks again, that was brain-struck and out for blood. Till the lord came at last on his lofty steed, beheld them there at bay before all his folks. Lightly he leaps down, leaves his courser, bears his bright sword, and boldly advances. Straight into the stream he strides toward his foe. The wild thing was wary of weapon and man. His hackles rose high, so hotly he snorts, that many watched with alarm, lest the worst befall. The boar makes for the man with a mighty bound. So there he and his hunter came headlong together, where the water ran wildest, the worst for the beast. For the man, when they first met, marked him with care, sights well the slot, slips in the blade, shoves it home to the hilt, and the heart shattered, and he fell in his fury, and floats down the water ill sped. Hounds hasten to the score to maul him hide and head. Men drag him to the shore, and the dogs pronounce him dead. With many a brave blast, they boast of their prize, all hallooed in high glee that had their wind. The hounds bayed their best, and bold men bayed that were charged with chief rank that chase renown. Then one wise in woodcraft and worthily skilled began to dress the boar in becoming style. He severs the savage head and sets it aloft, then rends the body roughly right down the spine, takes the bowels from the belly, broils them on coals, blends them well with bread to bestow on the hounds. Then he breaks out the brawn in fair broad flitches, and the inners to be eaten in order he takes, the two sides attached to each other whole. He suspended from a spar that was springy and tough, and so, with the swine, they set out for home. The boar's head was borne before the same man that had stabbed him in the stream with his strong arm right through. He thought it long indeed, till he had the knight in view. At his call he comes with speed, to claim his payment due. The lord laughed aloud with many a light word. When he greeted Sir Gawain, with good cheer he speaks. They fetch out the fair dames with the folk of the house. He brings forth the brawn and begins the tale of the great length and girth and grim rage as well, of the battle of the boar they beset in the wood. The other man meetly commented commended his deeds, and praised well the prize of his princely sport. For the brawn of the boar, the bold knight said, and the sides of the swine surpassed all others. Then they handled the huge head. He owns it a wonder, and the eyes with abhorrence to heighten his praise. Now, Gawain, said the good man, the game becomes yours. By those fair terms we fixed, you know full well. That is true, returned the knight, and trust me, fair friend, all my gains, as agreed, I shall give you forthwith. He clasps him and kisses him in courteous style, then serves him with the same fare a second time. Now we are even, said he. At this evening feast all is clear, and every claim incurred here to date and debt. By St. Giles, the host replies, you are the best I ever met. If your profits are all this size, we'll see you wealthy yet. Then attendants set tables on trestles about, and laid them with linen. Light shone forth, wakened along the walls in waxen torches. The service was set, and supper brought. Royal were the revels that rose in the hall, and that feast by the fire, with many fair sports, amid the meal and after melody sweet. Carol dances comely, and Christmas songs, with all mannerly mirth my tongue may describe, and ever our gallant knight beside the gay lady, so uncommonly kind and complacent was she, with sweet stolen glances that stirred his stout heart, that he was at his wit's end and wondrous vexed. But he could not rebuff her, for courtesy forbade, yet took pains to please her, though the plan might go wrong. When they had to heart's delight, had revealed therein the throng, to his chamber he calls the knight, and thither they go along. And there they dallied and drank, and deemed it good sport to enact their play anew on New Year's Eve. But Gawain asked again to go on the morrow, for the time until his tryst was not 2 days. The host hindered him that, and urged him to stay, and said, on my honour, my oath here I take, that you shall get to the Green Chapel to begin your chores by dawn on New Year's Day, if you so desire. Wherefore lie at your leisure in your lofty bed, and I shall hunt hereabouts, and hold to our terms, and we shall trade winnings when once more we meet. For I have tested you twice, and true here I have found you. And now think this tomorrow, the third pays for all. Be we merry while we may, and mindful of joy, for heaviness of heart can be bad for the asking. This is gravely agreed on, and Gawain will stay. They drink the last draught, and with torches depart to rest. To bed Sir Gawain went. His sleep was of the best. With lord on his craft intent, was early up and dressed. After mass with his men, a morsel he takes. Clear and crisp in the morning, he calls for his mount. The folk that were to follow him afield that day were high astride their horses before the hall gates. Wondrous fair were the fields, for the frost was light. The sun rises red amid radiant clouds, sails into the sky, and sends forth his beams. They let loose the hounds by a leafy wood. The rocks all around re-echo their horns. Soon some have set off in pursuit of the fox, cast about with craft for clearer scent. A young dog yaps and is yelled at in turn. His fellows fall to sniffing and follow his lead. Running in a rabble on the right track, and he scampers all before. They discover him soon, and when they see him with sight, they pursue him the faster. Railing at him rudely with wrathful din, often he reverses over rough terrain, or loops back to listen in the lee of a hedge. At last, by a little ditch, he leaps over the brush, comes into a clearing at a cautious pace. Then he thought through the wiles to have thrown off the hounds, till he was ware, as he went, of a waiting station. There 3 athwart his path threatened him all at once, all grey. Quick as a flash he wheels, and darts off in dismay. With hard luck at his heels, he is off to the wood away. Then it was heaven on earth to hark to the hounds, when they had come on their quarry, coursing together. Such harsh cries and howls they hurled at his head, and as all the cliffs with a crash had come down at once. Here he was hailed when huntsmen met him. Yonder they yelled at him, yapping and snarling. There they cried, "Thief!" and threatened his life. And ever the harriers at his heels that had no rest. Often he was menaced when he made for the open, and often rushed in again, for Reynard was wily. So he leads them in merry chase, the Lord and his men, in this manner on the mountains till midday or near, while our hero lies home in wholesome sleep, within the comely curtains on the cold morning. But the lady, as love would allow her no rest, and pursuing ever the purpose that pricked her heart, was awake with the dawn, and went to his chamber, in fair flowing mantle that fell to earth, all edged and embellished with ermines fine, no hood on her head, but heavy with gems were her fillet and the fret that confined her tresses. Her face and her fair throat freely displayed, her bosom all but bare, and her back as well. She comes in at the chamber door, and closes it with care, throws wide a window, but waits no longer, but hails him thus airily with her artful words with cheer. Ah, man, how can you sleep? The morning is so clear. Though dreams have drowned him deep, he cannot choose but hear. Deep in his dreams he darkly mutters, as a man that mourns with many grim thoughts of the day when destiny shall deal him his doom, when he greets his grim host at the green chapel, and he must bow to his buffet, bating all strife. But when he sees her at his side, he summons his wits, breaks from the black dreams, and blithely answers. That lovely lady comes laughing sweet, sinks down at his side, and salutes him with a kiss. He accords her fair welcome in the courtliest style. He sees her so glorious, so gaily attired, so faultless in her features, so fair and so bright, his heart swelled swiftly with surging joys. They melt into mirth and many a fond smile, nor was fair language lacking to further the hour's delight. Good were their words of greeting, each joyed in other's sight. Great peril attends that meeting, should Mary forget her knight. For that high-born beauty so hemmed him about, made so plain her meeting, the man must needs either take her tender love or distastefully refuse. Her courtesy concerned him, lest crass he appear, but more his soul's mischief should he commit sin, and belie his loyal oath to the lord of that house. God forbid, said the bold knight, that shall not befall. With a little fond laughter he lightly let pass all the words of special weight that were sped on his way. I find you much at fault, the fair one said. Who can be cold toward a creature so close by your side? Of all women in this world, most wounded in heart, unless you have a sweetheart, one you would hold dearer in allegiance to that lady so loyally knit, that you would never love another, as now I believe. And, sir, if it be so, then say it, I beg you. By all your heart holds dear, hide it no longer with guile. Lady, by St. Joan, he answers with a smile, lover have I none, nor will I have yet a while. Those words, said the woman, are the worst of all, but I have had my answer, and hard do I find it. Kiss me now kindly, but I can but go hence, to lament my life long like a maid lovelorn. She inclines her head quickly and kisses the knight, then straightens with a sigh, and says as she stands, Now, dear, ere I depart, do me this pleasure. Give me some little gift, your glove or the like, that I may think on you, man, and mourn the less. Now, by heaven, said he, I wish I had here my most precious possession to put in your hands, for your deeds beyond doubt have often deserved a repayment far passing my power to bestow. But a love-token, lady, were of little avail. It is not to your honor to have at this time a glove as a guerdon from Gawain's hand. And I am here on an errand in unknown realms, and I have no bearers with baggage or becoming gifts, which distresses me, madam. For your dear sake, a man must keep within his compass, account it neither grief nor slight. Nay, noblest knight alive, said that beauty of body white, though you be loath to give, you shall take by right. She reached out a rich ring, wrought of all gold, with a splendid stone displayed on the band, that flashed before her eyes like a fiery sun. It was worth a king's wealth, you may well believe, but he waved it away with those ready words. Before God, good lady, I forgo all gifts. None have I to offer, nor any I will take. And she urged it on him eagerly, and ever he refused, and vowed in very earnest prevail she would not. And she said to find it so, and said to him then, If my ring is refused for its rich cost, you would not be my debtor for so dear a thing. I shall give you my girdle, you gain less thereby. She released the knot lightly and loosened the belt that was caught about her kirtle, the bright cloak beneath, of gay green silk with gold overwrought, and the borders all bound with embroidery fine, and this she presses on him, and pleads with a smile, unworthy though it were, that it would not be scorned, but the man still maintains that he means to accept neither gold nor any gift till by God's grace the fate that lay before him was fully achieved. And be not offended, fair lady, I beg, and give over your offer, for ever I must decline. I am grateful for favor shown, past all deserts of mine, and ever shall be your own, true servant, rain or shine. Now does my present displease you? She promptly inquired, because it seems in your sight so simple a thing, and belike as it is little, it is less to praise. But if the virtue that it invests were verily known, it would be held, I hope, in higher esteem. For the man that possesses this piece of silk, if it is borne on his body, belted about, there is no hand under heaven that could hew him down, for he could not be killed by any craft on earth. Then the man began to muse, and mainly he thought it was a pearl for his plight, the peril to come, when he gains the green chapel to get his reward. Could he escape unscathed, the scheme were noble. Then he bore with her words, and withstood them no more. And she repented her petition, and pleaded anew, and he granted it, and gladly she gave him the belt, and besought him for her sake to conceal it well, lest the noble lord should know. And the knight agrees that not a soul save themselves shall see it thenceforth with sight. He thanked her with fervent heart, as often ever he might. 3 times before they part, she kissed the stalwart knight. Then the lady took her leave, and left him there. For more mirth than the man she might not have, when she was gone, Sir Gawain got from his bed, arose and arrayed him in his rich attire, tucked away the token the temptress had left, laid it reliably where he looked for it after, and then with good cheer to the chapel he goes, approached a priest in private, and prayed to be taught to lead a better life and lift up his mind, lest he be among the lost when he must leave this world. And shamefaced at shrift he showed his misdeeds, from the largest to the least, and asked the Lord's mercy, and called on his confessor to cleanse his soul. And he absolved him of his sins, and as safe and as clean. And if the dread day of doom were to dawn on the morrow, then he had made merry amid the fine ladies, with deft-footed dancers and dalliance light, as never until now, while the afternoon wore away. He delighted all around him, and all agreed that day they never before had found him so gracious and so gay. Now peaceful be his pasture, and love play him fair. The horse is on horseback, hunting afield. He has finished off this fox that he followed so long, and he leapt a low hedge to look for the villain, where he heard all the hounds in hot pursuit. Reynard comes racing out of a rough thicket, and all the rabble in a rush right at his heels. The man beholds the beast, and bides his time, and bears his bright sword, and brings it down hard. And he blanches from the blade, and backwards he starts. A hound hurries up, and hinders that move, and before the horse's feet they fall on him at once, and ripped open the rascal's throat with a wrathful din. The Lorn soon alighted, and lifted him free, swiftly snatched him up from the snapping jaws, holds him over his head, halloos with a will, and the dogs bayed the dirge that had done him to death. Hunters hastened thither with horns at their lips. Sounding an assembly, they saw him at last, when that comely company was come in together. All that bore bugles blew them at once, and the others all hallooed that had no horns. It was the merriest of medleys that a man had heard, the racket that raised for Sir Reynard's soul that died. The hounds they praised and fed, fondling their heads with pride, and they took Reynard the Red, and stripped away his hide. And then they headed homeward, for evening had come, blowing many a blast on their bugles bright. The Lord at long last alights at his house, finds fire on the hearth where the fair knight awaits. Sir Gawain the good, that was glad in heart, with the ladies that loved him and lingered at ease. He wore a rich robe of blue that reached to the earth, and a surcoat lined softly with sumptuous furs. A hood of the same hue hung on his shoulders, with bands of bright ermine embellished were both. He comes to meet the man amid all the folk, and greets him good-humouredly, and gaily he says, I shall follow forthwith in the form of our pledge, that we framed to good effect amid fresh-filled cups. He clasps him accordingly, and kisses him thrice, and amiably, as earnestly as ever he could. By heaven, said the host, you've had some luck since you took up this trade, if the terms were good. Never trouble about the terms, he returned at once, since all I owe here is openly paid. Marry, said the other man, mine is much less, for I've hunted all day, and naught have I got but this foul fox pelt. The fiend take the goods, which but poorly repays such precious things that you have cordially conferred, such kisses three so good. Enough, said Sir Gawain, I thank you by the rood. And how the fox was slain he told him as they stood. With minstrelsy and mirth, with all manner of meats, they made much merriment as any men might. Amid laughing of ladies and light-hearted girls, so gay grew Gawain and a goodly host. Unless they had been besotted or brainless fools, the knight joined in jesting with the joyous folk, until at last it was late ere they long must part, and be off to their beds as behooved them each one. Then politely his leave of the lord of the house our noble knight takes, and renews his thanks. The courtesies countless accorded me here, your kindness this Christmas may heaven's king repay. Henceforth, if you will have me, I hold you my liege, and so, as I have said, I must set forth tomorrow. If I may take some trusty man to teach as you promised, the way to the Green Chapel, that, as God allows, I shall see my fate fulfilled on the first of the year. In good faith, said the good man, with good will every promise on my part shall be fully performed. He assigns him a servant to set him on the path, to see him safe and sound over the snowy hills, to follow the fastest way through the forest green and grove. Gawain thanks him again, so kind his favours prove, and of the ladies then he takes his leave with love. Or Louvre. Courteously he kissed them, with care in his heart, and often he wished them well with warmest thanks, which they for their part were prompt to repay. They commend him to Christ with disconsolate sighs, and then in that hall with household he parts. Each man he met remembered to thank for his deeds of devotion and diligent pains, and the trouble he had taken to tend to his needs. And each one is woeful that watched him depart, as he had lived with him loyally all his life long. By lads' blaring lights he was led to his chamber, and blithely brought to his bed to be at his rest. How soundly he slept, I presume not to say, for there were matters of moment, and thoughts might well pursue. Let him lie and wait, he has little more to do than listen while I relate how they kept their rendezvous. So we're about to start part 4, but I definitely need something to drink. Now the new year draws near, and the night passes. The day dispels the dark by the Lord's decree. But wild weather awoke in the world without. The clouds in the cold sky cast down their snow, with great gusts from the north, grievous to bear. Sleet showered aslant upon shivering beasts. The wind warbled wild as it whipped from aloft, and drove the drifts deep in the dales below. Long and well he listens that lies in his bed. Though he lifts not his eyelids, little he sleeps. Each crow of the cock he counts without fail. Readily from his rest he rose before dawn. For a lamp had been left him that lighted his chamber. He called to his bedchamberlain, who quickly appeared, and bade him get him his gear, and gird his good steed. And he sets about briskly to bring in his arms, and makes ready his master in manner most fit. First he clad him in clothes to keep out the cold, and then his other harness made handsome anew, his plate armor of proof polished with pains, and rings of his rich mail rid of their rust. And all was fresh as first, and for this he gave thanks indeed. With pride he wears each piece, new furnished for his need. No gayer from here to Greece, he bids them bring his steed. In his richest raiment he robed himself then, his crested coat armor close stitched with his craft, with stones of strange virtue on silk velvet set, all bound with embroidery on borders and seams, and lined warmly and well with furs of the best. Yet he left not his love gift of the lady's girdle. Gawain for his own good forgot not that. When the bright sword was belted and bound on his haunches, then twice with that token he twined him about. Sweetly did he swathe him in that swatch of silk, that girdle so green, so goodly to see, that against the gay red showed gorgeous bright. Yet he wore not for its wealth that wondrous girdle, nor pride in its pendants, though polished they were. Through glittering gold gleamed at the end, but to keep himself safe, when consent he must, to endure the deadly dint, and all defence denied. And now the bold knight came into a courtyard wide, that folk of worthy fame he thanks on every side. Then was Gringolet girt that was great and huge, and had sojourned safe and sound, and savoured his fare. He pawed the earth in his pride, that princely steed. The good knight draws near him, and notes well his look, and says sagely to himself, and soberly swears, here is a household and hall that upholds the right. The man that maintains it, may happiness be his. Likewise the dear lady may love betide her, if thus they in charity cherish a guest, that are honored here on earth, may they have his reward that reigns high in the heavens, and also you all. And might I live in this land but a little while, I should willingly reward you as well if I might. Then he steps into the stirrup and bestrides his mount. His shield is shown forth, on the shoulder he casts it, strikes the side of his steed with his steel spurs, and starts across the stones, nor stands any longer to prance. On horseback that was swain, that bore his spear and lance, may Christ this house maintain, and guard it from mischance. The bridge was brought down, and the road gates unbarred and carried back upon the sides. He commended him to Christ, and crossed over the planks, praised the noble porter, who prayed on his knees that God save Sir Gawain, and bade him good day, and went on his way alone with the man that was to lead him ere long to that luckless place, where the dolorous dint must be dealt him at last. Under bare boughs they ride, where steep banks rise, over high cliffs they climb, where cold snow clings. The heavens held aloof, but heavy thereunder, mist mantled the moors, moved on the slopes. Each hill had a hat, a huge cape of cloud. Brooks bubbled and broke over broken rocks, flashing freshets that waterfalls fed. Round about was the road that ran through the wood, till the sun at that season was soon to rise that day. They were on a hilltop high, the white snow round them lay. No man that rode near by now bade his master stay. For I've seen you here safe at the set time, and now you are not far from that notable place that you have sought for so long with such special pains. But this I say for certain, since I know you, Sir Knight, and you have your good heart and hold you dear, would you heed well my words, if it worth your while? You are rushing into risks that you reck not of. There is a villain in yon valley, the veriest of the earth, for he is rugged and rude, and ready with his fists, and most immense in his mould of mortal lives, and his body bigger than the best of 4 that are in Arthur's house, Hector or any. He gets his grim way at the Green Chapel. None passes by that place so proud in his arms that he does not dash him down with his deadly blows, for he is heartless wholly and heedless of right. For be it chaplain or churl that by the chapel rides, monk or mass priest or any man else, he would as soon strike him dead as stand on 2 feet. Whereof I say, just as certain as you sit here astride, you cannot but be killed if his counsel holds, for he would trounce you in a trice had you had 20 lives for sale. He has lived long in this land, and dealt out deadly bale. Against his heavy hand your power cannot prevail. And so, good Gawain, let the grim man be. Go off by some other road, in God's own name. Leave by some other land, for the love of Christ, and I shall get me home again, and give you my word that I shall swear by God's self and the saints above, by heaven and by my halidom, and other oaths more, to conceal this day's deed, nor say to a soul that ever you fled for fear from any that I knew. My thanks, said the other man, and demurring he speaks. Fair fortune befall you and your friendly words, and conceal this day's deed I doubt not you would. But though you have never told your tale, if I turn back now, forsook this place for fear, and fled, as you say, I were a caitiff coward, I could not be excused. But I must to the chapel to chance my luck, and say to the same man such words as I please, befall what I may befall through fortune's will or whim. Though he be a quarrelsome knave, with a cudgel great and grim, the Lord is strong to save, his servants trust in him. Marry, said the man, since you tell me so much, and I see you are set to seek your own harm, if you crave a quick death, let me keep you no longer. Put your helm on your head, your hand on your lance, and ride the narrow road down yon rocky slope, till it brings you to the bottom of this broad valley. Then look a little ahead on your left hand, and you will soon see before you that selfsame chapel, and the man of great might that is master there. Now goodbye in God's name, Gawain the noble. For all the world's wealth I would not stay here, or go with you in this wood one footstep further. He tarried no more to talk, but turned his bridle, hilt his horse with his heels as hard as he might, leaves the knight alone, and goes off like the wind goes leaping. By God, said Gawain then, I shall not give way to weeping. God's will be done, amen. I commend me to his keeping. He puts his heels to his horse and picks up on the path, goes bestride a grove where the ground is steep, rides down through the rough slope right to the valley. And he looked a little about him. The landscape was wild, and not a soul to be seen, nor sign of a dwelling, but high banks on either hand hemmed it about. With many a ragged rock and rough-hewn crag, the skies seemed scored by the scowling peaks. Then he halted his horse, and hoved there a space, and sought on every side for a sight of the chapel, but no such place appeared, which puzzled him sore. Yet he saw some way off what seemed like a mound, a hillock high and broad, hard by the water, where the stream fell in foam down the face of the steep, and bubbled as if it boiled on its bed below. The knight urges his horse and heads for the knoll, leaps lightly to earth, loops well the rein of his steed to a stout branch, and stallions him there. He strides straight to the mound and strolls all about, much wondering what it was, but no whit the wiser. It had a hole in one end and on one side, and was covered with coarse grass and clumps all about, and hollow all within, like some old cave, or a crevice of an old crag he could not discern aright. Can this be the chapel green? Alack, said the man, here might the devil himself be seen, saying matins at black midnight. Oop. Sorry, I just lost. There we go. Now by heaven, said he, it is bleak hereabouts. This prayer house is so hideous, half covered with grass. Well may the grim man be mantled in green, hold here his orisons in hell's own style. Now I feel it is the fiend in my 5 wits that has tempted me to this tryst to take my life. This is the chapel of mischance. May the mischief take it. As accursed is this country church as I came upon ever. With his helm on his head, his lance in his hand, he stalks towards the steep wall of that strange house. Then he heard on the hill behind a hard rock, beyond the brook, from the bank, a most barbarous din. Lord, it clattered in the cliff fit to cleave it in two. And one upon a grindstone ground a great scythe. Lord, it whirled like a mill wheel whirling about. Lord, it echoed loud and long, lamentable to hear. Then By heaven, said the bold knight, that business up there is arranged for my arrival, or else I am much misled. Let God work, ah me! All hope for help has fled. Forfeit my life to be, but noise I do not dread. Then he listened no longer, but loudly he called, Who has power in this place, high parley to hold? For none greets Sir Gawain or gives him good day. If any would if any would a word with him, let him walk forth, and speak now or never to speed his affairs. Abide, said one on the bank over his head, and what I promised you once shall straightway be given. Yet he stayed not his grindstone, nor stinted its noise, but worked a while at his whetting before he would rest, and then he comes around a crag from a cave in the rocks, hurtling out of hiding with a hateful weapon, a Danish axe devised for the day's deed, with a broad blade and bright, bent in a curve, filed to a fine edge. 4 feet it measured by the length of the lace that was looped around the haft, and in form as at first the fellow all green, his lordly face and legs, his locks and his beards, save that firm upon 2 feet forward he strides, sets a hand on the axe head, the haft to the earth. When he came to the cold stream and cared not to wade, he vaunts over on his axe, advances amain, on a broad bank of snow, overbearing and brisk of mood. Little did the knight incline, when face to face they stood. Said the other man, Friend mine, it seems your words hold good. God love you, Sir Gawain, said the Green Knight then, and well met this morning, man, at my place. And you have followed me faithfully, and found me betimes. And on the business between us we both are agreed. 12 months ago today you took what was yours, and you at this new year must yield to me the same. And we have met in these mountains remote from all eyes. There is none here to halt us or hinder our sport. Unhasp your high helm, and have here your wages. Make no more demur than I did myself, when you hacked off my head with one hard blow. No, by God, said Sir Gawain, that granted me life, I shall grudge not the guerdon, grim though it prove. Bestow but one stroke, and I shall stand still, and you may lay on as you like till the last of my part be paid. He proffered with good grace his bare neck to the blade, and feigned a cheerful face. He scorned to seem afraid. Then the grim man in green gathers his strength, heaves high the heavy axe to hit him the blow. With all the force in his frame he fetches it aloft, with a grimace as grim as he would grind him to bits. Had the blow been bestowed and been as big as he threatened, the good knight and gallant had gone to his grave. But Gawain's the great axe glanced up aside. As down it descended with death-dealing force, and his shoulders shrank little from the sharp iron, abruptly the brawny man breaks off the stroke, and then reproved with proud words that a prince among knights. You are not Gawain the Glorious, the green man said, that never fell back on the field or faced the foe, and yet now you flee for fear and have felt no harm. Such news of that knight I have heard yet. I have moved not a muscle when you made to strike, nor cavailed at the cut in King Arthur's house. My head fell to my feet, yet steadfast I stood, and you, all unharmed, are wholly dismayed, wherefore the better man I, by all odds, must be. Said Gawain, Strike once more, I shall neither flinch nor flee, but if my head falls to the floor, there is no mending me. But go on, man, in God's name, and get to the point. Deliver me my destiny, and do it out of hand, for I shall stand the stroke, and stir not an inch, till your axe hits home. On my honor I swear it. Have at thee, then, said the other, and heaves it aloft, and glares down grimly as he had gone mad, and made a mighty feint, but marred not his high, withdrew the axe adroitly before it did damage. Gawain gave no ground, nor glanced up aside, but stood still as a stone, or else stout stump, that is held in hard earth by 100 roots. Then merrily does he mock him, the man in green. So now you have your nerve again. I needs must strike, uphold the high knighthood that Arthur bestowed, and keep your neck bone clear, if this cut allowed. allows. Then was Gawain gripped with rage, and grimly said, "Why, thrash away, tyrant! I tire of your threats. You make such a scene, you must frighten yourself." Said the green fellow, "In faith, so fiercely you speak, then I shall finish this affair, no further grace allow." He stands prepared to strike, and scowls with both lip and brow. No marvel if man mislike, who can cope with no rescue now. He gathered up the grim axe and guided it well, let the barb at the blade's edge brush the bare throat. He hammered down hard, yet harmed no whit, save a scratch on one side that severed the skin. The end of the hooked edge entered the flesh, and the little blood lightly leapt to the earth. And when the man beheld his own blood bright on the snow, he sprang a spear's length with feet spread wide, seized his high helm, and set it on his head, shoved before his shoulders the shield at his back, bears his trusty blade, and boldly he speaks. Not since he was a babe born of his mother was he once in this world one half so blithe. "Have done with your hacking, harry me no more. I have borne as behooved one blow in this place, and if you make another move, I shall meet it midway and promptly. I promise you pay back each blow with brand. One stroke acquits me here, so did our covenant stand, in Arthur's court last year, wherefore, sir, hold your hand." He lowers the long axe and leans on it there, sets his arms on his head, the haft on the earth, and beholds the bold knight that bides there afoot. How he faces him fearless, fierce in full arms, and plies him with proud words. It pleases him well. Then once again, gaily, to Gawain he calls, in a loud voice and lusty delivers these words. "Bold fellow, on this field your anger forbear. No man has made demands here in manner uncouth, nor done save duly as determined at court. I owed you a hit, and you have it. Be happy therewith. The rest of my rights here I freely resign. I had been a bit busier, a buffet perhaps, I could have dealt more directly, and done you more harm. First I flourished with a feint, in frolicsome mood, and left your hide unhurt, and here I did well, by the fair terms we fixed on the first night, and fully and faithfully you followed accord, gave over your gains as good man should. A second feint, sir, I assigned for the morning. You kissed my comely wife, and each kiss you restored, for both of these there behooved 2 feigned blows by right. True men pay what they owe, no danger then in sight. You failed at the third throw to take my tap, sir knight. For that is my belt around you, that some braided girdle, my wife it was that wore it. I know well the tale, and count of your kisses and conduct too. And the wooing of my wife, it was all my scheme. She made trial of a man most faultless by far of all ever walked over the wide earth. As pearl to white peas, some precious and prized, so is Gawain in good faith to other gay knights. Yet you lacked, sir, a little in loyalty there. But the cause was not cunning nor courtship either, but that you loved your own life, the less then to blame. The other stout knight in study stood a long while, so gripped with grim rage that his heart shook. All the blood of his body burned in his face, as he shrank back in shame from the man's sharp speech. The first words that fell from the fair knight's lips, "Accursed be a cowardly and covetous heart. In you is villainy and vice and virtue laid low." Then he grasps the green girdle and lets go the knot, hands it over in haste, and hotly he says, "Behold there my falsehood, I'll hap betide it. Your cut taught me cowardice, care for my life, and coveting came after, contrary both, to largesse and loyalty belonging to knights. Now I am faulty and false, that fearful as ever, of disloyalty and lies, bad luck to them both, and greed, I confess, knight, in this place, most dire is my misdeed. Let me gain back your good grace, and thereafter I shall take heed." Then the other laughed aloud, and lightly he said, "Such harm as I have said, I hold it quite healed. You are so fully confessed, your failings made known, and bear the plain penance to the point of my blade. I hold you polished as a pure pearl, and pure and as bright as you have lived free of fault since first you were born. I give you, sir, the girdle that is gold-hemmed, and green as my garments that, Gawain, you may be mindful of this meeting when you mingle in throng with nobles of renown, and known by this token how it chanced at the Green Chapel to chivalrous knights. And you shall in this new year come yet again, and we shall finish out our feast in my fair hall with cheer. He urged the knight to stay, and said, with my wife so dear, we shall see you friends this day, whose enmity touched you near. Indeed, said the doughty knight, and doffed his high helm, and held it in his hands as he offered his thanks. I have lingered long enough. May good luck be yours, and he reward you well that all worship bestows. And commend me that comely one, your courteous wife, both herself and that other, my honoured ladies, that have trapped their true knight in their trammels so quaint. But if a dullard should dote, deem it no wonder, and though the wiles of women be wooed into sorrow, for so was Adam by one when the world began, and Solomon many more, and Samson the mighty Delilah was his doom, and David thereafter was beguiled by Bathsheba, and borne much distress. Now these were vexed by their devices. 'Twere a very joy could one but learn to love and believe them not. For these were proud princes, most prosperous of old, past all lovers lucky, that languished under heaven bemused. And all fell prey to women that they had used. If I be led astray, methinks I may be excused. But your girdle, God love you, I gladly shall take, and be pleased to possess, not for the pure gold, nor the bright belt itself, nor the beauteous pendants, nor the wealth, nor worldly state, nor workmanship fine, but a sign of excess it shall seem oftentimes when I ride in renown, and remember with shame the faults and frailty of the flesh perverse, how its tenderness entices the foul taint of sin. And so when praise and high prowess have pleased my heart, a look at this Lovelace will lower my pride. But one thing would I learn, if you were not loath, since you are lord of yonder land where I have long sojourned with honour in your house, may you have high reward that upholds all high heavens, highest on throne. How runs your right name, and let the rest go? Then shall I give you gladly, said the Green Knight then. Bertilac de Houtstert, this barony I hold, through the might of Morgan le Fay that lodges at my house, by subtleties of science and sorcerer's arts, the mistress of Merlin. She has caught many a man for sweet love in secret, and shared some time with that wizard that knows well each one of your knights and you. Morgan the goddess she, so styled by title true, none holds so high degree that her arts cannot subdue. She guided me in this guise to your glorious hall, to assay, if such it were, the surfeit of pride that is rumoured of the retinue of the Round Table. She puts this shape upon me to puzzle your wits, to afflict the fair queen, to frighten her to death with awe of that elvish man that eerily spoke with his head in his hand before the high table. She was with my wife at home, that old withered lady. Your own aunt is she, Arthur's half-sister, the Duchess, daughter of Tintagel, that dear Uther got Arthur on after, that honoured is now. And therefore, good friend, come feast with your aunt, make merry in my house, my men hold you dear, and I wish you well, sir, with all my heart, as any man God ever made, for your great good faith. But the knight said him nay, and that he might by no means. They clasped then and kissed and commended each other to the Prince of Paradise, and parted with one assent. Gawain sets out anew, toward the court his course is bent, and the knight, all green in hue, wheresoever he wished he went. Wild ways in the world our worthy knight rides, on Gringolet that by grace had been granted his life. He harboured often in houses, and often abroad, and with many valiant adventures verily he met, that I shall not take time to tell in this story. The hurt was whole that he had in his neck, and the bright green belt on his body he wore, oblique like a baldric bound at his side, below his left shoulder laced in a knot, in betokening of the blame he had borne for his fault. And so to court in due course he comes safe and sound, Bliss abounded in hall when the highborn heard that good Gawain was come. Glad tidings they thought it. The king kisses the knight, and the queen as well. And many a comrade came to clasp him in arms. And eagerly they asked, and awesomely he told, confessed all his cares and discomfitures many, how it chanced at the chapel, what cheer made the knight, the love of the lady, and the green lace at last. The nick on his neck he naked displayed, and he got in disgrace at the Green Knight's hands alone. With rage in his heart he speaks, and grieves with many a groan. The blood burns in his cheeks, for shame at what must be shown. Behold, sir, said he, and handles the belt. This is the blazon of the blemish that I bear on my neck. This is the sign of sore loss that I have suffered there, for the cowardice and coveting that I came to there. And this is the badge of false faith that I was found in there. And I must bear it on my body till I breathe my last. For one must keep a deed dark, but undo it no whit. For where a fault is made fast, it is fixed evermore. The king comforts the knight, and the court altogether agree with gay laughter and gracious intent that the lords and the ladies belong to the table. Each brother of that band a baldric should have, a belt borne oblique of bright green, to be worn with one accord for that worthy's sake. So that was taken as a token by the Table Round, and he honored that had it evermore after. As the best book of knighthood bids it be known, in the old days of Arthur that his happening befell, the books of Brutus' deeds bear witness thereto, since Brutus, the bold knight, embarked for this land, after the siege ceased at Troy, and the city fared amiss. Many such ere were born have befallen here ere this. May he that was crowned with thorn bring all men to his bliss. Amen. And there's a closing line here, Oniso calmal pans, which says, shame be to the man who has evil in his mind. With the footnote here saying, this is the motto of the Order of the Garter, founded circa 1350. Apparently a copyist of this poem associated this order with the one founded to honor Gawain. So, I realize that was the longest of all the stories here. I'm very, very hungry, by the way. But thank you for Jalsilla to recommend the Sir Gawain and the Green Knight. I know my reading leaves much to be desired. I think this is a really, really wonderful work. I will confess I really only know it through reading it, and there's a lot to really like in this. The structure of the poem, at least as it appears in the book here, has definitely, the modern style, but also sort of the old pagan style. You sort of see both the structure of the poem matches sort of the theme of sort of the old and the new. There is definitely something very fun. I also kind of noticed that I do have slightly different takes each time as to who comes out the better in it. Because to a certain extent, this really does make the Knights of the Round Table seem like a bunch of clowns. It's sort of like, look, I think the Green Knight's point and Morgan Le Fay's point is sort of like, listen, you guys are twisting yourselves up in knots over this completely invented set of priorities and rules. Like, just relax, dude. And obviously, like, Gawain doesn't actually hold up to the bar. He does hold back. There's that slight dishonesty. And like, I think the whole point of the test is that it's like, listen, it is completely rational to hold on to your life, right? Like, don't get so worked up about it. In the end, the sash just becomes the symbol in the end. But anyways, it's good. Birdie Lala says, I think now I have a couple lessons in Rights of the Roots. Good job. Thank you. Bread Battle does appear in Book of Hours, but yeah, I'm glad it was well received. So I will take a second here. Obviously, I'm happy to continue to chat for a little while longer, but it's almost 5 hours now of pure reading. How So let me start by saying Merry Christmas to all of you. I hope this was a pleasant diversion. Obviously, I had like one thing that was planned, and we still managed to get a nice long stream out of it. So that makes me happy. But I don't know. What did you all think? Did you have a favorite story? What do you think of the stories? Was there anything that you hadn't heard before here? Um, are you looking forward to next year's Christmas? No, thank you, Olaf. I I also particularly you like one of the things I actually really I'll just kind of briefly say for to maybe not for Olaf's benefits, but to aside, I feel very self-conscious about XCOM 2. It's a game I like a lot, and I have noticed, particularly on this stream, I've really been doing a lot of reloading, and some of it is because of very reckless behavior on my part, and sometimes, I get a bit unlucky. Um, but it's one of the ones where I love the game, but feel very self-conscious about the way that I've been playing it. And one of the things that I do like about Olaf is that he so one of the things that can sometimes be a tricky comment from people is that if people kind of know, so like if people, if you're obviously down and people try to cheer you up and they say something that is obviously just because they're trying to cheer you up, that can sometimes not be as helpful. And like, it's obviously the gesture is very nice, but there's always that kind of doubt in terms of the quality of what's said. And Olaf is nice enough in the sense that he fully acknowledges when I'm being a bonehead in the game, but he still watches and he still offers the encouragement. There's obviously, let me be clear. There are also a couple of times in XCOM where I'm like, damn, I really got that one, or I'm really happy with that turn. But I will confess it is a stream that out of all of the things that I do, it is probably the one that I am the most self-conscious about. And Olaf's nice comments on the XCOM stuff has made me try and relax a little bit on it. And it is actually also really funny because this is this is the story of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, right? There is no set of rules that I am holding myself to other than the ones that I have for myself. There's no reason for me to freak out or, feel awkward about XCOM 2, but, I do. So, anyways, I did want to just take a quick minute for that. And thank you for saying that, Algrins. Obviously, for me, one of the intentions of doing the Christmas streams, I'm never going to be a substitute for people spending time with friends and family, but my friends in Vancouver, who I obviously miss terribly, they did a very nice thing by bringing me into their home each Christmas after that first one. And at least as far as I can be an inoffensive Canadian accented auditory Yule Log, I figured that's a nice little way of sort of paying that back in a weird way. So obviously, it's a little bit like some of the Orwell essays at the start there, right? Which is we would wish for a world in which people do not feel a need for such a stream, but being at a point where people do want something to listen to, whether they just happen to like the stream now or they don't have anything else to do, whatever the circumstances may be. I'm glad that people are getting something in line with the intent behind doing it. I don't know if anybody had any favorites that they wanted to share. I'm glad that Bertie Lala mentions Green Knight as a sentimental favorite. Obviously, that was the one, again, that was recommended by chat. It's probably one I wouldn't have done, if nothing else, just for its length before. But I'll get a little bit better at the reading, and we'll maybe do something like that in the future. And the only thing I was originally going to do if I was playing some games was throw out some suggestions for things we might do in the new year, but I'll maybe set that aside for another time. I definitely intend to finish XCOM 2 and Cyberpunk. Um, oh, that's nice. Hey, Beth, kind of, sorta. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm pretty happy to just do my thing. Like I'm hungry enough now that I am gonna make the 45-minute walk to the. I was like originally not gonna go to that diner because it's like I took a look at the price of the menu. I'm like, I'm not doing that for, you know, I'm not gonna do that for Christmas dinner. You gotta be kidding me. But I don't know. Maybe I'll get like a Reuben or something. But yeah, I'm hungry enough now that I'm gonna like I'm definitely gonna march in the. Oh, I don't. I shouldn't have looked at the. It says minus 14 here. So, and I know it's. I think at the very late. My watch says minus 19. So, that it's not gonna get any warmer. But that's fine. I'll think of what Gawain endured on the way to the second part of the challenge. Um, but yeah, I will say in the new year. So I'm always open to suggestions. Yeah, different parts of the world. I will say once I finish XCOM and Cyberpunk, I am hoping to roll in a few more CRPGs. I know Tyranny was a bit of a mixed bag for people. Some people seem to really like watching it, but I also know near the end there was a big drop off in the viewership. I'm also conscious of the fact that people watched me do a lot of the Paradox games, and obviously I'm not doing those anymore. And I am trying to look for some strategy games that I can really sort of sink my teeth into and, like be ones that I enjoy and feel good about playing on a regular basis while still sort of giving those features that people liked about the Paradox stuff. I think there are some options. I mean, I might even just try some of the Civilization stuff, but the only thing is that with sufficiently popular games, inevitably you wind up with a bunch of backseating, which is like the fastest way for me to not be interested. So it's a little, that's the kind of the one tricky part. Yeah, the funny thing is there's actually only one more game on the list of my to-do list. Oh,
for lack of a better word, is good.
Enjoy your meal and thank you for the streams this year, dude.
um, Olaf, thank you very much for that. First of all, you're like one of the most consistent subs and presences in the stream. So of all the people, you definitely do not need to be doing the donation. But it is one that I really appreciate. That is definitely going to be covering my, it's not, that's not the full price. So sorry, that more than covers the full price of the turkey dinner. And I was definitely going to do, I mean, I also have like my job, so I'm set. But my God, man, that is really appreciated. So thank you very much for that. And yeah, I'm not sure about Blueprints. It does seem like a really interesting one. Not really a strategy game in the sense that I was looking for, but it's one I would consider. The only thing, of course, is that I've got the existing games that I'm working on. But yeah, it's one I'll make a note for. I'm interested in like some different city builders and sort of business sims. I think would be kind of interesting, and I'm trying to think of some that might tickle people's fancy. Finally, there are a couple of questions coming up on YouTube about the state of the Weather Factory games. So not necessarily by any specific choice, but like obviously there's been a lot of Book of Hours on the YouTube channel, like to the exclusion of Cultist Simulator. And again, that's not that's not because I'm done with Cultist Simulator. That's just because it takes me a really long time to get through Book of Hours. And, House of Light is an enormous expansion. And so what this has meant is that it's like over a year of just straight Book of Hours material. So I'd say the most likely next series for that would be Cultist Simulator, just so I can sort of address the balance. But my intention for the YouTube channel is to always have a Weather Factory game for the foreseeable future. And obviously, I don't want to rush the end of the House of Light playthrough, but I also want to acknowledge the fact that some people are looking for Cultist Simulator. So if you have ever been wondering about that and have been afraid to ask, I do intend to go back to Cultist Simulator. And at some point, I'm sure I'll do some of this stuff on the stream as well. It's just I have other things to play. All right. Well, Olaf has now compelled me to take a 45-minute one-way walk in the snow. I'm definitely not taking an Uber. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this right and trudge in the snow. Thank you again, Olaf. This is I think because the Twitch stream is a chance for, like, the Christmas stream is kind of an effort for me to try and give. This is probably my favorite Christmas gift from today. So thank you very much. But yeah, no, I'm like committed. I'm like excited. I'm like psyching myself up for this. But yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, every single one of you, whether you were here from the very beginning or the at the end. I hope you had a good time. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas and Boxing Day for those of you that are in the Commonwealth countries. A reminder for my schedule, because Friday is Boxing Day. Well, basically tomorrow, I guess. I'm gonna take the usual thing is like to take the Canadian holidays for myself. So I will take that day for myself. But I will say I will almost certainly be back for Monday. And then I guess because the 31st is the New Year's Eve, I might take the option of keeping that for myself. But yeah. Again, sorry for the... I realize I'm kind of poking a bunch of holes through the stream schedule, but after all of that, I think I'll be back to a regular schedule, except for the third Wednesday of every month, which would be the 21st of January. So, nice long series. Oh, I believe I may be out of town in March. Stay tuned on that. Okay. Let me just take a quick look and see if there's anybody online. I don't think so, but yeah, I got nothing. All right. Thank you, everybody. Merry Christmas again. Stay warm if you are going out. Stay cold if you are in a balmy climate. I'm going to finally get something to eat. Thank you once again to Olaf for the overly kind donation, but not one I'm going to refuse by any stretch of the imagination. And for those of you that are regulars, I guess I will see you Monday for more XCOM. Actually, some of you also know that I've been sneaking in some games of Outlast Trials on the Discord, so I may see some of you for Outlast Trials in the Discord as well. All right, I'm going to not make this any longer. Have a great night. Merry Christmas.